Welcome everyone to another video on Paranormal M. I'm glad you're here. Before we start, please subscribe if you enjoy these stories, and if they help you relax or fall asleep, maybe share them with someone who might enjoy them too. Tonight's first story is about someone who went through a frightening experience at home, only to find out later that other people around them had felt or seen something strange too. So get comfortable, take it easy, and let's begin. I hope you all sleep well tonight. The women in my family have always been sensitive. They feel things. They know things they probably shouldn't know. They see things that don't make sense. But I don't know if any of them ever went through something like what happened to me. To be fair, I was the only one heavily using heroin at the time, so maybe that had something to do with it. I've thought about that a lot. I'm not trying to pretend I was in a clear state of mind back then, but there were parts of this that other people saw too. That's what still gets me. After it happened, I got up and went downstairs, just trying to shake it off. I was standing at the kitchen sink for a minute when I suddenly realized someone was behind me. I turned, and my mom was in the corner crying, almost frozen there. She looked terrified. She told me she had just seen this hag-like demon in a dream, laughing right in her face. And this was happening at the exact same time I had been upstairs, ready to swing on this shadow figure in my room. I didn't tell her what I saw. I just stood there, scared out of my mind. Over the next few days, things got worse. The whole house felt charged, like something ugly had been stirred up and was walking around looking for cracks to crawl into. My parents got into this massive fight about ancient stuff, things from 40 years ago. I walked into the room like, "What is going on with you two?" Then suddenly they both turned on me. They started bringing up my problems from 20 years back, things that had nothing to do with the moment. I could feel myself getting angry, but it was strange. It almost felt like being high, like something in me wanted to fight them. Then this thought came into my head, clear as a bell. This is something evil. Right at that same moment, my mom snapped out of it and screamed, "There's evil in my house!" That chilled me. It was like we both came to the same realization at the exact same second. And it wasn't just our house. That week, my neighborhood started going off like a string of firecrackers. The next day, one neighbor was throwing her husband's clothes out the front door. A few days later, another couple down the street had the police separating them in the yard. This was not that kind of street. It was quiet, peaceful. Nothing ever really happened there. So when all of that started happening at once, it felt obvious to me that something had moved in. Now, maybe someone could say all of this was imagination, stress, drugs, family tension. I could understand that, except for what happened the day before I saw the shadow man. My ex, Kara, showed up at my door for the first time in years. She looked completely gone, like something had hollowed her out from the inside. She was desperate, clinging to me like she was drowning. I had known her for over 20 years in that life, and I had never seen her that bad. I put her in the back room, made coffee, tried to calm her down. I was gone maybe 3 minutes when my mom came running downstairs and said, "She could be overdosing right now." I said, "She's not overdosing." But as soon as I said it, the words echoed in my head. And I knew. She was. We barely saved her life. Then the next day, everything with the shadow man started. Later, I talked to a mutual friend of Kara's. He told me he had seen the shadow man too, around the same time she had come over to his place. He said it smacked a table and got right in his face to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, his own mother called out and asked, "What was that bang?" So he knew it wasn't just in his head either. When Kara got out of the hospital, before I told her anything about what had been happening, she said she felt like something had been attached to her. That made me a believer in a way I wasn't before. The part that still bothers me most is the way that thing moved across my room. It didn't just appear, it strutted, chest out, hands on hips, swaying like it wanted attention, like it was saying, "Look at me." Then it bolted toward the door, fast and cartoonish, but wrong. I still don't know how I beat it there. And yes, I yelled at it. I cursed it out. I threatened it. That was usually my first reaction. But the visits kept happening until I started praying and stopped messing around with drugs. Once I cleaned that part of my life up, the house calmed down almost completely. It still comes around once in a great while. When I feel it, I don't even say anything at first. I just wait. Usually my mom will come into the room and tell me she feels it too. And when she does, I already know. At one point, it felt like it was coming by once a week, then once a month, then every few months. Now it's been about a year since I felt it for sure. And honestly, I'm grateful for the quiet. I grew up in a house where strange things happened so often that, after a while, they stopped feeling strange. At first, it scared my parents. I mean, how could it not? Doors slammed on their own, lights behaved like they had opinions, footsteps crossed empty rooms. But for my sisters and me, it became pretty clear that whatever was in that house wasn't there to hurt us. Honestly, I think it was protecting us. My parents were not easy people back then. My dad drank hard, and my mom struggled with alcohol, pills, and a personality that could turn a room cold before anything supernatural ever had the chance. Home was tense, loud, unpredictable. The kind of place where you learn to read footsteps, cabinet doors, the way someone breathed before they walked into a room. One Saturday morning, when I was about 12 or 13, my mom cornered me in the kitchen. She was screaming, calling me a nasty little brat, saying things no mother should say to her child. Most days, I could let it roll off me, but that day, it landed deep. I was a good kid, honor roll, no trouble, no drugs, barely even had a social life. I was the kind of kid adults usually praised, and there I was being ripped apart in my own kitchen. Then the back door flew open and slammed so hard that the small diamond-shaped windows shattered. My mom stopped instantly. She forgot all about me and turned her attention to the door, trying to figure out what had happened. And while she was distracted, I slipped out and went to a friend's house until her mood burned itself out. That was the first time I remember thinking, something here is watching out for us. Another time, I was 16. I had one friend I trusted enough to bring home. Her name was Laura, and she already knew what my house was like. I never invited anyone else over. It would have been humiliating. My parents were usually drunk, sloppy, and unpredictable. One night, Laura stayed over. We got home right at midnight, just like I'd been told to. But when we pulled up, I saw the kitchen light was still on. My heart sank. If the kitchen light was on, that meant one of my parents was awake, and I did not want to walk into that room. I turned to Laura and asked, "What do we do?" She pointed behind me and said, "What is that?" I turned around and saw this glowing orange ball, about the size of a basketball, floating and bouncing through the air. It was bright, almost playful. We got out of the car and started chasing it around the yard. Every time we got close, it darted away. This went on for maybe 10 minutes. Then, just like that, it disappeared. I looked back at the house, and the kitchen light was off. Whatever that glowing thing was, it had kept us outside just long enough for it to be safe to go in. My oldest sister had one of the clearest experiences, though. She was 18 and still living at home. It was summer in Iowa, hot and heavy the way only the Midwest can be. My parents were out of town. I was sleeping over at a friend's house, and my other sister was somewhere else. So my oldest sister and her fiancé, Brian, had the house to themselves. For reasons I still find hilarious, they lit a fire in the fireplace on this hot summer day and sat together on the couch. They were engaged, young, and things started getting romantic. But the closer Brian got to my sister, the colder the room became. Not just a little chilly, cold. So cold they could see their breath. When he backed away, the room warmed up again. When he moved close, it turned icy. That happened nearly 50 years ago, and until the day my dad died and the house was sold, Brian refused to go into that house alone. Then there were the kitchen lights. The kitchen had 3 lights controlled by one switch. You flipped the switch, all 3 lights came on. Simple, normal. Until one day, only 2 came on. My dad was an engineer, so this drove him nearly out of his mind. He changed the bulb, checked the wiring, took things apart, put them back together. Nothing worked. He even hired electricians, and none of them could find anything wrong. One day he was standing in the kitchen, completely fed up, and he snapped. He said, "Bill, for God's sake, turn the damn light back on." And it came on. Just like that. From then on, whenever that light went out, the only way to get it back on was to ask Bill. Bill was the man who had built the house. Bill Harris, or at least that's what everyone called him. He had been a contractor, and his dream was to build his own home on that hill. In the late 60s or early 70s, he was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Once he knew his time was limited, he poured everything into finishing that house. He even brought in over 100 truckloads of dirt to raise the hill higher before building on it. By the time he died, the house was mostly a shell. It still needed floors and ceilings and finishing work, but it was livable. He lived there. He died there too. Afterward, his children scattered his ashes in the front yard. There were endless stories. My dad would be downstairs in the garage on a Saturday, working on some woodworking project, and he would hear footsteps pacing back and forth in the living room directly above him. Clear as anything. Back and forth. Back and forth. Thinking someone had broken in, he'd grab a hammer and run upstairs. No one was ever there. Once, when I was around 6th grade, my parents were out for the evening, and I was at my friend's house next door. We realized my house was empty, and of course, to a couple of kids, that sounded wonderful. So we walked over. Every single light in the house was on. The whole place was glowing. That was one of the only times it really unsettled me. I knew I hadn't left the lights on. That house was big, with switches everywhere. Turning on every light would have taken effort. It wasn't something you did by accident. We got my friend's dad, Leonard, and he walked over with us. He kept saying I must have left them on. I knew I hadn't. Then we got to the front door, and it was locked. That was impossible. You needed a key to lock the deadbolt, and I hadn't brought one. I had left the door unlocked. Leonard lifted my friend up to the balcony outside my parents' bedroom, and she got in through the sliding glass door. The moment she stepped inside, the whole house went dark. Not one light was on. Leonard made both of us go back to his house until my parents came home. But most of the time, it didn't feel scary. Not to us kids, anyway. My parents had a few experiences that unnerved them, but my sisters and I never felt threatened. One day, when I was about 16, I was home alone. There was a man doing some work outside for my dad. I don't remember what kind of work, only that he made me uncomfortable. He had that wrong kind of energy. Then he came into the house without being invited. He started yelling, acting wild, and I froze. I was slowly backing toward one of the panic buttons my dad had installed around the house. If you pressed one, the alarm screamed, the police were called, and my dad's office got an alert. I was reaching for it, but before I could touch it, the alarm went off. Someone had already pushed the button. The man panicked and wanted out immediately, which was perfectly fine with me. Within minutes, the police arrived, and so did my dad. I kept telling everyone, I didn't press it. Nobody would have blamed me if I had. That was exactly what the button was for, but I knew I hadn't touched it. The police asked my dad why I was insisting I hadn't done it. My dad looked at me and asked, "Who pushed it?" I said quietly, "Bill." And my dad understood. Things went missing all the time, too. Not money, not jewelry, nothing anyone would steal. Just ordinary objects. A tool, a spool of thread, a kitchen utensil. You could search for days and find nothing. Then someone would finally say, "Bill, put it back." And there it would be. So I grew up with this. Ghosts, spirits, hauntings, whatever people want to call them, they don't scare me. That was my childhood. I think it's part of why, later in life, I was able to develop as a medium. I didn't have the same fear of the unknown that other people seem to carry. I had never been given a reason to fear it. My parents weren't exactly thrilled with Bill, but we kids were never afraid of him. I remember when The Exorcist, or maybe the Amityville Horror, came on TV after being in theaters. My dad turned it off immediately. He said we weren't allowed to watch it because he didn't want Bill getting any ideas. And he was serious. So when people tell me they saw a ghost or heard something in their house and they're terrified, I understand why they feel that way. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I always think, yeah, and? Because for me, it was normal. I could tell stories about that house for days. But looking back now, especially knowing what our home life was like, I appreciate Bill more than I did then. I think he knew we needed someone, or something. I was the youngest and the last one to move out. After I left, Bill seemed to leave too. I've always believed his work was done. Honestly, I still don't know what kind of ghost or presence that could have been. But if it sounded like someone you know, especially someone who lives in the house with you, then I'd wonder if you might have dealt with a mimic. Now, what mimics actually are, I couldn't tell you with any certainty. People usually describe them as spirits or entities that imitate familiar voices, almost like they're trying to pull your attention somewhere. And the reason I say that is because something very close to that happened to me. Years ago, my husband and I moved in with my parents after my father was diagnosed with Lewy body dementia. We wanted to help my mother care for him and keep him at home for as long as possible. He passed away in 2022, and not long after that, my mother's health started getting worse too. She has vascular dementia, so we stayed with her, hoping we could keep her at home as well. This happened maybe 2 or 3 years ago, after my dad had already passed. I was having one of those restless nights where sleep just would not come, so I went downstairs to the living room. My husband and my mom were both upstairs asleep. Just to explain the layout a little, all 3 bedrooms are upstairs. My mom's room is the second door on the left at the top of the stairs, and mine and my husband's room is the second door on the right. From the recliner downstairs, I can see the staircase, but I can't see the very top landing. It was around 2 in the morning. I was sitting in the recliner with the TV on mute, reading, when I suddenly heard my mom call my name from the top of the stairs. Clear as anything. It wasn't faint. It wasn't like a thought in my head. It sounded exactly like her, standing right up there. So I called back, "What?" Nothing answered. I waited a second, then got up and walked to the bottom of the stairs. I looked up, fully expecting to see her standing there in the hallway. But there was nobody there, and I could see that her bedroom door was closed. That already felt wrong, but then I thought about the dog. My mom has this little Jack Russell named Pickles, and he is glued to her. I mean, that dog follows her everywhere. If she gets up in the night, I usually hear him before I hear her. His little paws, his tags, something. If she had come out of her room and stood at the top of the stairs, he would have been right there with her. But I hadn't heard him at all. So I hurried upstairs and opened her bedroom door, saying, "What did you need?" The room was completely dark. My mom was in bed, half asleep. She lifted her head a little, confused and groggy, and asked me if I was okay, like she thought I was the one who needed something. I could tell immediately she had been sleeping hard. There was just no way she had been out in the hall, called down to me, gone back into her room, shut the door, turned off the lights, gotten into bed, and fallen asleep again that fast. She was in her early 80s by then, and she had already started moving more slowly. She had some balance issues too, so it wasn't like she could have rushed around silently. And then I saw Pickles on the bed beside her. He had just lifted his head too, like I had woken him up. He had clearly been asleep the whole time. That should have been enough to convince me something strange had happened. But there was one more thing. My cat, Luna, had been downstairs with me. She was sitting near the recliner, grooming herself, when I heard my mom's voice. The second that voice called out, Luna snapped her head toward the stairs. Not casually, not like she was just looking around. She reacted like she heard it too. That's the part I can't shake. Because if it had just been my imagination, why would my cat have looked straight toward the same place the voice came from? So, no, I don't know what it was. But I know what I heard. And I know I wasn't the only one who heard it. I'm not really sure what to make of the sleep paralysis part of it, but I can tell you about a few experiences I've had that sound pretty close to what you described. I dealt with sleep paralysis pretty regularly from the time I was about 17 until my early 30s. A handful of those episodes were like that sudden, full-speed shift you mentioned, where a calm, harmless dream turns into something terrifying almost instantly. The one I remember most clearly happened around early autumn in 2005. I was having this quiet dream where I was standing in the back garden of the house I grew up in, just looking up at the night sky. It felt peaceful, nothing strange, nothing threatening. Then one of the stars started to move. At first it was just a tiny shift, almost like my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then it came down fast. Within a few seconds, it was right in front of me, and I realized it wasn't a star at all. It was an enormous eye, maybe the size of a dinner plate, hovering close to my face and staring straight at me. That was when I snapped into sleep paralysis. It was the only time in my life that I actually woke someone else up while it was happening. My girlfriend at the time heard me making this awful groaning sound in my sleep. In my mind, I was screaming as hard as I could, but what came out was barely more than a low, strained noise. At first, she thought maybe I had knocked over a glass of water from the bedside table and was trying to shake it off. Then she got scared and thought I might be having a seizure. She tried to wake me, but she couldn't. Eventually, I came out of it the way I usually did, all at once, terrified, heart pounding, completely disoriented. That experience stuck with me because it was the only real proof I ever had that during sleep paralysis, I can't actually make the sounds I think I'm making. In my head, I'm yelling. In reality, I'm barely making a noise at all. I don't know if that connects to what happened to you, but it feels worth mentioning. The second experience I want to share happened much more recently. I hadn't had sleep paralysis in maybe 14 or 15 years, and then last winter, it came back out of nowhere. I was alone in a hotel room in Milwaukee. It was sometime after 1 in the morning, maybe around 1:20. There wasn't a dream leading into it, not that I remember. I just suddenly had the sensation that I was being dragged off the bed. And it felt completely real. I could feel the texture of the quilted blanket under me, those raised little seams pressing and scraping against my back, my arms, and my legs as I was pulled. I could see the small kitchenette through the open doorway, lit by the dim light over the stove. The room was quiet, but the feeling was that something was pulling me toward the foot of the bed and toward that doorway. It didn't feel like hands were grabbing me. It was more like a force, something invisible. I couldn't move. I couldn't wake myself up. It went on for what felt like a full minute, though I know time is strange during these episodes. The strangest part was that even though I felt myself being dragged toward the doorway seemed to be getting farther away. Then I became aware of something beside me. It felt very close, maybe a foot from the left side of my face. I tried to turn my head toward it, but I couldn't. Then I tried to move only my eyes, and somehow that worked. I looked toward it. I can't really describe what I saw. It was just a dark shape, more like a dense shadow than a person. But the second I noticed it, the fear became overwhelming. That was when I finally woke myself up, making the same low groaning sound I had made all those years before. I wish I had answers. I really do. But I don't. All I can do is share what I've experienced, because it sounds like we may be asking some of the same questions. Over the years, the few things I've learned about my own sleep paralysis are these. I can't move my body, but if I focus hard enough, I can sometimes move my eyes. My body can twitch, apparently more than I realize, but that's about it. I can't make any sound louder than a low groan, and even that probably wouldn't be noticed unless someone was right beside me. There is always something there. I don't know what it is or what it's supposed to mean. Sometimes I don't notice it right away. Sometimes it feels like it notices me first, or it makes me aware of it. That's honestly the part that has always frightened me the most. The only way I've ever been able to wake myself up is by looking directly at it. For years, these episodes would stretch on until whatever the thing was finally looked at me. Eventually, I realized that if I forced myself to look at it first, I could usually break out of the paralysis faster. It's still terrifying every time. Even when I fully understand, in the moment, that I'm experiencing sleep paralysis, it doesn't really help. Knowing what it is doesn't take away the fear. It doesn't take away the helplessness. One other thing that might matter is that I used to have a lot of lucid dreams in my 20s. Most of them were fine, even fascinating. But once in a while, a lucid dream would turn into sleep paralysis. Going from being completely in control to suddenly feeling like something else had control of me was deeply unsettling. Those were some of the hardest episodes to shake off. I don't think anyone can force you to believe in ghosts. Honestly, I wouldn't believe in them either if I didn't have a few experiences that have stayed solid in my mind, even after growing up and becoming a lot more practical, tired, and boring. The one I remember most clearly happened when I was 15. I was at a boarding school in Alaska, and it was around midnight, but because it was summer, the room was still full of light. The curtains were open, and nothing about the moment felt creepy at all. It was the last night of the school year, and graduation was the next day. My older brothers were flying in the next morning because my sister was graduating, and I was genuinely excited to see everyone. I was lying on the bottom bunk, and my roommate, my best friend at the time, Marin, was on the top bunk. I remember saying something like, "I can't wait for my family to get here." And then, right next to my ear, I heard this raspy voice say, "We are your family." It sounded close, not across the room, not from the top bunk, right by my ear, close enough that it felt like whoever or whatever said it was breathing on me. You know that feeling when someone whispers right beside your ear and your whole body knows exactly how near they are? It was that. Neither of us said anything for what felt like forever. Maybe 20 seconds, maybe less, but it stretched out in that strange way fear does. I don't remember the exact words we said afterward. I just remember both of us realizing we had heard it. Marin climbed down into my bunk, and we hid under the covers like little kids until I called my mom because I needed to hear a real, familiar voice. For some reason, I always thought of the voice as female, even though it was too rough and distorted to really tell. Years later, I asked Marin what she remembered, and she told me she heard it too, but from farther away. That part still bothers me. What made it worse was that those dorms had never felt completely normal to me. I had disturbing nightmares there all the time, and I went through repeated episodes of sleep paralysis. There were so many nights where I woke up terrified and told myself I was hallucinating, or that I was still half asleep, or that my brain was just playing tricks on me. But looking back, it felt like something in that place was feeding on me somehow. I know that sounds dramatic, but that is the only way I can describe the heaviness of it. Hearing, "We are your family," scared me because part of me thought whatever it was might follow me home. Thankfully, it didn't. It stayed in the dorms. After that, I stopped watching paranormal horror movies completely. I don't want that kind of energy around me. I really do think those experiences contributed to the depression and anxiety I was dealing with at that age. It felt like I was carrying something dark that didn't belong to me. And now that I'm thinking about it, another memory comes back from when I was 14 at a girls' camp in Alaska. My friend and I had spent the whole week scaring ourselves over paranormal stuff. To be honest, I didn't fully trust what she was saying by then. A few years later, she was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and even at the time, I wondered if she was struggling or exaggerating. She kept saying there was an entity following her. Still, I wonder if focusing on it so much, mixed with the place we were in, invited something in. It was around 3 in the morning on the last night of camp, so everyone was allowed to stay up and wander around. Again, because it was June in Alaska, it wasn't really dark. Everything had that pale blue twilight glow. We were the only ones in the cabin, just sitting there talking. The cabin had wooden bunk beds, and at one point she set the plastic cap from her drink on the top edge of her bunk, facing mine. Then the cap flew sideways off the rim. Not rolled, not slipped. It shot off like someone had flicked it hard. We both froze, then panicked and left the cabin. Outside, the air had that quiet, blue, early morning stillness. You could see everything clearly. We walked a few feet past the cabin when she started getting scared again. She told me to look between the trees because she saw something strange. At first, I thought she was just making it worse on purpose, because by that point my trust in her had worn thin. But I looked anyway. Between 2 tall trees, maybe only a few feet apart, I saw these marks hanging in the air. I still don't know how to explain them properly. They looked almost like speed marks in a video game, the kind that trail behind something moving fast before fading away. There were 3 of them, and they were purple. They just hovered there in the air, then slowly disappeared. That part has never made sense to me, not even in a paranormal way. It was just strange, and I have never known what to do with it. So no, I don't think anyone can make you believe in ghosts or anything beyond this world. I know how it sounds when I say it out loud. I know it probably sounds ridiculous, and I don't blame anyone who wouldn't believe me. But the one comfort I take from it is this: I know there is something beyond what we are usually allowed to see or touch, something just outside the edge of ordinary life. I think it's still important to stay thoughtful and a little skeptical when we're trying to understand unusual experiences. Not dismissive exactly, but careful. I'm sharing this for you to consider because, honestly, you're the one who knows your own experience best. When we're teenagers, the brain goes through a lot of changes. One of those changes is called synaptic pruning, where the brain sort of clears out connections it doesn't need anymore as we grow into adulthood. From what I understand, that can sometimes affect memory, and in some cases, it may even contribute to odd perceptions or hallucinations. So, if that explanation feels right to you, maybe that's what happened. But I'll be honest, I'm not a psychologist. I've just read about these things because I've had my own experiences and wanted to understand them better. That said, what you described doesn't really sound like the kinds of hallucinations people usually talk about at that age. It sounds much more vivid than that. I had an experience that felt a little similar, though mine wasn't as physical or clear as yours seemed to be. A lot of the things I've experienced are more like my vision gives me a hint that something is there. I might see a shimmer, a flutter, or some kind of distortion in the air, and then my brain fills in the rest with surprising clarity. If I didn't stop and think about it, I'd probably just say, yes, I saw it. And in a way, I did. I saw enough for my mind to understand the whole shape of it. This happened when I was living on the opposite side of the country. I was in my kitchen, standing at the sink. That apartment had always felt active to me, spiritually speaking, and the whole area had that same charged feeling, like the air had old stories folded into it. While I was at the sink, something came up behind me on my right side. It was tall, very tall, maybe around 7.5 feet. It was thin, almost stretched looking, and it had this long brown face covered in spiky fur or hair. The face was so strange that later on, I wondered whether it might have been some kind of old ceremonial mask, or maybe even the spirit of someone wearing one. But it didn't feel threatening. It simply asked what I was doing. That was the feeling I got from it. Curiosity. Not hunger, not anger, not anything dark. Just curiosity. Almost gentle. Sometimes I think we get startled, and the moment we react, whatever state of mind lets us perceive something like that just snaps shut. Then the thing disappears. That's what happened with me. The connection broke, and it was gone. But the feeling it left behind was surprisingly warm. Friendly, even. Not just harmless, but positive. It felt like an ally, somehow. I haven't encountered that particular presence again, but I'm glad it's around. I should add something because I keep thinking of details after the fact. At the time, my first impression was that it was not human. It was only more than a month later that I started wondering whether maybe it had been human-shaped and wearing something like a mask. The entire figure seemed covered in that same rough, spiky brown hair or fur. And when I say my brain showed me what it looked like, I don't mean it was vague or imagined afterward. It happened in real time. It was immediate, the way normal sight is immediate. My eyes caught the distortion, and my mind somehow gave it form. That's the best way I can explain it. I don't think there's anything else to add. I worked in a retirement facility for about 9 years, and the place had a history you could feel before anyone even told you about it. The building went up in the late 1800s, and for most of its life, it had been a psychiatric hospital and asylum. It stayed that way until sometime in the 1980s, But honestly, for the time it was built, it was surprisingly thoughtful. The doctor who started it believed fresh air, gardens, sunlight, quiet, and human connection could help heal people. And considering what they used to call mental illness back then, I don't think he was entirely wrong. The grounds were beautiful, still are actually. Big old brick buildings, wide lawns, trees everywhere, and this strange peaceful feeling sitting underneath all the age of the place. The main building eventually got divided up into different spaces. Part of it became a nicer retirement residence. Another part turned into affordable apartments, and there was also a little market area with shops, cafes, and restaurants. Now, I'm a skeptical person. I don't jump straight to ghosts just because a floorboard creaks or a light flickers. And in all the years I worked there, I only had one experience myself. It was small, not enough to shatter my skepticism, but just odd enough that I still think about it. One day, I was cleaning a resident's apartment. I was in the bathroom when the TV in the living room suddenly turned on. I was the only person in the apartment. I walked out, stared at it for a second, and turned it off. I told myself it was probably a remote glitch, or maybe the TV had some kind of timer. Nothing dramatic. Then, maybe 25 minutes later, I went to clean another apartment. This one was on the floor above, a little farther down the hallway. Same routine. I was in the bathroom cleaning, and the TV in the living room turned on by itself. Again, nobody else was there. I turned it off too. And that was it. It never happened before. Never happened again. Just those two TVs in two separate apartments, close together but not directly next to each other. Strange, but not impossible. That's the little crack in the door my brain refuses to fully close. Other people, though, had much bigger stories. I used to come in through the market area in the mornings, and there was this small shop I passed all the time. A couple mornings a month, the same little section would be messed up. Stickers and brochures from a shelf would be scattered on the floor, and sometimes a few shirts hanging above them would be down too. Not the whole store, not random merchandise, just that one spot, over and over again. My supervisor once told me she saw one of the service carts move on its own while it was parked in the hall. Not roll a little because of a slant. Move. The salon manager had a story that still gives me a cold little pinch in the ribs. One winter day, she saw a small boy looking through the break room window. He was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, which already made no sense because it was freezing outside. She went to look, and he was just gone. There wasn't really anywhere he could have run to that quickly. But the strangest one, to me, came from a resident. One night, a resident asked why a nurse had been crawling on the floor. There was no nurse crawling on the floor. That one bothered me more than I wanted to admit. We also had a pendant alarm system for the residents. They could press a button if they needed help, and it would alert the nurses' phones. Those pendants were expensive and reliable. They were not supposed to just go off for no reason. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, alarms would trigger while residents were asleep and nowhere near the buttons. People tried to explain it away, of course. Everyone always does. Batteries, signals, pressure, bad luck. But it happened often enough that the night staff definitely had opinions. The kitchen was supposed to be the real hot spot. From what I heard, that area used to be near the children's ward. My cousin worked in the kitchen for a while, and he said a couple times a year, pots and pans would somehow end up stacked neatly in the middle of the floor. Not thrown, not crashed down, stacked. And the strangest part was, nobody ever heard it happen. They'd look away for a few seconds, or step into another section, and when they turned back, there it was. A tower of pans sitting where no tower of pans had been. There are also tunnels underneath the buildings, old service tunnels running under the property. You can take tours through parts of them now. Years ago, just knowing those tunnels were down there would have terrified me. But after learning more about the hospital's history, it stopped feeling so dark to me. There was sadness there, I'm sure. There had to be. But there was also care. Real care. The people who designed that place thought about light, air, gardens, dignity, and comfort. They wanted the patients to have beauty. They wanted them to feel human. So whatever is still there, if anything is still there, I don't feel afraid of it anymore. I think some places hold on to pain, but maybe some places hold on to kindness too. I had a great aunt by marriage and a grandmother, my mom's stepmother, who absolutely could not stand each other. I mean, they had the kind of tension where even the air in the room seemed to know it should behave. What makes this strange is that they passed away only a day apart. My great-aunt, whose name I'll call Aunt Marla, passed first. Then my grandmother, who I'll call Grandma Elaine, passed the next day. But I didn't find out about Aunt Marla until 3 days after she was gone. It started on a Friday morning, 2 days before Grandma Elaine passed. I woke up and just could not get Aunt Marla out of my head. It wasn't just a random memory either. It felt like that feeling you get when someone is standing near you, watching you, and your body turns before your brain even catches up. Except every time I turned around, nobody was there. But the strange part was, I kept expecting to see her. I hadn't seen her in probably 2 or 3 years at that point. She lived about 20 minutes across town, and when I was younger, we only visited her a handful of times a year. I didn't have her home phone number, and this was back when cell phones weren't everywhere. They were still kind of a luxury in my family, especially for older relatives who didn't see the point in paying for some new little gadget when the house phone worked just fine. So in my teenage mind, I brushed it off. I remember thinking, this is weird. I haven't seen her in forever, so why am I suddenly thinking about her so much? Well, I'll probably see her soon enough. But all day long, it kept happening. I would feel like she was there, like she wanted to tell me something. And I would turn, fully expecting to see her standing there, and there would be nothing. Then Saturday morning came, and it happened again. Only this time, it was Grandma Elaine. I kept getting that same feeling, that same strange pull, like she was close by and trying to get my attention. I'd turn around, expecting her to be there, and again, nobody was there. Sometimes I felt both of them at the same time, Aunt Marla and Grandma Elaine, which made it even stranger. But because they disliked each other so much, I told myself maybe my brain was just connecting them. Like once I thought of one, the other automatically came with it. At the time, I had also just gone through a breakup with my boyfriend, and we had gotten back together about a week later, so my emotions were already a little scrambled. I kept trying to push the feeling away and focus on normal teenage life things. I remember thinking, first Aunt Marla, now Grandma Elaine. This is really weird. I'll just go see Grandma after school on Monday. Again, this was back in the Nokia and Sony Ericsson days. Text messages cost money. Minutes were prepaid. You didn't just casually call and text everyone all day. So it felt reasonable to wait. Then, Sunday morning, I woke up feeling completely awful. Not emotionally awful. Physically awful. It felt like a bad hangover mixed with the flu. My whole body ached. I felt drained, heavy, wrecked. But the strangest part was that the presence I had felt before was gone. I didn't feel Aunt Marla. I didn't feel Grandma Elaine. I just felt this deep, empty quiet. Later that evening, my boyfriend checked a missed call and voicemail. I remember watching his face go pale. He called the number back, and that's when we found out. My grandfather had been trying to reach people, but he was using the only landline available to call Grandma Elaine's side of the family first. Someone had borrowed a cell phone so the message could get around. Grandma Elaine had passed away in her sleep, in a diabetic coma, sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning on Sunday. Then, on Monday afternoon, my grandfather found out about Aunt Marla. She had passed away in the hospital from complications from a bronchial infection, sometime between 5 and 6 in the morning on Saturday. I didn't hear that news until Tuesday, and when I finally put the timeline together, it stopped me cold. Friday, I felt Aunt Marla. Saturday morning, she was gone. Saturday, I felt Grandma Elaine. Sunday morning, she was gone. I don't know exactly what to call it. I just know what it felt like. It felt like they came close before they left. Like they wanted me to know, in their own separate ways, that I was loved. Maybe they wanted me to know they were okay. Maybe they were making peace. Maybe both. And the strangest thing is, that wasn't the only time something like that happened. Over the years, I experienced it with 4 more people, 6 people total. Only one of them wasn't family. So I don't really dismiss that feeling anymore. When someone comes to mind that strongly, when it feels less like a thought and more like a knock on the door, I pay attention. I had a great aunt by marriage named Aunt Marla, and my grandmother, who was actually my mom's stepmother, and those 2 women could not stand each other. I mean, they truly disliked each other. It wasn't the polite kind of tension where everybody smiles over potato salad and pretends nothing is wrong. No, this was the kind of family feud that had roots, deep ones. And the strange thing is, they passed away only a day apart. Aunt Marla went first, and then my grandmother passed the next day. But I didn't find out about Aunt Marla until 3 days after she was already gone. It started on a Friday morning. I was a teenager then, and for some reason, I could not get Aunt Marla out of my head. It wasn't just a random thought either. It felt almost like when you sense somebody watching you, so you turn around expecting to see someone there. Except, nobody was there. But every time I turned, I had this very specific feeling that I was supposed to see her. Aunt Marla. Not just anyone. I hadn't seen her in maybe 2 or 3 years at that point, so it made no sense. Still, all day long, I kept feeling like she was trying to tell me something. I would turn around with this weird little certainty in my chest, expecting her to be standing there, and of course, there was nothing. At the time, I just thought, this is so strange. I haven't seen her in forever. Why am I thinking about her so much? But I brushed it off. Back then, it wasn't easy to just call everybody. She lived about 20 minutes across town, and when I was younger, we only visited her a few times a year. Most people in my family didn't really have cell phones yet, and she definitely wasn't the type to spend money on one. She was older, a homebody, and cell phones still felt like a luxury. So I told myself, I'd probably see her at the next family visit. Then Saturday morning came, and the same thing started happening again. Only this time, it was my grandmother. I kept feeling like she was there, like she wanted to say something to me. I would turn, expecting to see her, and again, no one would be there. Sometimes I would feel both of them at the same time, which made it even stranger. But because they had hated each other so much, my teenage brain tried to make it make sense. I thought maybe thinking of one naturally made me think of the other. Around that same time, I had just broken up with my boyfriend, and then we had gotten back together. So, emotionally, my life was already noisy. I kept pushing the feeling about my grandmother to the back of my mind. I remember thinking, first Aunt Marla, now Grandma. This is weird. I'll just go see Grandma after school on Monday. This was during the Nokia and Sony Ericsson era, when texting still cost money per message, and my minutes and texts were prepaid. Once they were gone, they were gone. So again, I didn't reach out. I just figured I would see her soon. Then Sunday morning, I woke up feeling completely wrecked. Not just tired. It felt like a terrible hangover mixed with body aches, almost like the flu. But the strangest part was that the feeling from before was gone. That warm, loving presence I had felt from Aunt Marla and my grandmother wasn't there anymore. It was just empty. Later that evening, my boyfriend checked a missed call and voicemail. I still remember his face going pale. He called the number back, and it turned out to be from a borrowed cell phone. My grandfather had been using the only landline to call my grandmother's side of the family first. She was his second wife, because my biological grandmother had passed away while my mother was pregnant with me. That's when I found out my grandmother had passed in her sleep from a diabetic coma sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning on Sunday. Because the landline at my grandfather's house was being used almost constantly for a day or two, the news about Aunt Marla didn't come through right away. On Monday afternoon, my grandfather found out that Aunt Marla, who was his sister-in-law through my biological grandmother, had passed away in the hospital from complications from a bronchial infection. She had died in the early hours of Saturday morning, somewhere between 5 and 6. I didn't hear about her until Tuesday, and once I did, I started putting everything together. I had felt Aunt Marla before I knew she was gone. Then I felt my grandmother before she passed, too. It was strange, but it didn't feel frightening. It felt more like they wanted me to know something. Maybe that I was loved. Maybe that, somehow, they were okay now. And as if that wasn't enough, this same kind of thing happened to me again with 4 other people over the years. 6 people total. Only one of them wasn't family. I want to tell you about something that still stays with me, because even now, I don't really know how else to explain it. When I was younger, I had a great aunt by marriage, Aunt Maureen, and my grandmother, Grandma Ellen, who absolutely could not stand each other. They were connected through family, but there was no warmth between them. Not really. And strangely enough, they ended up passing away only a day apart. The part that still gives me chills is that I felt something before I knew anything had happened. It started on a Friday morning. I could not get Aunt Maureen out of my head. It wasn't just a passing thought either. It felt almost like when you sense someone watching you, and your body reacts before your mind catches up. I kept turning, fully expecting to see her standing there. But no one was there. And that happened several times throughout the day. I hadn't seen her in at least a couple of years, maybe longer, so it made no sense. But I had this strong feeling that she wanted to tell me something. In my teenage mind, I just thought, this is so weird. I haven't seen her in forever. Maybe I'll see her soon. Back then, it wasn't like today. People in my family didn't all have cell phones. Texting cost money, minutes were limited, and older relatives especially weren't rushing to buy new technology. Aunt Maureen lived about 20 minutes across town, and as a kid, we only visited her a few times a year. So I brushed it off. I figured maybe I would see her at the next family visit. Then Saturday morning came, and the same thing happened again, except this time, it was Grandma Ellen. I kept feeling like she was nearby, like she was trying to get my attention. I would turn, expecting to see her, and again, there was nobody there. Sometimes I felt both of them at once, which made it even stranger, but I convinced myself it was just my mind connecting them because they disliked each other so much. At that point in my life, I had other teenage things going on too. I had just broken up with my boyfriend the week before, and we had recently gotten back together, so my head was already full. I remember thinking, first Aunt Maureen, now Grandma, this is weird. I'll just go see Grandma after school on Monday. But Sunday morning, I woke up feeling completely wrecked. Not sad exactly, not yet. More like my whole body had been drained. It felt like a horrible mix of a hangover and flu aches, just heavy and empty. And the presence I had felt from both of them was gone. That warm, insistent feeling had disappeared. Later that evening, my boyfriend checked a missed call and voicemail. I remember his face going pale. He called the number back, and that's when we found out. Grandma Ellen had passed away in her sleep from a diabetic coma sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning on Sunday. Because my grandfather only had one landline, and it was being used almost constantly to call family, the news was slow to move around. Then on Monday afternoon, my grandfather found out that Aunt Maureen had also passed away. She had died in the hospital from complications related to a bronchial infection sometime between 5 and 6 in the morning on Saturday. I didn't hear that part until Tuesday. And when I finally pieced the timing together, I realized I had felt them before I knew they were gone. I had felt Aunt Maureen before her passing reached me. I had felt Grandma Ellen before anyone told me. It was like each of them came close enough for me to know I was loved, even if I didn't understand it at the time. And maybe, in some way, they wanted me to know they were okay. What makes it even harder to dismiss is that this didn't only happen once. Over the years, I experienced the same kind of thing with 4 more people. 6 people total. Only one of them wasn't family. So I don't really have a perfect explanation for it. I just know what I felt. And I know the timing. And I know that for me, those moments felt like quiet goodbyes before the phone ever rang. The first time I ever felt like someone might have visited from the other side, I was still a kid. It happened after my great-grandma passed away. For 3 nights after her funeral, I saw the shape of a woman standing in my bedroom doorway. And I know how that sounds, but I used to sleep with my door wide open and the hallway light on, so it wasn't like I was staring into pitch-black darkness and letting my imagination run wild. The strange thing is, I wasn't scared. Not even a little. I didn't feel watched in a bad way. I didn't feel creeped out. It felt gentle, almost like she was just checking in before moving on. But the experience that still stays with me the most happened years later, after my dad died. For a little background, my dad was older when I was growing up. He had 2 kids from a previous marriage, my older brother and older sister, and they were already adults with families of their own. I was almost 17, still in school, still very much his kid at home. And my dad absolutely loved NASCAR, especially Dale Earnhardt. The number 3 was everywhere in his life. He had the tattoo, the hats, the shirts, the jackets, the little collectibles. Honestly, if something had that number on it, there was a decent chance he owned it. He even had the mustache for a while, which made the whole thing feel even more like part of who he was. My dad passed away suddenly on Sunday, March 22nd, 2015. 3 days later, something happened that none of us have ever really been able to explain. My older brother's daughter was at school when her phone rang. Of course, she couldn't answer it during class. But when she checked later, the missed call had come from the number 3. Just 3. No full phone number, no area code, nothing she could call back. Just that 1 digit. Then my sister's husband checked his work phone. He'd had the day off, and the phone had been charging in another room, so he missed it. That call showed up as coming from 1. Then my mom got a call too, but my little brother was already on the phone talking to our aunt when it came through, and he couldn't switch over fast enough. When they checked the call log, the number was 13. So my older brother called my sister after his daughter got home and told everyone what had happened. By then, my sister and her husband had already seen the call on his work phone, and they were pretty shaken up. They reached out to me to ask whether anything weird had happened on our end. And of course, I already knew about the call my mom had gotten. When we compared the times, Every one of those calls had come in within a 3-hour window. 3 days after my dad died. 3 calls, all tied to some version of the number 3. And then, at his funeral, something else happened. My dad had a lot of brothers and sisters, but there was one brother he was especially close to. That brother's son got a voicemail on the day of the funeral. His phone was sitting on the counter, and he said it never actually rang, but suddenly it played the voicemail sound. When he checked it, there was a 13-second voicemail. Just static. No number attached to it. Nothing in the call log except a missed call with the number field completely blank. I know people can explain away a lot of things. Phones glitch. Call logs get weird. Grief can make ordinary things feel meaningful. But all of that happening so close together, all connected to the number my dad loved so much, and all within days of losing him? I don't know. It felt like him. It felt like he found the one way he knew we'd recognize. I went with my dad to the last meeting with the pastor before my mother's memorial service. I remember sitting there in that office, trying to hold myself together. I had already chosen the readings for the service. One was from John 11, where it says, Jesus wept. The other was from 1 John 4, about God being love, and how perfect love drives out fear. Those passages felt right because my mom, Marin, had lived with fear for so much of her life. Her death had been sudden, completely unexpected. There were no final words, no goodbye, no gentle ending that gave us time to prepare. One day she was here, and then she wasn't. And the hardest part was that her life had already carried so much suffering. When I was little, around 3 years old, she had surgery to remove a tumor from the front of her brain. It was roughly the size of a golf ball. The surgery saved her life, but it also left damage behind. After that, she struggled with symptoms that looked a lot like OCD. Anxiety and fear became constant companions to her. Her mind was not a peaceful place. It was more like a locked room she could never fully escape. Every night, she would spend ages checking the doors, locking, unlocking, checking again. She was trapped in routines she didn't choose, driven by fears she couldn't silence. So there my dad and I were, sitting across from the pastor, going over the final details. I was trying very hard not to feel too much. I think I had gone numb on purpose, because if I let anything in, I was afraid everything would break open. The pastor told us he had chosen a psalm he wanted to include, as long as we were okay with it. It was Psalm 30. I wasn't very familiar with it at the time, but the line he mentioned was, "You turned my mourning into dancing." Then he said something I will never forget. He said, "I believe that right now your mother is with God, and she is no longer bound by any of the physical or mental limitations she suffered with in this life." And that was when everything changed. It was like time slowed down. Not stopped exactly, but stretched. The room felt different. The air felt warm and thick, almost like the whole office had been filled with something gentle and unseen. My body felt heavy, but not in a frightening way. It was the kind of heaviness you feel when you wake from deep sleep and you are still wrapped in calm. I sank into the chair, completely relaxed. Then I felt warmth move through me, almost like liquid spreading from the center of my body outward. I was startled. I remember trying not to react too visibly because my dad and the pastor were right there, and neither of them seemed to notice anything unusual. But for a few seconds, I felt total peace. Not ordinary peace, not just relief. It was deeper than that. There was no anxiety, no fear, no pain, no worry waiting in the corner, nothing clawing at me. I felt whole in a way I had never felt before. Then I became aware of a presence in the room. I didn't see anything. There was no bright light, no figure standing there, nothing I could point to. But my eyes were pulled upward toward the ceiling, just above where my father was sitting. And I felt something immense. The only way I can describe it is pure goodness, absolute goodness, vast, steady, and kind beyond anything I had known. Then a thought came into my mind. It was brief, clear, and not really like my own thoughts. She's okay. She's with God. That was it. I don't know whether it was the Holy Spirit or an angel or something else God allowed me to experience. I honestly don't know. But in that moment, the label didn't matter. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. The pastor was still talking. My dad was still sitting in his chair. The room looked exactly the same. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had changed. My mother's death had been heartbreaking. The thought of what she may have endured alone was almost unbearable. It felt cruel. It felt wrong. It left a wound in me that I didn't know how to carry. But after that moment, I had something I didn't have before. I had peace. Not because her death was suddenly okay. It wasn't. Not because grief disappeared. It didn't. But because I believed, deep down, that she was no longer suffering. That the fear that had ruled so much of her life was gone. That her mind was free. For just a moment, I felt a tiny piece of what I believe she was experiencing. Perfect peace. And I still thank God for that gift. The pastor had said she was with God, free from every limitation she had known. And in that strange, sacred moment, it felt as though God confirmed it. He had turned her mourning into dancing. I'm not sure I'd call it paranormal exactly. That word feels a bit too neat for it. What I've had are more like strange little openings in ordinary life. Moments where something slips through before I understand what it means. I've had things happen both before and after people died. Sometimes it came as a feeling, sometimes as a flash of information. Once, when I was about 17, I was standing in the kitchen and this thought hit me out of nowhere. I turned to my mom and said, "Someone is going to drown at the beach, but there's going to be a heart attack involved too." I didn't know who. I couldn't place it. It was just there, clear and awful. A few weeks later, a close family friend had a heart attack while swimming at the beach. He didn't survive. I remember feeling sick when we heard, not because I thought I had caused anything, but because I had known something and still hadn't been able to do anything with it. A few months before my grandmother passed, she told me she had this feeling she wouldn't be around much longer. She wasn't being dramatic. She said it very calmly, almost gently. I told her she was absolutely not allowed to haunt me, but she could come and see me in dreams. We both laughed about it. And then, a little while after she died, she did. The dream felt different from normal dreams. It wasn't blurry or random. It felt like sitting down with her again, having one of the conversations we always had. Honest, open, safe. I asked her if she had been scared when she died, and if it hurt. She told me she had been frightened at first, and that yes, there had been pain, but it didn't last. She described one part she hadn't liked, where it felt like something was pulling at her body, almost like thin cords or tendrils, with this strange pins and needles sensation, only stronger. But she said once that passed, everything became calm. She said she felt fine after that, and then she didn't feel pain anymore. Much later, I wondered whether that could have been her circulation stopping, assuming the dream was somehow real. I don't know. I still don't know what to make of it. She also wasn't someone who wore much perfume because she was allergic to so many scents. But she could wear white musk. After she died, we kept smelling it in the house. Not constantly, just now and then, like someone had walked past wearing it. After my cat died, I had a dream a few months later where she took me on one of our little garden walks. That had been our routine when she was alive. She would insist I come outside with her, then she'd stop at plants and sniff them, and she wouldn't move on until I smelled them too, or at least touched the leaves. She was very particular about her garden inspections. In the dream, she led me through the garden like she always did. Then she suddenly began digging at the ground. When she cleared the dirt away, there was a small piece of blue-green stone underneath, like turquoise. I woke up with such a tender feeling, like she had shown me a treasure only she knew about. When my Aunt Maeve was dying, I sat beside her in palliative care and held her hand. By then, she couldn't speak anymore. I told her she didn't have to be afraid to let go. I told her we would look after my uncle, and that wherever she was going, I believed it would be beautiful. A few months later, completely out of nowhere, I felt this powerful message from her. It wasn't like hearing a voice with my ears. It was more like the words landed inside me all at once. "I got here and I'm all right, love." That was it. But it felt so much like her that I cried. When I was around 20, I had this strong feeling that I would die of pneumonia one day. At the time, I assumed it meant when I was old. I didn't dwell on it too much, but it stayed in the back of my mind. Then when I was 26, I got pneumonia, and one of my lungs partially collapsed. During that illness, I had what I can only describe as an out-of-body experience. Maybe it was near death. Maybe it was my brain doing something strange under stress. I honestly don't know. But I remember suddenly realizing I wasn't in pain anymore. That was the first thing. The absence of pain felt enormous. Then I could see my body below me. I looked pale, but peaceful. It felt like I was in a corridor somewhere. Not a hospital corridor exactly, but a hallway with doors. I started trying to go through them, because it felt like that was where I was supposed to go. Then a woman appeared. I didn't recognize her, but she felt calm and firm. She told me I couldn't go through those doors yet. I had to go back. I remember being guided back toward my bed. I had the sense that I wasn't alone, that someone stayed with me until I returned to my body. And then the pain came back. That part I remember clearly too. The moment I became aware of my body again, I could feel how much pain I was in, everywhere. It was like being dropped back into a room full of alarms. I still don't know what any of it means. Maybe some of it was dreams. Maybe some of it was grief. Maybe the mind can do extraordinary things when it's under pressure. But there have been too many moments, too many small, impossible details for me to dismiss all of it. And honestly, there's more. A lot more. I've had a lot of strange experiences in my life, and they haven't all looked the same. Some were small, some were terrifying, and some still sit with me in a way I can't really shake. When I was about 13 to 15, I lived in this old house that I honestly believe was haunted, and I don't say that lightly. The things I saw there still give me goosebumps. Even now, when I talk about it, my boyfriend gets uncomfortable, and he is the biggest skeptic you could imagine. He doesn't believe in much of anything paranormal, but he says he can tell I'm not making it up because I go pale. I get chills. I look genuinely scared all over again. In that house, I mostly saw shadow figures. And when I say shadow figures, I don't just mean a weird dark spot in the corner of your eye. I mean something darker than darkness itself. The room could already be pitch black, and somehow these figures would still stand out. They had clear shapes too. A head, shoulders, arms, legs. You could tell it was the outline of a body. Every time I saw one, I felt sick. Not just scared, but heavy and uneasy, like the whole house was pressing down on me. Later on, my sister and I looked into the history of the place, and we found out it was one of the oldest houses in the town. That didn't exactly make me feel better. They didn't only appear at night either. Sometimes in broad daylight, I'd see a head peek out from near the staircase or around a doorway. I'd catch sight of a figure, and the second I noticed it, it would dart away around a corner and vanish. But the longer we lived there, the less they seemed to hide. That house still creeps me out. My friends back then didn't even want to sleep over after the first time because they had their own experiences there. It wasn't just me. But the strange things didn't stop after that house. A few nights ago, something happened that I still don't fully know how to explain. Years ago, my childhood best friend Mara took her own life. I still think about her all the time. I still cry about her. Some grief just doesn't pack its bags and leave, you know? That night, I was completely broken down. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was sitting on the floor sobbing, talking out loud about how much I missed her. I kept thinking about all the things we never got to do together, all the milestones we should have reached side by side, all the versions of life that disappeared when she did. After hours of crying, I opened my eyes and saw this incredibly bright white moth. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't just pale or shiny. It looked like it was glowing. There were these strange rings or trails around its wings, almost like light marks following it. And then it flew right into my eye. My boyfriend even brought it up the next day. He said I flinched exactly like a real bug had flown straight into my face, but when I looked around, there was nothing there. No moth, no bug, nothing. I grabbed my phone right away and started searching what a white moth could mean, because deep down I felt like it meant something. When I read that, in some Native American beliefs, a moth can be seen as a loved one visiting or checking in, I just broke down even harder. I'm not saying I know for sure that's the meaning. I'm open to being corrected. But Mara was Native American, from the Blackfeet tribe, and that made the whole thing feel so much deeper to me. It felt personal. It felt like she knew I needed something. Even my boyfriend started questioning things after seeing how shaken I was. I also have a haunted doll named Willis. I've had him for about 6 years, and honestly, he has always felt sweet to me. For a long time, I couldn't see him, but little things would happen around him. Small, funny things, gentle things, nothing that made me feel threatened. Then one day, he finally showed himself. He appeared mostly human-shaped, and I could see so many details. His little overalls, his white shirt underneath, his brown hair. But when I looked at his face, especially his eyes and sometimes his nose, it was different. Those parts looked wavy, almost like I was seeing them through water. Everything else was clear, but his face sort of rippled. So yeah, people can believe me or not. I understand why some people won't. But I know what I've seen. I know what I've felt. And I still experience things even now. These stories are barely a tiny piece of everything that's happened to me in my 23 years of life. I've got 2 strange stories from when I was young, and honestly, they still sit in the back of my mind in a way I don't love. I grew up in a small town in upstate New York. My father's side of the family came from French Huguenots, people who were pushed out of France in the early 1600s and sent across the ocean into a life that was, let's be real, brutal. Some of them ended up tied to fur trade settlements, and over time, Quite a few from my father's line were taken in by Native American tribes or joined them willingly. Because of that history, my family would sometimes go to Native American gatherings. At one of those gatherings, another family from our hometown showed up. I'll call them the DeLawrence. Turns out their background was weirdly similar to ours. Their dad even worked for the same state agency as my father. The family was Steve, the dad, Janine, the mom, and their 5 kids. Jay, the oldest son, Jordy, the second oldest, Jenna, the oldest daughter, Sophie, the wild middle daughter, and Mara, the youngest. They lived in a house with a lot of bad history under it. The first house on that land had burned during a raid, and the family inside died. The second house was burned after a scarlet fever outbreak wiped out everyone living there. The third house had belonged to a religious leader, and locals eventually burned that one too, because they believed he was possessed, mostly because he had different beliefs and was pulling young people into his group. After that, the land just sat there for a long time. Nobody built on it again until around the late 1970s, when Steve put up the DeLawrence house. Jay and I ended up on the same basketball and baseball teams, so we started hanging out. The first time I went over to his house, he looked at me and said, "Just so you know, strange things happen here." I thought he was joking, so I gave him this look, and he added, "It's better if you just let things happen. If you react too much, it gets worse." I figured maybe his mom was a nudist, or one of his sisters liked throwing stuff at people. Something weird, sure, but normal weird. For a while, nothing happened. Not the first time I went there, not the next 10 times, maybe not even the next 20. Then, when Jay and I were around 12, we started playing music together. Not good music. Not even close. But I had a drum set and a bass, and Jay and Jordy had guitars and one microphone, so to us, it felt like we were basically a band. One day we were messing around, making noise, and I heard music coming from the girls' room. It sounded like a little piano or synth playing. We stopped. The music kept going. I thought one of his sisters was in there, so I walked over and opened the door. And there, floating above the bed, was this kid's toy called a magical musical machine. It was one of those colorful little music toys, kind of trendy at the time, and it could play pre-recorded songs. What it could not do, under any normal circumstances, was float in mid-air. It was just suspended there, playing music by itself. Jay moved fast. He shut the door and said, very calmly, "It's better to let it go." I was supposed to stay for dinner that night, maybe even sleep over, and I didn't want to run home scared, so I stayed. Later, Steve came home from work. He was a big, loud, fun-loving guy, the kind of man who would go skinny dipping in front of half the lake and not care one bit who saw him bobbing around out there. I guess I must have looked shaken, because he brought me out to the garage for what he called a man-to-man talk. I was only about 12, but he poured me a tiny shot of Jack Daniels. Not my first, sadly. My grandfather used to give me and my older brother little shots because he thought it would make men out of us. Steve looked at me and basically confirmed that, yes, odd things happened in the house. Then he asked me not to talk about it around town. After that, I spent a lot more time there, and it was almost like whatever was in that house had decided, well, he's seen it now. No point pretending. The piano near the kitchen would play when nobody was touching it. The girls would find drawings in their coloring books that none of them remembered making. Little things would move. Doors would open. You'd hear footsteps where there shouldn't have been footsteps. Nothing dramatic every single time, just enough to remind you the house was awake. One summer, my family and the DeLawrence went camping together. I thought maybe getting away from the house would make everything feel normal. It didn't. Things still happened. My older sister saw ripples moving across the lake when nobody was near that part of the water. Small items disappeared and turned up in strange places. Some of it could have been regular camping confusion, sure, but not all of it felt that way. On the last night, Janine took a picture of all the kids standing near the fire. It was a big, bright fire, throwing light everywhere. A couple of weeks later, she gave me a copy of the photo. My older brother looked at it and said, "Why are there 11 shadows behind you?" There were not 11 kids in the picture, but behind us, clear as anything, were 11 shadows. Years went by. Jay and I graduated. We went to colleges on opposite sides of the country, and life pulled us in different directions. Then things got worse. Steve died young, at home, while listening to music. Jay finished college and became a regional manager for Radio Shack. The last time I saw him, he had come back to our hometown, and we talked for a while. He'd been drinking, and eventually, he brought up the house. He said it was getting stranger. He and Jordy both thought so. 2 months later, Jay dropped dead at 24. Then Jordy was killed in a car accident about a year and a half after that. Sophie, the wild middle sister, was killed by her boyfriend. Janine died young too. After all of that, only Jenna and Mara were left. Jenna came to my sister's wedding years later, and we talked for maybe 45 minutes. Eventually, we talked about the house. I told her how sorry I was for everything her family had been through. She told me neither she nor Mara lived in that house anymore. Then she said something that stayed with me. She said she thought whatever had been in that house still visited her from time to time. And the way she said it, quiet and tired, made me believe her. You know, I've thought about this for a long time, and I keep coming back to something that people like Jason Valier and Dr. Alan Hines seem to circle around. Maybe what we call aliens are not really aliens in the way we imagine them. Maybe they are something older, something darker. Maybe demons is the word people used before we had words like spacecraft and extraterrestrial. I know that sounds heavy, but think about the way these stories usually go. People are taken against their will, usually at night. They feel paralyzed. Their memories are wiped, sometimes completely, sometimes with little broken pieces left behind. Some abductees say they were pulled right through walls, and that passing through felt like moving through warm, sticky liquid. That detail always stuck with me. It is strange in a way that feels too specific to ignore. There was also that story about the foreign diplomat visiting New York years ago. I cannot remember exactly where he was from, but he was traveling with several limousines and a police escort. They were crossing the Brooklyn Bridge when traffic stopped, and everyone saw this huge UFO hovering near a high-rise apartment building. There was a beam of light shining down on the building, and people claimed they saw bodies floating up into that light and into the craft. Not just one person saw it. Police officers, people in the motorcade, bystanders, a whole crowd. And I know it sounds wild, but part of me wonders if that is why governments are so secretive about all of this. Maybe they can explain aliens to the public, but telling people that something can come for them in their sleep and that nobody can really stop it, that is a whole different kind of terror. People ask why they do not just land on the White House lawn and introduce themselves. But when you go to the zoo, do you stop and explain yourself to the apes and chimps? Of course not. Maybe that is how they see us. Not as equals, but as something primitive. Hairless little creatures with tiny flashes of intelligence, still fighting wars, still killing first and asking questions later. I have heard stories about beings being killed too. There was one, supposedly, at Fort Dix in New Jersey. Military police encountered something on the base one night, ordered it to freeze, and when it made what looked like a threatening move, they shot it. Some people say that case was backed by documents. Others say you have to take it with a mountain of salt. A former intelligence officer, Ryland Daughter, talked about cases like that for years. I do not know what to believe entirely, but I know there is more to this than little green men dropping by for a visit. And the reason I care so much is because I saw something myself. I was 16 years old, delivering Sunday newspapers early one morning in 1989. It was still quiet out, the kind of quiet where the whole neighborhood feels asleep under a blanket. Then I saw it. There was this massive craft hovering over an electrical power station. I mean massive. It glowed fiery orange, and it wobbled in the air almost like a warped record spinning wrong. Then, all at once, it stopped wobbling. The color changed to blue, like the flame on a gas stove. It blinked once, maybe twice, and then shot straight up into the sky so fast it was just gone. No sound. None. But I felt it. My insides felt like they were going to burst. There was something dripping from the bottom of it too, almost like molten metal or glowing plasma. And before it took off, every animal in the area seemed to panic. Squirrels, birds, possums, skunks, everything was running away from where that craft hovered. When it launched upward, the force twisted the tops of the trees like a tornado had grabbed them. Green leaves came spinning down, some of them burning. Dust whipped up from the ground, and the wind moved through the street in this hard, sudden wave. I ran home faster than I have ever run in my life. I remember my legs pumping so hard, it felt like my heels were smacking behind me. I burst into the house, ran straight into my father's room, jumped onto his bed, and kept asking him what it was, what I had seen, what could do something like that. Later, I heard a patrol officer had seen it too. He had been a few blocks away, walking toward the area when it took off. He said the wind came rushing down the street so hard it blew the cap right off his head. For years, I barely told that story. People look at you differently when you say something like that. They think you are lying, or crazy, or trying to get attention. But now, with more people admitting UFOs are real, and more files coming out little by little, I do not feel as afraid to say it. Someone once told me that if I was that close to a craft that size, maybe it was not arriving. Maybe it was leaving. Maybe it had just dropped me off. Or maybe it was there to pick me up. I do have a strange scar on my upper left calf. One of those little scoop-shaped marks people talk about in abduction stories. I am not saying I was abducted, because if I was, I do not remember it. I only remember what I saw that morning, and I have never seen another UFO since. But that one moment changed the direction of my life. Ever since then, I have wanted to know what they are, where they come from, and what they want with us. Some people say Zeta Reticuli, 39 light years away. Maybe. Maybe not. All I know is what I saw, and whatever it was real. I want to explain this as clearly as I can. My shadow was on the wall, and only on the wall. That part matters. The other shapes in the photo were not casting shadows the way a normal object would. They were in front of my shadow, and to me, they looked like shadow beings. The phone I used was old. I mean really old. No SIM card, no service, no internet, nothing like that. I had to take the photo on that phone, then figure out how to get it uploaded through email after someone kindly explained it to me. Even when I took a photo of the photo, those shapes were still there in the image. There was a high-vis vest hanging above my head, and the figures appeared on either side of it. That is what I saw. But listen, this is not really about whether someone believes me or not. I know what happened that night. I know what I experienced. I am not sharing this because I need anyone to validate it for me. I share things like this because I know there are people out there who have experienced things they cannot easily explain. And when that happens, they get told they are losing their mind, or that they need to be fixed, silenced, medicated, or made to fit neatly back into the world's little box. I know what it feels like not to be believed. I know what it feels like to be laughed at, mocked, pushed aside, and treated like an outsider. And honestly, some of the loudest people talking about awareness are the same ones who make others feel most alone. The people who really understand are often the ones society has already rejected. They know. They recognize the weight of it. They know why it matters to speak about these things with honesty. To me, this is spiritual warfare. That is the truth as I understand it. Scripture says we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers of darkness, and spiritual forces of wickedness in heavenly places. And when I look at the world, I see that struggle everywhere. I see it in war, bloodshed, hunger, poverty, division, confusion, and cruelty. I see it when brother turns against brother, parents against children, men against women, women against men, and everyone is pushed further apart. The chaos in the world does not come from nowhere. The silencing, the hatred, the violence, the confusion, the way people are driven into destruction, it all feels connected to something deeper. People dropping bombs, shooting each other, stabbing each other, drowning themselves in drugs or alcohol. Many of them are caught in that warfare and do not even realize it. So I ask myself, who is truly lost here? The people broken by what they have seen? The ones sent into battles they never truly understood? Or the darker forces feeding all that suffering from behind the curtain? Human beings are thrown into the grinder of pain, fighting battles that were never really ours to begin with. And when you know, you know. I am glad for the people who have never had to feel that kind of spiritual pressure. Truly, I am. I would not wish it on anyone. But those of us who have felt it do not need permission from anyone else to know what we are in. We know. Take care. Hey there. I want to share a story that's been with me for a long time. It's about a house on Alexandria Street in sunny Hollywood, California, back in the late 60s. My name's Brandy, and I was the youngest of 6 kids, 5 sisters and 1 brother, and we were all pretty well behaved, if I do say so myself. But there was something special, or maybe unusual, about our family. You see, Mom was a single parent who believed in us and supported our differences, especially when it came to things most folks wouldn't understand. She'd always say, "People don't like what they can't understand." And looking back, she was right. We were introduced to the paranormal early on. We lived in a downstairs duplex, and across the street was this grumpy old lady who lived in the back of her house. Her windows were always blacked out, and she'd yell at kids passing by, even popping our balls if they rolled into her driveway, and then laugh like it was the funniest thing. I tried to befriend her because I genuinely loved everyone, but she had a dark, unsettling vibe. One day, Mom told us we had to move because the owner of our duplex was getting a divorce and wanted her place back. Money was tight, but Mom worked 3 jobs and asked us to trust her. So, we'd pile into this big yellow station wagon at night to look at rentals. Sometimes doors were unlocked, and if they weren't, my older brother, always the protector, would help me climb through a window so I could open the door. Thinking back, that was probably trespassing. We finally moved to a big 2-story house right across the street from that old lady. It was bigger than our old place, with wood floors and a wraparound porch. There was a section in the back where the old lady lived separately, with her windows shaded. Mom rushed the move, saying it was a good deal and we couldn't pass it up. I wanted to check the house for anything strange first, but she was too busy. So, I went to explore on my own. When I got to the top of the stairs, something grabbed me, like 3 icy hands squeezing my throat so tight I couldn't scream. It felt like I was being pushed backward, teetering on the edge of the steps. I was terrified, thinking I'd fall, but somehow I was held there until a voice in my head told me, "You are strong." You have faith." I pictured a glowing white light and quietly said, "Om," the universal sound of peace. Slowly, the grip loosened enough for me to run to Mom and beg her to move back. But we had no choice. The house was ours. Soon, everyone started having strange experiences. My brother, who loved tinkering, set up a workshop in the basement. One day, I went down with my cat, Friska, looking for a toy. At the bottom of the stairs, the lights went out and the door slammed shut. I saw a dark, smoky shape blocking the moonlight and moving toward me. Friska hissed and jumped from my arms, running away. I scrambled upstairs, heart pounding, and finally got the door open. After that, my brother always kept the basement door locked. Our family was active in our temple, helping with events and shows. One day, after school, I was home alone and sat on the phone bench in the hallway, waiting for someone. Suddenly, I heard crackling noises upstairs, but no one answered when I called. Then, from behind the boarded-up wall next to the old lady's space, I heard a quiet, evil giggle. The crackling grew louder, and a deafening ringing filled my head. I looked up and saw a massive, glowing figure with hundreds of eyes, pulsating from red to amber, slowly gliding down the stairs toward me. A chilling cackle came from the wall, and I ran straight to a friend's house until someone came home. There was an event upstairs one night around 2 a.m. My brother burst into the room where my sisters were reading, pale and gasping for air. He told them to come downstairs immediately. He'd seen a hateful old man's spirit in his room who attacked him, choking him until he thought he'd pass out. The bruises from that night stayed on his neck for over a week, and he never slept upstairs again. My sister Rachel was skeptical until one day, while napping, she woke to find her finger sliced by the blades of an unplugged fan that somehow moved across the shag carpet to her bed. Despite all that, she kept sleeping up there until one night she was pinned down by a dark pressure. She prayed and said special words taught by our minister, and the weight lifted. After that, she joined the rest of us sleeping in the living room. Life in that house was a nightmare. The old lady tormented us whenever she could. She'd watch us through her screen door, had creepy dolls made from our trash stabbed with pins, and once, she appeared behind me with hateful eyes, grabbing my hand and warning me not to water the plants. My sister Charity had to chase her off. We later learned the house had a dark history. A man had hung himself on the stairs, and someone else had shot themselves in the upstairs closet. The old lady was known for drinking heavily and practicing dark arts, even voodoo, according to my brother and me. She kept her windows blacked out to keep the energy she wanted, and no one visited her. I sometimes wonder who she was before all that darkness took hold, and what made her so angry and cruel. Was the hateful spirit in my brother's room connected to her? Our minister told us the house couldn't be cleansed until she left. We only stayed 6 months, but those months left a mark on all of us. It was a time filled with fear, faith, and family sticking together through it all. Thanks for listening to my story. Hey, I want to share something that's been happening in our home. Something a bit unsettling, but very real to us. Since my partner switched to working the second shift, I started having our 2 little ones, my 3-year-old son CJ, and my 1-year-old daughter, sleep in bed with me. It's been comforting for all of us. But then, something happened that shook me to my core. Last Tuesday night, right at 11:30 p.m., CJ woke up crying and terrified. I asked him what was wrong, and instead of speaking, he kept pointing to the corner of the room. I pulled out my phone flashlight to see, but the corner stayed shrouded in darkness. CJ had never been that scared before, and honestly, I started feeling the fear too. I FaceTimed my partner, hoping to get some comfort. You know how your phone's flashlight usually turns off as soon as they pick up? Well, the moment it went off, CJ's fear escalated dramatically. He began to act as if whatever was there was moving closer, creeping towards the end of our bed. I could see the terror in his eyes as he tracked it inching nearer. He scrambled away from the bed's edge, screaming my name, desperate to escape this invisible threat. I was scared myself, so I turned on the TV to distract him. He calmed down a little, so I tried to open his favorite app. But just as it started loading, the screen went black again. The darkness returned, and so did CJ's panic, worse than before. Finally, I managed to get his favorite cartoon on, and he relaxed, cuddling up beside me until he fell asleep. When little ones are that scared, you have to believe them, you know? After that night, I kept the TV on until my partner got home from work to keep CJ calm. CJ sometimes wakes from night terrors and points to that corner, but this episode was different. It was worse than anything before. And here's the thing. That corner used to be where my daughter would smile and giggle, so it's strange that it's now the source of such fear for CJ. Since that night, almost every night at exactly 11:30 p.m., CJ wakes up crying, terrified of something at the end of our bed. It's so consistent it's almost chilling. Why always 11:30? What is haunting him? Last night he woke up scared again, but this time he was nodding, answering yes to whatever he was seeing. I truly believe he's seeing something that's terrifying him. This sensitivity seems to run in the family. My mom has always been able to sense spirits. She can walk into a house and tell you the kind and number of spirits there. My older brother has had his own strange experiences too. It feels like CJ has inherited this gift, and while I want to protect him, I also want this to stop. The bedroom feels heavy, like something's attached to that space. Our home has been in my partner's family for decades. His niece, now 18, used to talk to someone in that very same bedroom when she was little. His 5-year-old nephew calls out to someone named Abby there. And his 24-year-old brother once asked about an old man in the room, an old man who wasn't really there. We've had monks bless the house multiple times, but whatever this is, it keeps coming back. It's been a difficult, exhausting time, but sharing this with you helps a bit. Thanks for listening. I saw someone talking about their Ouija board experience recently, and it brought back something I've kept tucked away for a long time. There's a bit of background to it, and it starts with my best friend. For the sake of the story, I'll call her Joni. Joni's bedroom was in the basement of her mom's house, so whenever I went over, that's where we usually ended up hanging out. And I mean this sincerely, that basement never felt normal. The moment you started walking down those stairs, the air changed. It got colder, heavier somehow. You'd feel chills crawl up your arms before you even reached the bottom, and there was always this awful feeling that something had already noticed you. Even now, I would not go down there by myself. Not for anything. Joni had told me things before. She said that sometimes, at the foot of her bed, she would see this tall, shadowy figure standing there. And when I say tall, I mean impossibly tall. Like its head disappeared right into the ceiling. She also said she had woken up more than once halfway pulled off the end of her bed, like something had grabbed her and tried to drag her. Her mom had the room saged. They used holy water. Someone blessed the space. Joni even pinned a rosary to the wall right behind the spot where that figure usually stood. None of it changed anything. I believed her because she wasn't the kind of person to make things up. But there was still this tiny part of me wondering if there could be some other explanation. Sleep paralysis, bad dreams, shadows from outside, something like that. Then I slept over one night. We weren't even in her bedroom that time. We were sleeping on the couches in the main room of the basement. It had been a completely normal sleepover. We played games, watched a couple of movies, ate snacks, stayed up too late, all of that. Then sometime around 3 or 4 in the morning, I woke up. and there was something standing over me. I still don't have a better way to describe it than tall and shadowy. It was right there, looming over the couch, silent and dark. I froze. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just stared at it, trying to convince myself I wasn't seeing what I was seeing. After that, I couldn't really dismiss what Joni had been telling me. The next time I came over, I told her I could bring my Ouija board. My thinking was, if something happened, then something happened. And if nothing happened, then at least we'd tried. So we set it up in the basement. Before we started, we talked through the rules. We agreed to be respectful, not ask anything reckless, and to say goodbye properly when we were done. At first, nothing really happened. The planchette just sat there, and we sat there staring at it, waiting. Then the room started getting cold. Not just a little chilly either. It felt like the whole basement had tightened around us. Like every corner had eyes. I remember feeling watched from all sides, not just from one direction. Then the planchette moved to hello. Joni and I looked at each other immediately. You could tell we were both suspicious, like, okay, which one of us is doing this? But I knew I wasn't moving it, and the look on her face told me she wasn't either. She looked genuinely scared. We asked how old it was. It gave us 4 or 5. We asked if it was a boy or a girl. It said boy. At that point, we both stopped and asked each other again if either of us was moving it. We both said no. And I believed her. There was fear in her eyes, real fear, and I know what I felt under my own fingers. I wasn't pushing anything. Then we asked its name. It spelled out Zico. We asked how it died. It spelled fire. After that, we tried asking simple things. Favorite color, favorite food, easy questions, the kind of things you'd ask a child if you were trying to be gentle. But it didn't seem interested in that at all. A lot of the words came through misspelled, strange and broken. Then eventually, it just stopped answering altogether. The planchette went still. We thanked it, said goodbye, and ended the session. Afterward, Joni had the basement blessed again. But she was so shaken by the whole thing that, to this day, she will not touch a Ouija board. Not even as a joke. Later on, we started looking into what had happened, and that made it worse. We read that spirits using names with the letter Z, presenting themselves as children, and spelling things incorrectly can show up in stories involving darker entities. I'm not saying that's definitely what it was, but it was enough to make both of us feel sick. Then someone we knew, who was really into paranormal stuff, said something that honestly bothered me more than anything else. She reminded us that spirits can lie, and somehow that made the whole experience feel even darker. Because whatever we spoke to in that basement, I don't think it was really a little boy named Zico. I want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was a kid, and honestly, even now, I still don't know exactly what to make of it. My great-grandparents on my mom's side had this beautiful old family property tucked up in the mountains of West Virginia. And when I say mountains, I really mean it. West Virginia sits right in the Appalachian Mountains, so everything there feels raised up, quiet, and old in a way that gets under your skin. The land had been in my family for generations. There was the main house where my great-grandparents lived, and then 2 trailers on the property that family used whenever people came to stay. There were also a couple of sheds, a garden, and a long slope leading up toward the main house. When I was about 8 years old, my mom drove me, my younger sister, and my grandma out there for a visit. We stayed in the trailer that faced the main house. That trailer had once belonged to my great-grandma's father, and pretty much everything inside was still his. The furniture, the layout, the whole feeling of the place had barely changed. After he passed away, the trailer was moved onto the family property. He had been a coal miner, a simple man from what I was always told. People in the family described him as kind, dependable, and deeply protective of the people he loved. I remember thinking, from the old photos and stories, that he looked a little like a gentler version of that creepy old neighbor from Monster House, only with softer eyes. After we unpacked, we went up to the main house for dinner. My great-grandma had cooked, and everyone sat around talking the way families do when there's nowhere else to be. She loved telling stories, especially strange ones. Ghost stories, family stories, stories that sat right on the line between memory and warning. That night, she told us about what everyone called the property ghost. She said that years before, she had been staying there to check on her mother, who owned the property before her. One day, while she was in the mudroom on the side of the main house, she saw an old man outside the window. He was wearing long red underwear, with his hands cupped around his eyes, peering inside like he was trying to see who was there. It scared her badly enough that she went outside to tell him to leave. But when she got out there, he was gone. No footsteps, no sound, nothing. So she went to her mother's trailer and told her what had happened. Her mother just smiled and said it was her grandpa watching over the land, checking to see who would take care of it next. And that became the family story. If you saw him watching you, it meant you might be the next one meant to inherit the property. A few days into our stay, my sister and I spent most of the afternoon in the trailer. We watched movies on this old box television, played around on a broken exercise machine, and colored in coloring books we had brought with us. After a while, we got bored and, for some reason kids do things like this, decided to pretend we were housekeepers. We found cleaning supplies and started sweeping, mopping, and wiping down counters. We even turned on the old radio and found a classic rock station while we worked. Eventually, I got a bad cramp in my leg, so I went to lie down in the bedroom where my mom had been sleeping. My sister kept cleaning for a little while, then turned off the radio and came to sit with me. We colored and talked for a bit until she decided to head up to the main house. I would have gone with her, but my leg still hurt, so I stayed behind. At first, I didn't mind being alone. The trailer was quiet, and I was sitting against the headboard, coloring in my book. I remember setting down a blue crayon and picking up a green one. And then, I heard a man's voice call my name. I looked up right away. It sounded like it came from the far end of the trailer, near the bedroom where my sister and I were staying, close to the front door. A few seconds passed, and then, the same voice said my name again. Only this time, it sounded closer. At first, I thought maybe my sister had come back and was trying to scare me, so I called out to her and told her I was going to tell Mom if she didn't stop. Then the voice said my name again. Closer. This time, it sounded like it was coming from the kitchen and living room area. That was when I knew it wasn't my sister. The voice came one more time, right outside the bedroom door. I screamed and jumped up. As I ran for the door, the radio suddenly turned on by itself. It was playing the same classic rock station my sister and I had been listening to earlier. I screamed even louder while trying to shove my shoes on and tie them. Over the radio, I could still hear that man's voice calling my name. And now, it sounded like it was coming from the bedroom I had just run out of. The music got louder. The voice got louder. As soon as my shoes were tied, I bolted out of that trailer. I didn't care about the cramp in my leg anymore. I ran up the hill toward the main house as fast as I could, with the radio still blaring behind me. I never looked back. Not once. When I got inside the main house, everyone was in the kitchen eating dinner. I was shaking, out of breath, and terrified. Once I calmed down enough to explain what happened, my great-grandma told me something that made my stomach twist a little. She said they had just been talking about the man who used to own that trailer. My great-great-grandfather. That helped me calm down a little, because I wanted to believe it was him. I wanted to believe he had only been saying my name, not trying to scare me. But after that, I refused to stay in that trailer alone, Later that night, I went back down with my mom, my sister, and my grandma. When we opened the door, all the lights were on, and the radio was still blasting. My mom went over and shut it off like it was nothing, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Before bed, my sister, my grandma, and I watched a movie while my mom slept in the room where I had heard the voice. I tried to forget about what happened, but I was still nervous. Eventually, my grandma got tired and settled onto the couch, so my sister and I went to our room. Somehow, I fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, I woke up. I don't know what woke me. There was no loud sound, no movement, nothing obvious. I just had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I looked over at my sister's bed, and she was asleep. The room was quiet. Nobody was inside with us. I rolled over, trying to calm myself down and go back to sleep. That was when I saw something at the window. The blinds were broken, so they only partly covered the glass. Through them, I could see a pair of eyes looking in. They weren't staring directly at me. It was more like they were looking over the whole room, slowly taking it in. And behind the eyes, I could make out the faint shape of red. I pulled the covers over my head and froze. I didn't move. I barely even breathed. I stayed like that for what felt like forever until I finally got brave enough to peek out again. The eyes were gone. Eventually, I fell asleep. I never told anyone about that part. I wasn't sure if it had really happened or if it had been some kind of nightmare. Honestly, I'm still not completely sure. But part of me thinks those eyes belonged to the property ghost. Maybe he was just watching over the place. Maybe he was checking on us. Maybe he was trying to let me know he was still there. It's been years now, and I've gone back to that property many times. Nothing like that has ever happened again. But I've never forgotten the voice in the trailer. And I've never forgotten those eyes at the window. Hey there. I want to share some experiences that have really stuck with me over the years. They're about things most people don't see, but sometimes, if you're lucky or unlucky, you might just catch a glimpse. In my culture, we call these beings jinn, kind of like ghosts, but not quite. They aren't spirits of the dead. They're something else entirely. What's fascinating is that children and animals can sometimes sense them when they choose to reveal themselves. They can even shapeshift or mimic voices, and sometimes they visit us in dreams, often as nightmares. The first time I encountered one was when I was about 4, with my older brother Sammy, who was 6 then. We lived in this small house, and one night, while lying in bed with our mom, we heard this eerie scraping noise. We looked up and saw 3 scratch marks slowly appearing on the ceiling, as if made by claws. Mom held us close, and the sound stopped after a few seconds. You might think it was something outside, maybe the roof, but our house was built with thick concrete. The marks seemed to form inside the ceiling itself. The next day, when Mom told Dad, he shared that he'd woken up a few nights earlier feeling uneasy. He'd seen a small, shadowy figure dart out of the room quickly, almost floating. For months after, I'd wake up to those marks every morning. Even now, Mom and Sammy remember it vividly. The second encounter happened in a bigger house we moved into later. I was lying on my stomach watching TV near the edge of the bed, and the door was open to my right. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a strange figure, a pale, hairless person without eyebrows, slowly peeking one eye into the room. When I looked directly, the figure quickly pulled back and disappeared. I checked the hallway, but no one was there. I asked Mom, who was in the far room ironing clothes, if she was spying on us. She said no, but I knew she wasn't telling the truth. My little brother once told me he followed Mom toward the ironing room, calling her, but she ignored him and seemed to vanish when she entered. Peeking inside, he found the room empty and felt too uneasy to go in alone. It was unsettling, to say the least. Then there's the story from London. My husband and I lived in a big Victorian townhouse, sharing it with 2 other couples because, well, London prices. Strange things happened, doors opening on their own, noises in the attic, but the most chilling was the humming ghost. One evening, while my husband was showering downstairs humming Greensleeves, I went upstairs to use the bathroom. Suddenly, I dropped my phone, and his humming stopped as if he heard it. Then it started again, louder and faster. When he finished, I told him I heard him humming downstairs. He was confused, saying he hadn't been humming, but that he heard someone humming upstairs, where I was. We realized something was mimicking our voices, aware of our actions. Another night, our cat started acting strange, arching her back and staring at a corner in the kitchen. I felt a chill as I entered, and then the humming began again. This time a rhythmic, pained, feminine sound with no recognizable tune. There was no one else there, no electronics making noise. The cat snapped out of it and ran off, and I didn't hesitate to follow, fleeing back to bed. I also want to share a strange walk home in Melbourne during lockdown. My friend and I took a shortcut down a rarely used dirt road around 1 a.m. We saw human-shaped figures pacing near a street sign. One disappeared, and the other moved oddly under the streetlight before vanishing completely. We shone our phone torches but found no sign anyone had been there. It was unsettling, especially during lockdown when almost no one was out. Lastly, a story from a house where I lived with my mom and brother. An old couple had passed away there before us. The basement, which my dad and I had set up as my extra room, had a separate outside door. One evening, my friend and I were watching movies downstairs alone. At about 8:15 p.m., we heard the front door open, footsteps, and chairs moving upstairs. We thought Mom was home bringing snacks. Then my phone rang. It was Mom, stuck at work due to a security problem, not home yet. Both my friend and I were terrified because only Mom and I had keys, and my brother was at Grandma's. We checked the house. Everything was locked and dark, just as we left it. Thinking back, all those noises I'd heard alone in the basement might have been real after all, not just my imagination. These experiences have stayed with me, sometimes haunting me, sometimes just reminding me that there's more to this world than meets the eye. Have you ever felt like you weren't alone when you thought you were? Hey there, I want to share a pretty wild story that happened back in 2018 when I was living in a small house with my mom, my younger brother, and our pets. Now, this wasn't just any house. It was one that my older sister, who has this unique ability to see and feel spirits, said was home to 4 very distinct spirits. There was a little boy spirit, probably around 7 or 8 years old, a woman who appeared to my sister in a very vulnerable state, like she died suddenly while changing clothes, a playful young man who liked to pull pranks, and then a dark, hard-to-read presence that gave everyone the creeps. Okay, so here's where things get strange. We had a super energetic yellow lab named Max. Max had terrible separation anxiety, so whenever I had to leave the house, I'd lock my bedroom door to keep him out because I didn't want him messing with some personal stuff I had. I'd leave him in the living room or hallway just outside my room, and to confuse him a bit, I'd sneak out through my window instead of the front door. Weird, I know, but it helped keep him calm. One day, I went out for a few hours. When I came back, the front door was locked, so I climbed back in through my window like usual, but I noticed right away that my curtains had been pulled aside, like someone had been looking in or out. I stepped into my room and, honestly, I was shocked. The whole place was a mess. Posters and records ripped off the walls, curtains torn down, my glass pieces and bongs tipped over but somehow not broken. And Max? He was just sitting quietly in the middle of the chaos, looking completely calm. I was baffled because Max was normally this bundle of energy who couldn't stay still, and he definitely wouldn't just sit there in such a wrecked room. Plus, my bedroom door had been locked before I left, yet it was unlocked when I came back. There were no signs of doggy destruction like bite marks or paw prints anywhere. I thought maybe my brother had let Max in to mess with me, but my brother wasn't home that day and swore he had nothing to do with it. When I told my family what happened, they thought it was probably one of our friends. That's what we called the spirits living in the house, playing some kind of prank or just making their presence felt. It was like they were blaming Max for the chaos, but I knew deep down it wasn't him. That night was the most intense experience I had in that room. After that, we decided to bless the house, and eventually, we moved out. My sister ended up moving in with her family and took over that very room. Even now, years later, I'm still trying to figure out which spirit was behind that strange night. It's a story that stuck with me, and I thought you might appreciate hearing it. This happened quite a few years back now. I want to say it was maybe 12 or 13 years ago. So I'll be honest, a few of the details are a little hazy. But the parts that mattered, those have stayed with me. I remember one evening, I was scrolling through Facebook when I came across an advert for a ghost hunting night inside an old jail in Scotland. It was only a few hours away from where I lived, and I'd always been curious about that sort of thing, so I thought, why not? I booked myself a place. The event was in Jedburgh, down in the Scottish borders, not too far from England. I hadn't heard of the group running it before, so I did a bit of digging first. Their reviews were good, and people seemed to say their events weren't staged or overdone. Supposedly, what happened on the night was just what happened. That made me feel a bit better about going. So on the night itself, I set off around 5:30, thinking I'd have more than enough time to get there before the investigation started at 9. The drive down was beautiful, all those winding roads and darkening hills, proper Scottish countryside. But, true to form, I still managed to arrive late. I blamed the sat-nav, naturally. When I pulled up, the jail looked grim right away. Big, dark, and heavy-looking, like it had been waiting there for years with its teeth clenched. It was Jedburgh Jail, and it had a pretty brutal history behind it. I'm sure it's been featured on a few paranormal TV shows as well, though I take most of those with a very large pinch of salt. Maybe a whole salt cellar. Everyone else had already parked by the time I arrived, so yes, I was the last one there. Typical. One of the team members came out to meet me and took me inside. I had to sign a book first, which was apparently required by the people who owned the building. After that, I was led through to the main hall where everyone else was waiting. There were more people than I expected. They'd come from different parts of the UK, which surprised me. I think there were maybe 7 or 8 members of the ghost hunting team, plus a psychic. I don't really believe in psychics, if I'm honest, but I decided to keep an open mind for the night. Before we started, they explained that we'd be split into 3 groups so we could cover different parts of the jail. Then the psychic said he wanted to do a blessing for protection before we began. He said anyone who didn't want to take part could step outside and wait until it was over. So I stepped outside. I didn't really want any part of it. Whether that was sensible or not, I still wonder about it sometimes. There was a table in the middle of the hall covered in equipment we could use during the investigation. EMF meters, torches, dowsing rods, radios, things like that. After the introduction, my group headed into the male wing of the jail. That part of the building was meant to be one of the most active areas. We climbed a set of stairs that didn't exactly inspire confidence. They looked old, worn, and not particularly safe. When we reached the top, we entered the male wing, and the atmosphere changed straight away. It was dark, neglected, and cold in that way old buildings can be. There were rows of cells, each with these big, heavy iron doors. The first thing we did was a Ouija board session in one of the cells. I can't remember the number of the cell now, but I volunteered to help, along with a woman in our group called Leah. We sat there and started calling out, asking if anyone was with us. Very original, I know, but honestly, nothing happened. The glass didn't move. Nobody felt anything. No knocks, no whispers, no sudden dramatic moment. It was just quiet. Eventually, we stopped because there didn't seem to be any point carrying on. One of the team members said he'd been doing ghost hunts for years and admitted that, most of the time, not much actually happened. He said he had seen a few things over the years that kept him interested, but he wouldn't tell us what they were. I remember thinking the money probably helped too. Since our group was the first in the male wing, we were told we could go into the cells and investigate on our own if we wanted. I went into one of them with what I think was an EMF meter. I switched it on, walked around a bit, and got absolutely nothing. Not even a flicker. To be fair, I had no idea if I was using it properly, so I might not have been the best investigator in the world. We spent about an hour in that wing, and nothing happened. No footsteps, no bangs, no voices, nothing. Eventually, we left so another group could have a turn. We went back to the main hall, where the psychic was using dowsing rods. He asked for a volunteer, and a woman went up to help him. He explained how they were supposed to work, but I wasn't convinced. They just looked too easy to influence, even without meaning to. After a while, the rods did move in her hands, and I'll admit it was interesting to watch, but I still wasn't sold. During that session, the psychic suddenly asked if anyone could smell something sweet, like perfume, in the room. Quite a few people said they could. I couldn't smell anything, but my sense of smell is terrible, so I couldn't really say either way. Maybe it was something strange. Maybe it was suggestion. I honestly don't know. After that, we had a break. There was food and juice laid out, and I remember sitting there feeling disappointed. Up to that point, it had been a bit flat. I'd driven all that way, and nothing had really happened. But the night wasn't finished with me yet. After the break, we headed into the women's wing. Another group was already there, so we joined up with them. At one point, I asked if I could be locked inside one of the cells on my own for about 10 minutes. They agreed. So there I was, locked in this old cell, in total darkness. I couldn't see a thing. I used my torch just enough to make sure I wasn't going to trip over anything. Then I turned on one of the devices they'd given me. It scanned radio frequencies, the kind of thing people use to pick up voices during investigations. At first, there was nothing, just dead air. I switched it off and sat there quietly for a few minutes. Then I turned it back on. This time, a voice came through. I couldn't make out what it said. I wouldn't even pretend I could. But it was definitely a voice, and it hadn't been there before. That got my attention. It didn't prove anything, but sitting alone in a pitch-black jail cell and suddenly hearing a voice through a device is not something you just shrug off. When my time was up, they let me out, and I found the rest of the group crowded around another cell. I could hear shouting, excitement, even a bit of screaming from inside. I couldn't get in because there were too many people already packed in there. Apparently, there was a table inside the cell, and it had started moving while the group was around it. I didn't see it myself, which is a shame. I only heard the reaction. But it did make me wonder if the voice I'd heard and whatever happened with that table were somehow connected. I can't say they were, but the timing was strange. After that, we had another break. People were buzzing, but some were genuinely shaken. A few were so scared they actually left the jail altogether. You could feel the mood had changed. Earlier, people had been joking and laughing. Now everyone was speaking a bit quieter. For the final hour, we were told we could go wherever we wanted in the building. I decided to go back to the male wing with my group. We stood in the corridor outside the cells, just listening. And this is the part that truly frightened me. I heard a growl right beside my left ear. Not from down the corridor. Not from another room. Right beside my ear. It sounded like someone had leaned in close, someone I couldn't see, and growled directly at me. I jumped straight away. My first thought was that I must have imagined it. Maybe it was the building settling. Maybe it was someone nearby. Then it happened again. I looked around and there was no one there. Nobody close enough to have done it. No explanation that made sense to me. That was the moment the night stopped being just interesting and became genuinely frightening. I can still remember that sound, even now. It wasn't loud, exactly. It was close. That was the worst part. It felt personal. When the investigation ended, I left the jail feeling unsettled. On the drive home, I nearly ended up in a car accident. I managed to avoid it, thankfully, but it shook me badly. Do I think something followed me out of that jail? I don't know. Part of me wants to say no, because that sounds ridiculous. But after what I heard in that corridor, I can't completely dismiss it either. All I know is this. I went in expecting very little, maybe hoping to be entertained. I left with a sound in my memory that still makes me uneasy. I was in my 20s, working in hotel management at a small boutique hotel in Buenos Aires. Around that time, one of our guests asked if we knew anyone who could read tarot cards. My manager ended up finding someone through a friend of a friend. This was late 2007. My best friend Leah and I were both working at the hotel, and the whole thing caught our curiosity. So we arranged for the woman to come to my apartment about a month later, in mid-January, while my parents were out. Leah went first. Then it was my turn. I sat down with a pretty clear mind. I wasn't expecting anything dramatic, honestly. It wasn't my first time trying tarot, but the first time had been with a friend who was mostly practicing. I still sometimes wonder if I should have listened more carefully to what I was told back then, but that's another story. The woman's name was Rosaria. She started by asking questions, checking little details, and looking over our birth charts, which she had prepared beforehand. Everything felt normal enough until she saw the cards I had chosen. Then she gasped. I raised an eyebrow. She looked at me and said, "Death is all around you." I'll be honest, I kind of laughed. Not loudly, but enough for her to know I wasn't exactly buying it. She asked if anyone in my family was ill. I said yes. My grandfather wasn't doing well, and in a sad way, we were already half expecting that phone call. She nodded, but then said she could see several deaths in the family. Again, I raised an eyebrow. This was a Monday afternoon in late January. By Wednesday, I had mostly forgotten about it. Then Friday came. My great-aunt, my grandfather's eldest sister, passed away. Nobody had expected it. She was 93, yes, but she had been in decent health for her age, so it still caught everyone off guard. The next week, I found out that one of my mother's cousins had died. She had been dealing with health problems for a while, and we weren't especially close, but still, it was another death in the family. Then, by the third week, my grandfather passed too. By mid-February, it honestly felt like relatives were just falling one after another. After that, I told myself I would take tarot seriously. Part of me wishes I had kept that promise in a healthier way. There were times later when I used it like a life raft, and I'm not exactly proud of that. A few months later, in early November, just weeks before my birthday, I was in a very different kind of emotional mess. I'm gay, and my first real relationship had just ended after I found out I was being cheated on. Coming out hadn't made things easier with my parents either. Work gave me some stability, especially because I was finally doing something I liked, but deep down, I just wanted to fall in love again. So I called Rosaria. I asked her about love. Her answer shocked me and amused me at the same time. She said, "Well, you're not going to stay single for long." I asked, "Really? How?" She paused and said, "It's not completely clear." I said, "I don't follow." Then she said, "It says you already know of this person." I remember saying, "What?" She said, "Yes, you know about him. You're aware of him somehow, but you haven't actually met." I just sat there like, okay. Then she added, "You're going to meet him either 1 week before your birthday or 1 week after it. I know that probably doesn't make sense right now." And no, it really didn't. Here's where it gets strange. A friend of mine had a birthday 2 days before mine, and that year he sent the invitation by email. Very 2007. He also forgot to hide everyone's addresses, which I was not thrilled about, because I didn't love the idea of random people having my contact information. These were still the MSN Messenger days, so naturally, a couple of days later, someone added me. I didn't recognize the email address, but I accepted anyway. I probably didn't make the best first impression, because I sent him a very dry message that said, "Do I know you?" This happened just days before my 24th birthday. About a week later, he finally came online. We started talking. He wasn't exactly delighted by my first message, which, fair enough. But as we kept chatting, he mentioned a few things that started ringing bells in my head. At one point, I asked, "Are you Buddhist or something like that?" He said, "I'm Hinduist. How do you know that?" Then I asked, "And you used to play piano, or maybe you still do?" He answered, "Yes. Again, how do you know that?" That was when it clicked. I said, "I can't believe this. Are you Nico's ex?" He absolutely panicked. He wrote something like, "Who are you? How do you know that? Please explain." The problem was, I was at work. I had just gotten my food, and I only had a few minutes to eat before going back to my shift. I worked from 3 in the afternoon until midnight at the hotel then. So I told him, "Please wait. My food just arrived and I have only a few minutes to eat before I need to keep working. If you're not here when I come back, I promise I'll send you an email explaining everything." He said, Okay, go." Now, to explain properly, I have to go back to June of that same year. I had met his ex-boyfriend, Nico. We didn't click at all. I found him kind of obnoxious, honestly. But he talked a lot about his ex. A lot. And the more he talked about him, the more I kept thinking, his ex actually sounds really interesting. If only I could get his contact information, at least I'd get something good out of this. But I never asked. Still, some part of me remembered. So after my food break, I came back. We kept talking. Eventually, we met in person, and we dated for 2 years. So when I think back on what Rosaria said, it still gives me chills. I did know of him, but I didn't know him. He added me just days before my birthday, and we actually talked properly exactly a week after my birthday. I swear I'm not making this up. I need to tell you about something that happened to me a few years back when I was working as an electrician in India. I had just come home after nearly 3 weeks of work in another town. I was exhausted, honestly. I remember thinking I would eat, wash up, and sleep like a stone. But that evening, maybe around 6 o'clock, my phone rang. It was an elderly woman. Her voice was soft, but very clear. She said there was some electrical trouble in her house and asked if I could come take a look. So I went. The moment I reached the house, something felt off. Not frightening at first, just empty. There was no sound from inside, no television, no radio, no people talking nearby. Even the street outside felt strangely still. She opened the door and led me straight to the main electrical board. She told me the lights had been flickering and sometimes cutting out completely. I started checking the wiring. After a few minutes, I turned my head a little, just by instinct. She was standing right behind me, smiling. But it wasn't the kind of smile that makes you feel welcome. It was too wide, too fixed, like her face had forgotten how to stop. I looked away quickly and kept working. Then she left without saying a word. I told myself she was just lonely. Maybe old people do strange things when they live alone for too long. That's what I wanted to believe. After a while, she came back and asked if I wanted water or tea. I said tea. When she returned with it, she sat nearby and started talking about her son. She said he lived in Canada and called her often on the landline. She said sometimes they talked for hours. But while she was speaking, her face was turned away from me the whole time. And her voice. I don't know how to explain this properly. It didn't feel like it was coming from her mouth. It felt like it was coming from somewhere else in the room. I didn't say anything. I just drank the tea, put the cup down, and went back to work. By then, the evening had become night. I was still trying to find the fault. Around 9:30, the whole house suddenly went dark. I used my torch and kept checking the main box. That's when I heard whispering. From inside the electrical board. I stopped moving. I listened. There it was again. A low whisper. Not clear enough to understand, but clear enough to know it was real. At first, I thought the old woman was standing on the other side of the wall, trying to scare me. So I forced myself to ignore it and kept working. After a long time, I finally fixed the problem. The lights came back on. I felt so relieved. I turned to her and said, "It's done. The fault is fixed." It was close to 11 at night by then, and all I wanted was to get paid and leave. She told me the money was in the storage room. Then she asked me to help her move a trunk first. I followed her. She opened the trunk. Inside was the body of an old man. It was rotting. The smell hit me so hard I almost fell backward. For a few seconds I couldn't move. My hands went cold. My mind just shut down. Then I ran. But before I reached the front door, she grabbed my shirt. Her grip was impossible. Too strong for someone her age. She looked straight into my eyes and asked very calmly, "So tell me, what was wrong in the box?" I could barely answer. "Nothing," I said. Nothing was wrong. My voice was shaking so badly I hardly recognized it. She stared at me for a moment. Then she said, "Sit down. I'll bring your money." And she walked away. That was when I saw the landline phone. My hands were trembling, but I picked it up and dialed the same number she had called me from. Then I shouted as loud as I could, "Your son is calling you." She turned immediately and rushed toward the other room. I didn't wait even 1 second. I ran out of that house and didn't stop until I reached home. When I told my parents what happened, they didn't react at first. They just looked at each other. Then my father said something that still follows me. "That's not possible." I asked him what he meant. He said, "Her husband has been missing for almost 3 weeks." My chest tightened. Then he looked at me and said, "And that old woman died 10 days ago." I couldn't speak. I finally asked, "How?" My father lowered his voice and said, "Electric shock." Then he paused. "From the main electrical board." Hey there. I want to share a little story from my childhood. Something that's been witnessed not just by me, but by a couple of others in my family. It's about a shadow figure we kept seeing in our old house. Now, whether you believe in ghosts or just coincidences, I hope you'll find this story interesting. So, the first time I saw this shadow was when I was a kid, maybe around 9 or 10 years old. Our upstairs had 3 rooms side by side: the bathroom, the bedroom my sister and I shared, and my parents' room. One evening, while I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure out of the corner of my eye. It looked like it was doing a trust fall, falling backward with arms outstretched, and it landed right onto my mom's bed in the next room. At first, I was pretty scared, but told myself it was just my imagination. I saw it a few more times after that, but didn't say anything to my parents because they didn't really believe me. Then, one night, when my parents were out at a New Year's party, my sister and I were home alone. She's about 8 years older than me, so she was sort of like the babysitter. We were in the kitchen making sandwiches when I noticed the shadow again, sitting on the couch in the living room. I told my sister and asked her to back away slowly without looking directly at it, because I had learned that if you looked straight at it, it would disappear. She did, and to my surprise, she saw it too. She said it looked like it had wings, which I hadn't noticed before. It was kind of exciting and frightening all at once, to finally have someone else see it with me. Later on, when my friend came over for a sleepover, we made a bed on the living room floor with blankets and were having a pillow fight. Suddenly, he stopped and dropped his pillow with a scared look on his face. I asked what was wrong, and he said he saw a man dressed all in black standing in the other room, the same shadow figure we had been seeing. That moment really made me think maybe it wasn't just my imagination anymore. Years later, I found out that the bed where the shadow often appeared originally belonged to a friend of my mom's, and it had once belonged to her friend's father, who had passed away in that very bed. Maybe it's all a coincidence, but those memories have stayed with me. Even now, as an adult, I'm still skeptical about the paranormal, but I kind of look forward to experiencing something like that again, as strange as that might sound. I still think about this almost every night. This happened about 2 months ago, on Easter morning, right around 3 a.m. And honestly, even talking about it now gives me chills. At the time, I was living with my mom and stepdad. They're both really careful about security. I mean, almost overly careful. We have motion cameras around the house, multiple locks on every door, those metal security bars that wedge under the handles, the whole setup. So the house always felt safe, locked down, quiet. My bedroom is down in the basement, and my mom and stepdad usually go to bed pretty early, around 10:30. That night, I was still awake playing League of Legends with some friends. I'd been on since around midnight, and nothing felt strange at all. It was just a normal late-night gaming session. Then, right around 3 a.m., I heard 3 loud knocks on my bedroom door. Clear knocks. Not random creaking, not pipes, not the house settling. 3 deliberate knocks. Then, silence. At first, I thought it had to be my mom or my stepdad coming downstairs to tell me I was being too loud. I even thought I heard footsteps walking away afterward, so I didn't panic right away. I just lowered my voice and started whispering to my friends on Discord. I figured, okay, maybe I woke them up, no big deal. But about 15 minutes later, it happened again. 3 knocks. This time, I waited a few seconds, then opened the door. Nobody was there, just the dark basement family room staring back at me. I told myself maybe my stepdad had knocked and already gone back upstairs. I tried to brush it off, but it didn't really make sense. My mom and stepdad aren't the type to come downstairs in the middle of the night. If they ever need me to quiet down, They usually text me. They definitely don't creep down to the basement at 3 in the morning. So I went back to my game. Then it happened again. Maybe 12 minutes later. 3 more knocks. I opened the door immediately this time. Again, nothing. Just darkness. That's when I closed my bedroom door and locked it. And I'm not going to lie, I was terrified. My mom and stepdad are in their late 60s. They don't play pranks, and they definitely wouldn't do something like that in the middle of the night. My mind started racing. Maybe someone had gotten into the house somehow. Maybe it was a burglar. Maybe one of my friends had planned some insane prank. But the knocks kept happening. Every 10 to 15 minutes. Always 3 knocks. This went on for almost 2 hours. Then, around 5 a.m., it happened again, but this time it was different. There were 3 knocks, then a pause, maybe 20 seconds, then another 3 knocks, but much faster and harder, more aggressive. It felt like whoever, or whatever, was on the other side really wanted me to open that door. By then, I was completely shaken. And the strangest part was that my friends on Discord heard it too. My microphone picked it up every time. At first, they thought I was messing with them, but after it kept happening, they started telling me to call my mom. I didn't want to wake her up. My stepdad gets really irritated if he's woken up, and I kept trying to convince myself that maybe there was some normal explanation. But eventually, I just couldn't take it anymore. I called my mom. When she answered, I asked her if she or my stepdad had been coming downstairs and knocking on my door. She said no. They had both been asleep the entire time. That was the moment my stomach dropped. I told her I thought someone might be in the house, and I asked them to come downstairs so we could search together. We checked every room, every corner, every possible place someone could hide. Nothing. No open doors, no broken windows, no sign that anyone had been inside. Then we checked the security cameras. The footage showed me going into my room earlier that night. Later, it showed my mom and stepdad coming downstairs after I called them. But during the entire time the knocking was happening, the cameras showed nothing. No movement. No person. No shadow crossing the hallway. Nothing at all. That's when the whole thing stopped feeling like a break-in and started feeling like something else. My mom told me I was completely pale when she came downstairs. She said I looked like I'd seen something I couldn't explain. And honestly, that's exactly how it felt. Afterward, we prayed over the house. Since that morning, it has never happened again. But whenever I'm awake around 3 a.m., I still think about it. I still remember sitting there, listening for the next 3 knocks, wondering what was standing outside my door. The weird thing is, I never felt some overwhelming sense of evil. It didn't feel peaceful either, though. It just felt unknown, neutral, like something was there, but I couldn't understand what it wanted. To this day, I don't have an explanation. Part of me thinks it was a ghost. Part of me wonders if the pattern of 3 knocks means something, because it happened over and over again, always the same way. I've only had one other experience that felt truly otherworldly, but that one was completely different. It felt spiritual, loving, almost Christ-like. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever felt, and I still don't know how to describe it properly. But this was not like that. This was Easter morning, before sunrise, alone in a basement bedroom, listening to something knock on my door again and again. And I still don't know what was on the other side. I still think about this sometimes, even though it happened way back in the early 2000s. Before I get into it, I should probably say that my dreams are usually nonsense. They jump around, they don't follow any real story, and they almost never involve people I actually know. So this one stayed with me because it was completely different. At the time, I was working as an ICU nurse at a major hospital. We took care of some of the sickest patients in the region. People came to us in the worst possible condition, and unfortunately, we did lose patients. Septic shock, organ failure, massive complications. Death was part of the job, even though that never made it easy. One day, I got a new patient admitted to the unit. His name was Daniel. He was fairly young, probably in his 30s, and he had come in with a serious gastrointestinal bleed after what sounded like a rough holiday weekend of drinking and partying. When he arrived, he was already on a ventilator, but at first, that was mostly to protect his airway because of the bleeding. We honestly expected him to pull through. He didn't have family nearby, but he did have friends who cared about him and checked in. Still, things started going wrong in a way none of us really expected. His liver began to fail, and once that happened, the situation became almost impossible. A transplant wasn't an option for him. Eventually, his family, who lived out of state, agreed to stop aggressive treatment. I was working the night his condition took a sharp turn. He started bleeding heavily, and at that point, there was nothing left to do except make him comfortable. I was still a young nurse then. I was capable, and I understood the medicine, but I remember feeling so confused by how quickly everything had fallen apart. He died at the exact minute my shift ended, and the only people with him when he passed were us nurses. I had seen death before. I had learned how to put those feelings into a box so I could keep doing my job and not carry every loss home with me. But Daniel stayed with me. I kept thinking about him. I kept wondering whether his family had given up too soon, even though logically, I knew his prognosis was terrible. I wondered why no one came to sit with him. Was there distance between them? Pain? Judgment? Were they estranged? I wondered if we had missed something, or if there was anything more we could have done. I was busy then, constantly working, traveling, juggling too much at once. Life kept moving, because it always does. But underneath all of it, that quiet ache stayed with me. Then, a few weeks after he died, I had the most vivid dream I have ever had. I remember the sensation of sitting up in bed, not just dreaming that I was sitting up, but feeling it. The dream began with me back in the ICU. The phone at the nurse's station rang, that old landline sound cutting through the room. I picked it up. It was Daniel. I remember saying, "How are you calling me? You passed away." And he answered so calmly. He said he had ways of doing it. I asked him a few things, but he didn't really linger there. He got straight to the point. He told me he knew I had been upset. He knew I had been carrying questions about him, and he had come specifically to reassure me. He told me very clearly that he was happy where he was. He said the way everything happened in the end was okay. Completely okay. There was no fear in him, no sadness, no blame. Just this steady, peaceful certainty. At the time, the only way I understood what he was describing was heaven. So I asked him, in my own way, if that was where he was. And he confirmed it. He said it was wonderful. The strangest part is that I had never actually spoken to him while he was alive. He had been unconscious the whole time I cared for him. I didn't know his voice. I didn't know his personality. But in the dream, he felt so real. Calm, gentle, mellow. Like someone who had no need to prove anything because he already knew he was safe. That dream was more vivid than any dream I had before or since, even more vivid than a dream I once had about my grandmother after she passed. It didn't feel like my usual dreams at all. It felt almost like I was awake, sitting there, having an actual conversation with him. And after that, the distress I had been carrying was gone. I never had that same anguish about his death again. Not once. Maybe it was just my mind processing grief and guilt in the only way it knew how. Maybe my brain built a door so I could finally walk out of that room. But honestly, it didn't feel like that. It felt like a visit. And whatever it was, I hope it was. Because if it was truly Daniel, then I know he was at peace. You know, my Aunt Lila used to live in this old farmhouse that was pretty much stuck in time. No electricity, no plumbing, no heating, definitely no air conditioning. She told me about this little wood-burning cast iron stove they had, the kind with 4 burners covered by lids. I picture it being pretty small because they used to haul it outside during the summer, but when winter rolled around, they'd bring it back in, not just for cooking, but for warmth too. And funny enough, the stove spot was right in the room where Aunt Lila slept. One summer night, she woke up to this strange clattering noise in her room. She lit up her old kerosene lamp brighter and looked around. The burner lids on the stove were rattling. But here's the kicker, it was summer, and the stove should have been outside. There it was, just the stove itself, no stovepipe, and the front was glowing like it was blazing hot. Then, out of nowhere, a ball of flame shot up through where the stovepipe should have connected. It floated up to the ceiling and swayed back down into the stove like it was dancing, trailing this smoky green glow behind it. Suddenly, the lamp sputtered and died, plunging the room into total darkness. No flame, no glow, no smoke, just the rattling noise. Aunt Lila quickly relit the lamp, and everything vanished back into place. The stove, the glow, the whole scene. Her mother had heard the noise and came in to check on her. As soon as the door opened, everything stopped. The stove disappeared, and the noise stopped. Her mom asked what all the racket was about, but Aunt Lila was too stunned to answer at first. Eventually, she told her everything. Her mother's face went cold, and she just said, "Ignore it, it can't hurt you," before leaving and closing the door behind her. Once the door slammed shut, the strange happening started all over again. Aunt Lila blew out her lamp and shouted, "I am not afraid of you," before burying herself under her covers. That rattling went on for what felt like an hour before it finally quieted down. Now, on a different note, when I was a kid, I had this deep anxiety about sleep and windows. Probably because our neighbor, who struggled with alcoholism, used to peer into my bedroom window at night. So I could only sleep in rooms without windows or with blackout curtains. Because of that, I had a nightlight well into my early years. One day, my mom swapped out my old nightlight for this weird one that didn't have a regular bulb, but just glowed with this eerie bluish light. Honestly, I hated it. The shadows it cast were creepy, and I'd rather sleep in complete darkness than have it on. I even hid it so my mom wouldn't find it. One night, after Mom tucked me in and turned off the lights, I just turned over in bed when I noticed this blue glow on my headboard. I was annoyed, not scared, and got ready to yank that nightlight from the wall, assuming Mom had plugged it back in when I wasn't looking. But when I glanced over, the nightlight wasn't there. Instead, there was this floating ball of blue light, about the size of a softball, bobbing gently in the middle of my room. It looked like a tiny blue sun with a corona, but dim, like a phone screen. Up until then, everything was clear. I remembered Mom just left. I rolled over and then saw the glow. But right after that, my memories get all jumbled. The next thing I know, I'm screaming, face down in my pillow, completely terrified. Mom must have been right at the door because she came in looking half asleep with pillow lines on her face. She said I just had a bad dream, but honestly, I know it wasn't just a dream. I don't know what it was, but it stayed with me forever. You know, back in college, there was this girl I used to have a bit of a crush on. Let's call her Mia. She had this cool little crossover SUV, and we'd often hang out, chatting about all sorts of things while parked around campus. One night, we found ourselves parked under a big old oak tree in a pretty empty lot. It was dim, with only the campus lights flickering in the distance. As we were talking, Mia suddenly stopped mid-sentence and, sounding a bit panicked, asked if we could move somewhere else. In her rush to leave, she forgot to turn on her headlights, and we ended up getting pulled over by campus security for a moment. We finally parked near the main road where street lamps lit everything up nicely. Then she started switching the AC between warm and cold, back and forth, kind of ignoring me. Curious, I asked what she was up to. She said she was trying to fog up the windshield, but nothing happened. Then she pointed to the corner right in front of me, where there was a tiny footprint, about the size of a kid's, with 5 little toes and a full heel. I'll admit, I freaked out a little, thinking maybe she was playing a prank on me. I tried wiping it off, but the footprint was on the outside of the glass. We were both spooked. When I asked if that was why she'd hurried off earlier, she said no. She'd actually seen a small hand pressed firmly against the windshield. We just figured that parking lot had some sort of ghostly reputation. Fast forward a few years. I'd graduated and was working, and a buddy of mine had a pickup truck he used for work. One night, after grabbing dinner at a small ramen place, we hopped in his truck, and I noticed something familiar on the windshield. A tiny footprint again, only visible when the headlights from oncoming cars hit it just right. I told him to stay calm as I shared the story about Mia and that weird footprint. He got a little creeped out. This time, I tried wiping it off, and my finger brushed across dust that seemed to have gathered to form the shape of a tiny foot. It was like the dust itself had taken form. I started to get really unnerved, wondering if this thing was somehow following me. About a year later, I was at my girlfriend's house, which was tucked away in a quiet, gated neighborhood surrounded by woods. We had just finished watching this movie, The Shape of Water, which, by the way, I don't recommend watching with your partner's parents around. After the movie, we went upstairs to her room. As I was carrying her up the stairs, I stopped because something caught my eye. On the dust that had settled between the stair railings, there were 2 tiny footprints facing straight toward the couch where we'd been sitting. It looked like a little kid was standing there, watching us. What creeped me out even more was that there were no footprints leading up to or away from that spot. It just appeared there. I've never told my girlfriend about it because she gets scared easily, and I don't want her thinking her home is haunted or anything. But those little footprints? They seem to be a quiet reminder that some things are just a little beyond our understanding. Hey there. I want to share something that's been happening in my home lately, and honestly, it's been pretty unsettling. I'm Mia, and my boyfriend Liam and I live in his grandma's old house with our 3 big dogs. You know, those dogs that bark at just about everything? Yeah, them. It's a cozy spot, but the quiet country vibe has been shifting lately, especially with all the construction going on nearby. So, here's the thing. For about a month now, I've been hearing voices and noises that just don't seem to have a source. At first, I thought it was just me, maybe being tired from working night shifts as a nurse or Liam playing a prank. But it's gotten to a point where it's hard to ignore. One afternoon, while I was cleaning and blasting music, the dogs suddenly started barking at a guest room door. We barely use that room. It's more of a storage space for odd things. When I checked, there was nothing there. But then, I distinctly heard someone say, "Hey, friend." I froze, looked around, but the house was empty and all windows shut. I even messaged Liam to see if he was trying to talk through our dog camera, but it was unplugged. Then, just last night, Liam was out with friends, and while I was feeding the dogs and taking out the trash, I heard a whistle followed by a Hi." The dogs perked up and stared in the same direction. Feeling uneasy, I texted Liam, who told me to grab the dogs, head to our room, and get the shotgun ready until he got home. When he came back, he searched everywhere, but found nothing. There have been other little things, but these moments really shook me. I find myself retreating to our room, waiting for Liam, just trying to feel safe again. It's been a strange and scary experience, and I just wanted to share it with someone who might understand. I want to start by saying I've never really told this story before. Not properly. I've never written it out, never sat someone down and explained it. And honestly, part of me still doesn't like thinking about it too much. But this happened to me. I know how it sounds, and I know people are going to try to find normal explanations for it. I get that. I probably would too. But I'm telling this exactly the way I remember it. I was 10 years old when it happened. I'm 21 now. My parents split up when I was little, around 6. My dad stayed down in Tennessee for a while, and my mom took my sister and me back up to Minnesota so we could be closer to family. My dad had a rough few years after that. Drinking, pills, all of it. He's doing really well now, and I love him more than anything. But back then, things were complicated. When I was about 9, he moved back to Minnesota. My sister and I started staying with him a few nights a week. He was living with his parents at the time, in this old family house that had been passed down for generations. And when we stayed there, my sister and I slept downstairs in my great-grandmother Edna's old bedroom. She had passed away before I was born, but the room was still kept almost exactly the way she had left it. Nothing really changed. Her things were still there, her furniture, her decorations, and most of all, her dolls. There were dolls everywhere. Not just a few on a shelf. I mean, they surrounded the room. There was this high ledge that wrapped around the walls, above head level, and it was packed with them shoulder to shoulder. Most of them were old collectible dolls, the kind people used to take a lot of pride in collecting. Dawn dolls, Cabbage Patch Kids, and a bunch of others I didn't recognize. At first, my sister and I were scared of sleeping in there. I mean, we were kids. Being in a basement bedroom surrounded by old dolls is not exactly calming. But after a while, we got used to it. We reminded ourselves that they had belonged to our great-grandmother and that she had loved them. Thinking of it that way made it easier. It made the room feel less creepy and more like something sentimental. There was one doll, though, that always stood out to me. She was bigger than the others, maybe 1.5 feet tall, maybe closer to 2. She stood on the floor right beside the bed, near the nightstand. And, lucky me, she was on my side of the bed. My sister always slept on the inside, against the wall. I slept on the outside, right beside the open space of the room. The doll was close enough that if I turned my head on the pillow, I knew she was there. She wore a white dress with little flowers on it. Her face was always turned toward the bedroom door. Not toward the bed, not toward me. Always toward the door. We slept in that room for months, and nothing strange happened. Not that I can remember. Eventually, it became normal. Until one night in the fall. If you've ever been in Minnesota in the fall, you know it already feels like winter is breathing down your neck. Everything is cold and gray, and the whole world feels quieter than it should. That day had been completely ordinary. My sister and I went to school, rode the bus to my dad's, played video games with him for a while, ate dinner, and went to bed. Nothing felt different at first, but I remember having trouble falling asleep. My sister and I were restless, tossing around, whispering about whether we should go wake up our dad and ask if he had anything to help us sleep. We decided not to. Eventually, I must have drifted off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, and I was instantly awake. Not groggy, not half dreaming, fully awake. My heart was pounding, and I was sweating like crazy. I remember this horrible feeling in my body, like every nerve was warning me before my brain even understood why. Something was wrong. That's the only way I can explain it. Something in that room felt wrong. So I turned my head and looked around. And then I saw the doll. Her head was turned toward me, not slightly, not enough that I could tell myself I was imagining it. Her face was aimed directly at mine. That doll had always faced the door, always. But now her head was turned all the way to the side, lined up with me perfectly, staring at me with this blank, dead expression. I can still picture it, that little floral dress, that still body, that face looking right at me in the dark. The strangest part is that I didn't scream. I didn't wake my sister, I didn't run upstairs. I was terrified, but it was like my fear froze into something quiet. After maybe 30 seconds, I got out of bed, picked the doll up, put her in the closet, shut the door, and went back to bed. I know that probably sounds impossible, but I think I was more afraid of scaring my sister than anything else. She was younger, and the idea of waking her up and telling her what I saw felt worse somehow. So I kept it to myself. And that was it. The doll stayed in the closet after that. I never opened that closet again while we slept in that room. And before anyone says it was a prank, it wasn't. My dad wasn't even home that night. He was playing a gig out of state, and my grandparents had gone with him. My sister and I were supposed to get ourselves up for the bus in the morning, and my sister would never have done something like that. She wasn't that kind of kid. Even now, the thought of telling her makes me feel guilty, because I know she'd be furious that I never told her, and scared that she had slept through it. I never looked into my great-grandmother Edna's death. I never asked more questions about the room or the dolls. I just buried the whole thing as far down in my mind as I could. But I still think about it sometimes. That doll was facing the door when I went to sleep. And when I woke up, she was staring at me. Hey, I want to share this really unusual experience my family and I had during a recent getaway. We stayed at this newly renovated lakeside inn just a bit north of Houston, Texas. Our room was pretty spacious, with a master bedroom for my wife and me, and a separate sitting area with a pull-out couch for our 2 kids. The floor was covered with these vinyl planks that looked like wood, but they made this very distinct clicking and peeling sound when you walked on them barefoot. So, on the first night, I woke up super early, like 5:30 a.m., way before the sun was up. I heard what sounded like our kids whispering softly in the other room. At the same time, I heard what I thought were 2 pairs of feet quietly pacing near our bed. I braced myself, expecting some kind of playful prank. I sat up quickly, ready to catch them, but the room was pitch dark and completely empty. I could feel my heart racing, and then the whispering just stopped suddenly. I lay back down, still half asleep, and glanced at the alarm clock. Way too early for our kids, especially on vacation. So I got up to use the bathroom, and to my surprise, the kids were fast asleep. While I was in there, my mind started racing. I remembered that odd clicking sound from the floor and those whispering voices. Was I dreaming? Then this unsettling thought hit me. What if someone had actually gotten into our room? And what if they were still there? I opened the bathroom door and let some light spill into the bedroom, looking carefully around. Nothing seemed out of place, no signs anyone had broken in. My wife grumbled a bit about the light, so I turned it off, tried to calm down, and settled back into bed with my back facing the room. Then, suddenly, I felt a firm tap on the pillow right behind my head, like someone flicked it. I was completely spooked and ended up curling up against my wife like a scared kid, with goosebumps running all over me. I told her what happened, and she shared something strange too. She said she'd heard whispering from the kids' room around 3:30 a.m., and even asked them why they were still awake and told them to be quiet. But when she didn't get a reply, the whispering stopped. She said it didn't really sound like our kids, but it was definitely coming from their room and felt kind of mischievous. I got up again, turned on all the lights, and did a thorough search. Under the beds, inside the closets, behind curtains. Nothing. The kids just kept sleeping through all the noise. It took us a while to settle down after that. I told my wife it felt like someone had been in our room but vanished without a trace. We thought of a bunch of explanations but couldn't come up with anything that made sense. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, and I've never had an experience like this before in my life. Whatever it was definitely strange. Hey there, I want to share a story from about 20 years ago when I was in my early 20s. Back then, I worked as a window covering installer in Sacramento, California. One day, I was sent out with a big load of metal mini blinds to a busy veterans hospital just off Highway 50. When I arrived, I met the lead maintenance guy. He was super kind and lent me a rolling cart to make hauling my stuff way easier. He then guided me through a maze of hallways and up a big service elevator. When we stepped out, I was met with a completely empty hospital wing. I was honestly relieved to see that I had the whole floor to myself. No patients, no staff, no furniture blocking my way. It meant I could work quickly without any interruptions. The maintenance man explained they had just finished some seismic retrofits, pointing to some fresh drywall columns that masked most of their work. They took the chance to do some cosmetic fixes, install new blinds, and give the place a fresh coat of paint. He showed me a typical patient room and mentioned that there should be one blind for every window on the floor. Then he said he'd leave me to it and to call if I needed anything or when I was ready to head out. Just before he got on the elevator, he asked in this concerned, almost fatherly way, "You sure you're going to be all right up here?" I replied with my best confident young man's voice, "Absolutely." After a friendly handshake, he left, and as the elevator doors closed, his question echoed in my mind. Standing there, I really took in my surroundings. I was in the middle of a long rectangular room. On my left, bright and airy patient rooms lined the perimeter, but to my right, the light quickly faded into a dense, black corridor shaped like a U. The corridor twisted back around to where I was standing. Despite the fresh paint, the place felt like it was stuck in the 1950s. There were those pea-green ceramic walls and matching asbestos floor tiles. That's when it hit me. This place was seriously creepy. But I had a job to do, so I got to work. First, I walked the whole perimeter to get a lay of the land, peeking into each room as I went. When I reached the dark hallway, my courage started to waver. With no light, I figured there probably weren't any windows there to cover, but I pushed on to be thorough. As I stepped into the darkness, it felt like someone zipped an electric current through me. I'd never felt energy like that before or since, and it made me pick up my pace. On both sides of the corridor were pitch-black rooms. After peering into one, I decided not to explore any further. I was pretty sure I didn't want to encounter whatever was lurking in there. I ended up running back to the main hall as fast as I could. Luckily, only one room in that dark corridor had a window needing a blind. While working there, I felt like 1,000 eyes were on me, so I kept my gaze fixed on the doorway until I finished. For the rest of the time on that floor, I stayed on edge. The further I got from the dark corridor, the more relaxed I felt, but I kept hearing footsteps, bangs, knocks, the sound of a bucket sliding across the floor, muffled voices, and even an old-school intercom crackling like something from a vintage movie. And I'm telling you, I was 100% sure these sounds were coming from right there on that empty wing. Every time I heard something, I'd peek out into the hall or call out, "Hello?" in what I'm sure was a shaky voice. Halfway through, I finally stopped reacting to the noises, until I heard, "Hey, Kale!" That was the maintenance man, and man, was I relieved to see him. He asked how things were going and if anything weird had happened. Not wanting to sound crazy, I hesitated, but then mentioned some of the noises. He just laughed and said, "No joke, this place is haunted as heck. I wouldn't work up here alone." He told me the hospital had been an active war hospital since the 1940s, and that thousands of people had died in the operating rooms lining that dark corridor. He also mentioned that an electrician had quit earlier that week after something had run up behind him and growled. We shared a few laughs to break the tension, and then he left me to finish up. The rest of the day was surprisingly quiet, and I started to feel more at ease. But I remember feeling so relieved to leave that place when it was all done, and completely wiped out, crashing early that night. Even today, that experience stands as the strangest and eeriest I've ever had. Hi everyone. I wanted to share something that happened to me because, honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. I've gone over it so many times in my head, and I keep coming back to the same feeling. Whatever I ran into that night did not feel like a normal person. This happened in the summer of 2023. For a little bit of context, I've had strange experiences for most of my life. I grew up feeling pretty sensitive to spiritual things, and I still think I am. I also live in a town in Oregon that's built on ancestral indigenous land, and I do feel like that matters. There's a certain heaviness in some places here, especially in my neighborhood. I've had weird things happen around this area before, but this one shook me more than anything else. At the time, I was 18, and I was riding my longboard home from my boyfriend Aaron's house. It was around 4 in the morning, so it was still completely dark and quiet. The route home took me past an elementary school, and that school has always felt strange to me at night. I can't really explain it, but the air there feels different, like the whole street is holding its breath. I was riding down the road in front of the school, and I swear there was nobody around. It was one of those empty neighborhood streets where you can hear every little wheel sound, every crack in the pavement, every leaf moving. I looked down for maybe 1 second, maybe not even that long, and when I looked back up, there was suddenly a man standing directly in front of me. I mean directly in front of me. I almost hit him. I was maybe a few inches away from slamming right into him. He was just standing there in the middle of the street, like he had been dropped there out of nowhere. I didn't see him walking up. I didn't see him coming from the sidewalk. He was just there. I stopped so fast I nearly fell off my board. I grabbed it and I looked at him, ready to apologize. But the second I really saw him, this deep fear hit me. Not normal fear. Not "I almost ran into a stranger" fear. It was something older than that. My whole body reacted before my mind could catch up. His face was wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. It looked almost human, but not quite. Like the features were arranged correctly, but something behind them wasn't working. His expression was completely blank, and his eyes didn't seem focused on me. It was like he was staring through me instead of at me. I blurted out something like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I didn't even see you, what the hell?" And he didn't react. Not even a flinch. He didn't seem startled that I had almost crashed into him. He didn't answer me. He didn't blink in any way that felt natural. He just stood there, empty and still, like I wasn't even part of what was happening. For a few seconds, I couldn't move. I wanted to leave. Every part of me was screaming to get away, but I was frozen. Then I finally took a couple steps to the side, still watching him, and that's when he started walking. But even the way he walked was wrong. It was stiff and mechanical, almost like he was copying the motion of a person walking without actually understanding it. His pace was strange, too steady, too controlled, like a wind-up figure moving down the road. I always thought that if something creepy ever happened to me, I'd be smart about it. I'd run. I'd get out of there immediately. But in the moment, I just stood there watching him because my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Once he got a little farther away, I started walking quickly in the opposite direction, still keeping my eyes on him. I didn't want to look away at all. But then I came to this part of the street where the trees cover the street lamp, and it gets really dark. I was already terrified, so I glanced forward for just a second to make sure nothing else was ahead of me. When I looked back, he was gone. Completely gone. There wasn't anywhere obvious he could have gone that fast. The only real option would have been crossing toward the school parking lot, but he would have had to move impossibly quickly to get out of sight in that tiny amount of time. He appeared out of nowhere, and then he disappeared the same way. I don't know what he was. I don't know if he was some kind of spirit, something pretending to be human, or just something I don't have a name for. I've had ghost experiences before, but this felt different. This didn't feel like a normal haunting. This felt like my body recognized danger before I did. So I guess I'm sharing this because I want to know if anyone else has experienced something like this. Have you ever seen a person who didn't feel like a person? Because I still think about that night, and I still can't convince myself that what I saw was human. Hey, I want to share a memory from when I was about 10 years old. We were spending our summer vacation at my grandma's house. You know, the one we call Nani. Those 2 months are some of the most vivid parts of my childhood, mostly because of something pretty unsettling that happened. So Nani lives in this village where there used to be these huge bamboo plantations, like a mini forest starting right from her backyard and stretching out into the distance. Back then, those bamboos were thick and tall, but now, well, they're gone. Around a month into our stay, there was a wedding nearby. Everyone was busy. My parents, cousins, uncles, aunts, even my grandpa. My older brother was off playing with our cousin brothers. That left me and Nani together because I wasn't feeling too great. We weren't exactly alone. There were some distant relatives around, but I barely knew them. So, I stuck close to Nani. It was night, and the front yard was lit by a few lanterns hanging from poles. There was also a faint bulb glowing in one of the rooms. We had this bamboo cot right outside, and Nani was sitting there with me on her lap. The music from the wedding was faint in the background, but the crickets were louder. The night breeze was cool, even though it was summer, and it was just the right setting for a nap. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was hearing a whisper right by my ear. I thought it was someone calling my name. Honestly, I don't remember the exact word, but I was sure it was my name. When I opened my eyes, Nani wasn't there. I was alone on that cot, surrounded by darkness except for where the lanterns lit up. Then, I heard the voice again. Curious, I stood up and peeked inside the house to see where Nani had gone. But then, I heard the voice coming from the backyard. I could also hear the bamboo stalks rubbing together, like in a storm, but the weather was calm. Now here's where my 10-year-old bravery, or stupidity, kicked in. I decided to go see who it was. No lantern, no backup, just me thinking it was a cousin playing a prank. The backyard was dim and shadowy, I called out, "Who's there?" a few times. Then I saw it, a tall, dark figure peeking from behind one of the bamboo stalks. It stood as tall as the bamboo itself. Even now, I get chills thinking about how clear that image is in my mind. I called out again, but it didn't move. The backyard was so quiet, except for the wind that seemed stronger than the night's weather should have allowed. Fear started creeping in. I realized how foolish it was to be there alone. I didn't shout this time. Instead, I tried to step back toward the front yard. But every time I took a step back, I heard the leaves rustle, like the figure was stepping closer. I froze. My heart was pounding, sweat trickling down. I closed my eyes tight, and that's when someone grabbed me from behind. It was Nani, holding a lantern, scolding me for wandering off. I opened my eyes, hugged her, tears streaming down my face, and pointed to the bamboo where the figure had been. She shone the lantern there, but there was no one. Whoever or whatever it was, it had vanished. She picked me up and took me inside. I was still crying, and she said she heard me shouting and came looking for me. After freshening me up, she asked if I was sure I wasn't dreaming or sleepwalking. I insisted I wasn't. Then she told me she hadn't heard a child talk about something like this in years, and she warned me never to go into the backyard alone again, not even during the day. And that's the story of the shadow behind the bamboo. Even now, I wonder what it was, but I'm just glad Nani was there when I needed her. I've had a few moments with my daughter that I still don't really know how to explain. One day, I was alone in the car with her. She was still tiny, sitting in her car seat, fussing a little the way babies do when they're uncomfortable or tired. Nothing had been playing through the car audio. No music, no podcast, nothing. And then, out of nowhere, the speaker started playing a woman's voice. It said something like, "She's been sitting in her seat too long." When I looked at the display, both the title and the artist just said, "Unknown." Then it stopped. Nothing played before it, nothing played after it, and honestly, it didn't feel scary. It was strange, absolutely, but not scary. More like the air had briefly opened a tiny door and then shut it again. Another time, I walked into the playroom where my daughter was in her playpen. The TV had been on, but it was asleep on the home screen. Suddenly, it started playing a song. It sounded like a rock band with a male lead singer, and the lyrics were something about looking around and seeing the invisible in the room. I distinctly remember the word shadows being repeated, maybe in the chorus. I'm not saying it was about shadow people or anything like that. I just know that word was in there. The weird part is, I don't even know how to make that TV play music. The screen never changed from the home screen either. I searched for that song for over an hour and a half right after it happened, when the lyrics were still fresher in my mind, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And that's another strange thing. With moments like that, the details start slipping away so quickly. I have a good memory, and when something shocks me, I usually write it down right away. But with this, it's like the words get foggy almost immediately. There have also been little things with the baby monitor. I always seem to wake up right before my daughter does. Not after she cries, not because she makes noise. I just wake up and check the monitor. One night, around 1 a.m, I woke up with this strong feeling that the sound on the iPad baby monitor app wasn't working. My daughter had been sleeping through the night by then, so my husband Darren was annoyed when I woke him up and asked him to fix it. But he did. We got the sound working again, and about 5 minutes later, she sat up and started crying. Her wake-ups aren't predictable. They happen at different times, and when I wake up, she's usually still sound asleep. Her room is soundproofed enough that we don't accidentally wake her, so it isn't like I'm hearing her stir through the walls. Recently, twice, I've heard a little voice say, "Mommy, Mommy," through the baby monitor. But my daughter can't say those words yet. And both times, when I looked, she was visibly asleep. Then shortly after, she woke up. Maybe this next part is just in my head, but when I see her stirring on the monitor at night, if I really focus on her and sort of tell her, silently, that I love her, that I'm here, and that she can go back to sleep, she does. Almost every time. I know that sounds like a tired mother looking for patterns, and maybe that's all it is. I'm a stay-at-home mom right now, so I've always assumed I just know her rhythms better than anyone else. Intuition, pattern recognition, closeness. All of that makes sense. But then something happened recently that made me pause. We met up with one of my husband's friends and their family. They have a child close to my daughter's age, and it was only the second time we'd all spent time together. Before we left, one of the parents looked at me and said something like, "I have to tell you, I've never experienced anything quite like her. I thought this the first time too, but I wanted to be sure before I said anything strange. She feels almost telepathic. She just looks at you, and you know exactly what she needs, like down to specifics." That caught me off guard, because that's how it has always felt to me. I just thought that was because I'm her mother. There was one silly little thing too, though it still sticks in my mind. One day, while my daughter was lying on me nursing and sleeping, I clicked into HBO. She hates when I move, so I was trying not to disturb her. Instead of opening to the last thing we'd watched, it took me directly to an episode of Euphoria called Stand Still and See. That wasn't the last episode watched. It wasn't even the last show watched on HBO. The home screen had been showing something completely different as the most recent thing. And my husband doesn't watch Euphoria. I don't know what any of this means. I'm not trying to make it into something bigger than it is. None of it has felt dark or threatening. It's just strange. Little moments. Voices from speakers. Songs I can't find. Words that disappear from my memory too quickly. Waking before she wakes. Hearing "Mommy" before she can say it. And this quiet feeling that, somehow, my daughter and I are tuned to the same invisible station. I heard this story years ago from an elderly night watchman who had worked in Hong Kong back in the early 80s. He was not the sort of man who dressed things up. He did not lower his voice or lean in dramatically. He simply told it the way a person tells you about an old scar, quietly, carefully, and with the feeling that he wished the memory had stayed buried. He said it happened in Admiralty, around 1982. At that time, the whole district was changing. Old lanes were being cleared away. New office towers were climbing into the sky. Shopping arcades, footbridges, underground passages, and MTR entrances were appearing everywhere. Hong Kong was becoming sharper, brighter, more modern. But there was one newly finished commercial building that people whispered about before it had even opened. From the street, it looked grand enough. Glass, concrete, polished metal, all very clean and respectable. But some of the older workers said the land underneath it had a rotten history. They claimed that decades earlier, sometime in the 50s, there had been a hidden place nearby where children were kept and sold. Families had searched the district with faded photographs. Missing posters had been pasted on walls and lampposts. Some children simply vanished and were never found. During construction, the workers supposedly uncovered little pieces of bone in the foundation. Nobody official said much about it. The tower was finished anyway. Before the offices opened and the shops moved in, several guards were hired to watch the empty building at night. One of them was a man named Lao King. He had answered a small newspaper advertisement, nothing unusual. Just night security, decent pay, quiet hours. The other guards included old Uncle Han, who had done this kind of work for years, a round-faced fellow everyone called Big Wah, and another man nicknamed Mr. Tsim Sha Chui, because he always talked about moving there one day. One night, the four of them sat together in the security room and cooked hot pot on a little electric stove. That detail always stayed with me. Not because it is frightening, but because it feels so human. Four tired men in an empty tower, filling the midnight air with steam, broth, jokes, and the smell of food so the silence would not feel so large. Then every CCTV monitor turned to snow. At that same moment, Mr. Tim Sa Choi reached for his throat. He made a choking sound and fell from his chair. They tried to help him, but it was too late. The explanation later was that a small bone fragment had somehow lodged in his windpipe. A freak accident, they said. But the other guards swore that just before the screens went blank, they saw something on one monitor. A child. A little boy wearing red. A few days after that, Uncle Han died at home. His neighbors heard banging and clattering from his kitchen, then nothing. When the police got inside, they found him on the floor beside the stove. The metal around the burners was scorched black, as if fire had burst out from inside the appliance itself. And in the soot, there were tiny handprints. A Taoist priest was asked to come. He said the stove was more than a place for cooking. In a home, it carried the warmth of the family. It was the mouth of life. If something forced its way through that place, then what entered might not be easy to send back. Then the priest looked at Lao King's birth details. His face changed. He told Lao that he had been born under a deeply yin alignment. Yin year, yin month, yin day, yin hour. His wife was pregnant too, and whatever was inside that tower, the priest said, was not really hunting Lao. It wanted the baby. Big Wah was the next to go. He quit the job, packed quickly, and tried to leave Hong Kong for a while. But while driving through a tunnel late at night, his car slammed into the wall. When the authorities checked the footage, the back seat seemed empty. Until one frame. Just one frame showed a red blur behind him. After 3 deaths, the tower's opening was delayed. By then, everyone had a different explanation. Some said the spirits of the missing children were angry. Some said they wanted justice. Others said one child had stayed too long in the dark and had become something else entirely, something that no longer remembered what justice meant. Then the building became worse. Guards began seeing a boy in red reflected in elevator doors. Never directly, only in mirrored surfaces, glass panels, polished metal. The fountain outside the lobby supposedly showed his reflection after midnight, even when no one was standing there. Down in the basement, men heard nursery songs drifting through the corridors, sung by many thin little voices that did not quite match each other. And the elevators kept moving by themselves, always downward, always to B3. The priest told Lao King there was one final way to stop it. He had to seal 3 hidden geomantic gates inside the tower, and he had to destroy the stove in his own home before the thing could use it. But by then, Lao's wife had begun to change. Her skin became pale. Her mouth looked too red. At night, she moved furniture into strange positions and screamed whenever Lao tried to put things back. When he lifted a hammer to smash the stove, she held her stomach and begged him to stop. She cried that he was hurting their unborn child. And Lao stopped. A few days later, the priest was found barely alive. Before he died, he left one message. The bones were in the storm drain on B3. Seal them with blood. So Lao went down alone. He said the basement air was greenish, damp, and heavy. At the end of the corridor stood Mr. Tsim Sha Chui, dead and silent, raising one hand as if calling him closer. Then the elevator doors opened behind him. Children were laughing inside. A little boy in red stepped out. He was smiling much too widely. Lao found the drain. Inside were small, dry bones, brittle as old twigs. He cut his palm and let the blood drip down over them. The boy stopped laughing. Then he whispered, very softly, "At last, your blood belongs to me." Soon after that, Lao's wife went into labor. She gave birth to a child. Whether that child was truly human, nobody could ever say. But for years afterward, guards in that tower claimed the elevators still returned to B3 on their own. Pregnant women said they felt faint inside the mall. Some people reported hearing a child humming just behind their shoulder, close enough to feel the breath, but when they turned around, no one was there. Today, the place is bright, busy, and perfectly ordinary from the outside. But if you are ever in Admiralty, and an elevator begins descending without anyone pressing the button, I would step out before it reaches B3. I've had a number of encounters over the years. Some people might call them contact sessions, downloads, messages, or spiritual interactions. But honestly, all of those words feel a little too small for what it really is. To me, it's less about reaching out to something unknown and more about remembering what you already are: eternal, connected beyond place, not limited by time in the way we usually think. There are so many methods people talk about for making contact with the other side. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. And I don't doubt that many of those people are sincere. But from my own experience, some of those methods can make the whole thing feel more complicated than it needs to be. The first real requirement, at least as I understand it, is simple. You have to genuinely want to know. Not out of curiosity alone, not because you want proof on command, not because the ego is stamping its little paperwork and demanding answers by noon. You have to truly want to connect with the phenomenon, with that presence, with whatever name feels closest to the truth for you. And that becomes much easier when you stop asking from fear, control, or ego. There has to be surrender. There has to be an understanding that there is more beyond what we usually see, and that this more is not cold or distant. It feels familiar. It feels like something that has known us longer than we have known ourselves. I believe there is a presence that wishes to interact with human beings who sincerely wish to interact with it. That sincere intention is the cornerstone. From there, it takes practice. Intention, repetition. It's a little like tuning an old radio in the dark. At first there's static, then a tone, then something clear enough to recognize. On this plane, I believe there are two main frequencies. One is doubt-based, restless, mechanical. I sometimes think of it as the old ego system. It runs on imaginary time, dragging guilt from yesterday and anxiety from tomorrow. The ego wants proof immediately. It wants answers now. It wants the mystery to stand under fluorescent lights and empty its pockets. But the deeper self, the one connected to the other side, doesn't work that way. It responds when it is called with honesty and followed with trust. It is not linear. It is patient. It does not insist. It does not shout over you. It simply responds to true intent. Those who learn to align with that frequency and who learn to tell the difference between the ego's noise and the self's quiet signal will begin to notice things. Maybe orbs. Maybe repeated numbers appearing in sets of 3 or more, like 111, 333 777. Maybe goosebumps, but the good kind. The kind that feel like confirmation passing through the body. And eventually, for some, the signs may deepen. Dreams that feel more real than waking life. Memories that don't seem to belong to this lifetime. Fragments from before this body, before this earth, before the little story we usually call me. There are ways to make this easier, though it remains deeply personal. For me, the hours before dawn have always felt especially open. The world is quieter then. The usual machinery of thought has softened. Nature helps too. Trees, green places, stillness, and water most of all. Rivers, lakes, oceans, even the sound of rain. Water seems to carry something. It quiets the mind and sharpens the unseen. Why? Because this reality, in some sense, behaves like an electromagnetic field. And during the night, when the outer world rests and the great machine seems to sleep, that presence becomes easier to sense. The same is true around trees and water. They seem to hold a cleaner signal. So my advice is simple. Seek sincerely. Then listen. From ancient times until now, what was true has remained true. The world has always had an illusory quality. Many people sense it, even if they don't know how to describe it. Believer or not, almost everyone has felt at some point that something about this place is strange, incomplete, or not quite what it appears to be. And I'll say this again because it matters. What was true yesterday is still true today. What you are seeking is also seeking you. You were never truly alone. You were only distracted. So step away from the vibration of second guessing. Let doubt pass without letting it lead. Trust the enduring reach of your own consciousness. It can go farther than you were taught. And those who seek truthfully, with an open heart and honest intent, will be answered when they allow themselves to receive it. I'm grateful I've never personally seen anything as terrifying as what my sister has. I'll be honest with you, I've always been the nervous one. I'm the kind of person who hears a noise at night and immediately becomes a statue under the blanket. But my twin sister, Lena, has had strange experiences for years. To give you a little background, we grew up around my grandparents' old house. It was built sometime in the early 1900s, and it had that heavy, quiet feeling old houses sometimes have, like the walls were holding on to things nobody had said out loud in a long time. We later found out that a family who lived there before my grandparents had gone through a terrible house fire, and their young daughter had died in it. But we didn't know any of that when my sister had her first experience. We were about 12 at the time. Lena said she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a little girl beside her bed. She had braids, and she was pretty, almost gentle looking. Her arms were resting on the mattress, and her chin was on top of them, like she was just quietly watching my sister sleep. Lena said the girl was very close. At first, she didn't understand what she was seeing. Then it hit her that this little girl should not have been there. She shut her eyes tight, grabbed onto her blanket, and didn't move. She said the girl didn't feel evil or angry, but just knowing she wasn't supposed to be in that room scared her badly. A few days later, she finally told my grandparents. They said they had never seen anything themselves, but then my uncle, who was only a few years older than us, admitted that he and his girlfriend, who is now his wife, had experienced strange things in that house too. One evening, my uncle was getting ready to go out while his girlfriend waited in the living room. When he came out of the bathroom, she asked him if he had left the water running. He heard it too, so he went back to check. The sink was off. They stood there confused, and then, right before they were about to leave again, they heard the water running a second time. He went back, and this time, the faucet really was on. My uncle has always been the kind of person who tries to find a logical reason for everything, so he didn't make a big deal out of it. But still, it was strange. As the years went on, Lena kept telling our parents things like, "I heard something," or "I saw a shadow in the hallway." My mom never had any paranormal experiences herself, so she usually told Lena it was because she watched too many ghost shows and scary videos. But then Lena started working at a department store in the mall, and the experiences followed her there. She worked at the customer service counter on the third floor. During closing, she usually had to let the other employees out, then wait for the manager and the security guard. That meant she was often one of the only people left in that huge store. At first, she would hear hangers clinking together, even though nobody was supposed to be near the racks. She tried to ignore it. She told herself it was just the building settling, or echoes from earlier in the day. But then one night, while she was closing, she heard noises coming from the offices behind the counter. She asked the security guard to check and make sure nobody was back there before they left. He looked straight at her and said, "Get your stuff. Let's go." That scared her more than the noise did. She asked him again, "What if someone is hiding back there?" And he just said, "Ignore it. Let's go." So they left. Another time, she went into the break room by herself to eat. There was a storage room inside where they kept mannequins, displays, and extra supplies. She had just heated up her food and sat down when she heard the storage room door creak. Then it opened a little. She froze, waiting for someone to walk out. Nobody did. She grabbed her food and left as fast as she could. She said she had chills all over her body, not just from fear, but from that deep, wrong feeling you get when your body knows something is off before your mind catches up. She knew the woman who worked with the security cameras, so later she asked if anyone had gone into that storage room before her and never came out. The woman checked and said no one had gone in, but on the footage, they could see the door open by itself. After that, Lena refused to eat in the break room unless other people were there. And those hangers I mentioned before, they became part of another experience. One night, she was walking down the aisle with the manager and security guard after closing. She was already nervous every time she had to close, so she always stayed close to them. She said she was walking in the middle, between both of them, nowhere near the racks. Then suddenly, her purse got caught on a hanger. They laughed and joked that maybe the ghost wanted her to stay, but Lena didn't think it was funny. To her, it just added another layer to everything that had already been happening. Another night, she was training a new customer service employee. The customer service area was wide, with hallways on both sides leading back toward the offices. There was also a meeting room off to one side. They were getting ready for the last few hours of the shift when suddenly, from inside the meeting room, they heard a loud crash. Then more noise. It sounded like chairs and tables being shoved around, maybe even thrown. Like someone in there was furious. But there was no meeting scheduled. Nobody was supposed to be inside. Lena knew immediately that something wasn't right, but she tried to act calm because the new girl was curious and wanted to go look. Lena told her, "Don't go in there. Just ignore it." The girl kept wondering if maybe someone was inside, and Lena finally said, "If you go in there and something happens, I'm grabbing my stuff and running, so please, just leave it alone." They kept working and never talked about it again. But the experience that really pushed Lena to her limit happened while she was closing with an older coworker who had trained her. Lena liked working with her. She felt comfortable around her. They were closing their registers. Lena was on one far side of the counter, and the other woman was on the opposite side. All of a sudden, the woman screamed. Lena rushed to ask if she was okay, but the woman had gone pale. She looked terrified and didn't want to say what she had seen. Lena kept asking because she knew she was supposed to stay there by herself after the woman left. Finally, the coworker told her there had been a man near Lena. She said he looked wrong somehow, and he was leaning toward Lena like he was about to whisper something directly into her ear. That was it for my sister. She was so shaken that she practically begged the woman to stay and close with her. After that, Lena decided she couldn't keep working there anymore and started looking for another job. As for me, I only have one experience, and it happened a couple of weeks ago. It was a Sunday. My parents and Lena had gone to the hospital so my dad could get checked out, and I stayed home with my brother. We were asleep in the TV room, which has a clear view into the kitchen. At some point, I woke up because I heard something. I'm still not sure if I was half dreaming or fully awake, but I thought I saw a figure move into the kitchen. At first, I assumed my parents had come home, but I kept listening, and I kept watching the kitchen, and slowly I realized there was no one there. I got scared, so I turned around and hugged my brother. 4 days later, my mother passed away. I don't know if what I saw had anything to do with that. I can't say for sure, but it has stayed with me, quietly sitting in the back of my mind ever since. Those are some of the strange things my family has experienced, and even now, I still don't know what to make of all of it. Hi, so I want to tell you about something that stayed with me in a way I still don't fully know how to explain. My experience is tied, at least partly, to having an open mind about reincarnation. Not just the usual idea of a past life, but things like ancestral return, inherited memory, or that strange feeling that something old in your bloodline is somehow still speaking. I know those are big concepts, and people can look them up if they want the deeper explanations. But the simple version is this. I recently uncovered what may have been a past life, or maybe some kind of spiritual connection to an ancestor. And honestly, it was probably one of the least comforting possibilities I could have imagined. I'm a man in my early 40s, and not long ago, I went through the end of a relationship. Nothing supernatural seemed to be happening at first. It was just the normal mess of heartbreak, sadness, disappointment, regret, anger, all of it. But those emotions seemed to open some hidden door in me. Out of nowhere, I started thinking about one very specific man in my family tree. I barely knew anything about him. Just a few census records, a couple of military index entries, the bare bones of a life. I knew he had lived in Baltimore County, Maryland during the Civil War, and that he had served with the 7th Maryland Volunteers in the Union Army. That was about it. I live in Maryland too, though in a different county. Most of my older family came from Baltimore or nearby areas, not from the part of Maryland where I grew up. So this man wasn't someone I had grown up hearing stories about. He wasn't family lore. He was just a name on paper. But after that breakup, he came to mind with this strange urgency. It felt almost like waking up with the sudden need to call someone. Not casually, urgently. Like something was pressing on my shoulder. At first, I thought maybe I was just looking for a distraction from feeling miserable. And honestly, that would have made sense. Research can be a shelter when your heart is making too much noise. But the feeling kept getting sharper. It didn't feel random. It felt connected to what I was feeling, in a way I couldn't name yet. So I started digging into this relative, Jonas Thomas Kelbaugh, who lived from 1840 to 1908. Now, I should say this part clearly. I'm trained in genealogical research. I have a certificate in it, a graduate degree in library science, and years of experience working with records, archives, and family history. So when I research, I'm not trying to force a story onto the evidence. I don't like bending facts until they fit feelings. But what I found was strange, because the facts started echoing my emotions. Jonas had enlisted in the Union Army, and from what I could piece together, it may have been partly because he wanted approval to court the woman he later married, Bethany Ann Schaefer. Bethany had already been treated as a source of shame in her family because she had a child outside of marriage, and the man involved never married her. Her father was protective of her, maybe even fiercely so, and he was also a strong Union supporter. He believed the rebellion had to be put down by force. Jonas worked as a stonemason and spent time on his uncle's farm in Carroll County, Maryland. That uncle lived near Bethany's father, and Jonas appears to have done some work around the Schaefer farm too. So I began to see the shape of it. A young man, trying to prove himself, trying to become acceptable in the eyes of the woman's family. He enlisted in August of 1862. He joined Company D of the 7th Maryland Volunteers, alongside neighbors and relatives. Soon after, he marched toward the front, not long after the Battle of Antietam. But after several months, whatever noble or romantic reason had carried him into the army seemed to collapse under the reality of war. He had likely seen frightening action during the Confederate retreat after Antietam. Then winter came. Christmas came. Homesickness must have pressed down hard, and Jonas deserted. He left with a small group of other soldiers and made the long journey back home, roughly 70 miles or so. To avoid being caught, he hid out near his uncle's farm, close enough to Bethany that he could reconnect with her. From what I can tell, he presented himself as if his enlistment had simply ended. But it hadn't. He was absent without leave, and by the spring of 1863, he was officially listed as a deserter. Jonas and Bethany married on July 19, 1863. By then, he was working with her father and trying to build some kind of future, possibly earning an interest in the farm through his labor. For a while, maybe the war felt far away, out there in the countryside. But his name was circulating on deserter lists. Someone may have informed on him, possibly even another man connected to Bethany's past. In April of 1864, Jonas was arrested. He was court-martialed and sentenced to 1 year of imprisonment at Fort Delaware. Part of his punishment was being forced to wear a ball and chain, and the part that truly stopped me cold was this. His prison sentence began on July 19, 1864, his first wedding anniversary. That was when something in me just went quiet. The loss, the shame, the anger, the helplessness, the feeling of being separated from someone you love right when you thought your life was beginning again. It was all too close to what I had been feeling. Not identical in circumstance, of course, but emotionally, it struck the same deep bell. And I discovered this on the 160th anniversary of his imprisonment. That detail still unsettles me. I wasn't looking for it because of the anniversary. I didn't plan it. I simply followed the pull, and there it was, waiting. There's another part too. Jonas is buried in a cemetery about a mile from my childhood home. My family had no idea we had roots in that county going back that far. We thought of ourselves as Baltimore people, city people. None of my older relatives knew about these connections. It was just too far back, just outside living memory. But when I was a kid, I used to ride my bike to that cemetery. I was drawn to it for reasons I couldn't explain. There was a Revolutionary War soldier buried there, Captain Jonathan Murray Sr., with a historical marker on his grave. When I was 9 or 10, I used to visit that headstone like it was part of some private adventure. Years later, I found out that Captain Murray had been a neighbor of one of my ancestors, Henry Kelbaugh. Their names appeared close together on the same census page from 1820, so the place I felt drawn to as a child wasn't random after all. Or at least, it doesn't feel random now. Jonas did survive the war. He and Bethany remained married afterward, and it seems they built a life together. But the pain of what happened to him, The consequences of fear and youth and bad decisions, the humiliation of imprisonment, all of that reached across time in a way I still don't fully understand. I'm not saying with certainty that I was him. I don't know that. But I do feel, deep down, that I somehow knew the story before I knew the facts, and I can't shake the feeling that I was led to find it. I still remember how big those little paranormal games felt back in middle school. This was the early 2000s, so everybody had some kind of schoolyard legend they believed in, or at least pretended not to believe in. Kids were folding paper fortune tellers and asking who they were going to marry. People were twisting paper clips into little dowsing rods and using them to ask questions about crushes, friendships, all that awkward middle school stuff. But there was one game everybody knew: Bloody Mary. And for some reason, my friends and I decided we were finally going to try it. There were 3 of us that day, and the strange part is that we all had almost the same first name. I'll call myself Aaron here, and the other 2 were Ari and Aaron. At the time, that felt important somehow. We had heard all these rumors that rituals were stronger when 3 people did them together. You know how kids talk. Someone always has a cousin or an older sibling who knows something. So after class one afternoon, we went into one of the school bathrooms. We checked the stalls first. Every single one. Nobody was in there. Then we closed the door, pulled the little window shutter so the room got darker, and turned off the lights. It wasn't pitch black, but it was close. The only thing I could really make out was the faint shape of the mirror above the sinks. The 3 of us stood there shoulder to shoulder, staring into it. And before we even said anything, I remember feeling wrong about it. Not scared exactly, at least not at first. More like the air had gotten heavier, like we had stepped into a place that didn't want us making jokes anymore. Then we started saying it together. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. For a few seconds, nothing happened. No face in the mirror, no shadow behind us, no hand on the glass. Nothing. And honestly, I think we were just about to laugh it off. That nervous kind of laugh kids do when they're relieved but don't want to admit they were scared. Then something crashed behind us. It came from one of the stalls. It was loud, sharp, metallic. The only way I can describe it is this. It sounded exactly like a big knife hitting the tile floor, then bouncing. Clang. 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 The sound echoed through the bathroom, and all 3 of us turned around at the same time. Nobody was there. No one had come in. No one had walked out. We had checked the stalls ourselves, and whatever made that sound, it had happened inside the bathroom with us. For maybe 1 second, we all just froze. Then we ran. Not gracefully either. We shoved past each other, slipped on the floor, grabbed at the door, and basically spilled out into the hallway like the bathroom itself had spit us out. None of us went back in to investigate. Not then. Not later that day. What still gets me is that we all described the sound the same way afterward. We didn't have to explain it to each other. We all heard the same thing. A heavy metal blade hitting the floor. Years have passed, and I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was fear. Maybe our imaginations filled in the blanks. Maybe the building made some weird noise at the worst possible moment. But I know what I heard. And I know I wasn't the only one. Hey, I want to share with you a story from a few years ago. Something that still gives me chills when I think about it. So, back when I was 18, my friends and I decided to take a trip to a rural village to unwind. My late grandparents had a house there, nothing fancy, but it felt like the perfect escape from city life. We packed up, took a 2-hour drive, and then walked for about half an hour to reach the village. It was bigger than I expected, with chickens, goats, and dogs roaming freely. A real countryside vibe. We settled into the house and spent the first day resting. The next morning, we planned to visit this scenic spot my dad had told me about. We packed water but forgot food, thinking the trip would be short. After about 30 minutes hiking through some dense woods, we arrived at this breathtaking clearing with a huge tree and a stunning view. But, being young and curious, we kept exploring and lost track of time. Ended up spending an extra hour and a half wandering around. When we decided to head back, things got weird. We tried retracing our steps, but no matter how fast we walked or jogged, we couldn't find that big tree again. Panic started setting in. Then, out of nowhere, an old woman appeared on the trail. We asked her how close the village was, and she said we'd been heading the wrong way. The village was still a 3-hour walk away. 3 of us were barely able to stand at that point, so when she offered us shelter and food, we were hesitant but eventually agreed. Her cabin was small but clean, with a little garden and a goat tied outside. Inside, the furniture was old but tidy. She served us plates filled with chicken, veggies, salad, and tea. Everyone except my friend Adam and me ate eagerly. Adam was suspicious, not touching the food or tea, and I was torn between my hunger and caution, but eventually gave in. After eating, the woman excused herself to rest, and one by one, we all fell asleep on those hard sofas. I set an alarm to wake us after 30 minutes. Adam decided to stay awake and watch around. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by worried faces. It was sunrise, but Adam was nowhere to be found. We called for him, but no answer. I went to check the woman's room where she had gone to sleep. But the room was empty. No bed, no furniture, just 4 bare walls. The kitchen was empty too. My phone was dead, and all our phones had lost power somehow. We ran towards the village, calling Adam's name. When we finally reached some neighbors, they looked scared and asked, "Where have you been for the past 3 days?" Turns out, we had been missing for 3 days. My parents were worried sick, had called the neighbors, and even reported me missing. The whole village had been searching. They took us to the local mosque, where the imam suggested it might be witchcraft. We went back with some men to search for Adam near the cabin, but found no trace. Even the police couldn't find anything. To this day, I wonder what really happened. Why was Adam the only one to disappear? Was it because he didn't eat, or because he was exploring the cabin? A part of me wants to go back, to uncover the truth, but every time I think about that place, I'm gripped by a deep fear. I don't know if that woman was some kind of witch, or if something else was going on, but it's a mystery that still haunts me. Hey, I want to share a couple of experiences that have really stuck with me. Stuff that's a little out there, but felt so real. So, a while ago, my partner and I moved into this old mansion that's been converted into apartments. It dates back to the mid-1800s, and yeah, people say it's haunted. I've always been sensitive to energy and the paranormal, but this place surprised me. From the moment we stepped in, I sensed a presence. This young woman in a purple lace dress with brown hair and eyes, and an older lady at the staircase, dressed in black, looking quite stern. I even had dreams about a man with a black beard and green eyes, and a little toddler in overalls. Seems like a family once called this place home. We've heard knocks, seen things move, and once, while playing video games with friends, the TV turned off, then back on, almost like it was responding. We burned Palo Santo and used black salt around the windows to keep things calm. But one night, During a thunderstorm, my baby was restless, so we put him in his crib. When I checked the baby monitor, I saw strange orbs moving near him. It got really cold suddenly, even though we were in a heat wave and the salt lamp flickered. I felt a sad, cold energy from the corner of his room, so we brought him back to the living room. The orbs stayed on the monitor even after. A friend analyzed the footage and saw faces, an adult man, 2 women, and a child. It was eerie, but also kind of beautiful in a strange way. Then there's this other story from a friend who works nights alone at a slaughterhouse in Wyoming. He started noticing noises, shadows, and even whispers when he was by himself. One coworker told him the place is lively before anyone arrives. My friend joked with the spirits, asking them to give him space since he needed to work, but that only seemed to stir things up more. He'd see figures out of the corner of his eye and once heard footsteps right behind him, though he knew it probably wouldn't stop anything. Even after work, he felt like something was following him. He's scared, but isn't ready to quit because the job has really helped his life. He just wishes the spirits could leave him be. And lastly, there's this basement in my family home that's always given me the creeps, even though I don't really believe in ghosts. It's peaceful overall, but there's one room, the gaming room, that makes my heart race whenever I'm near it. It's like this invisible weight or tension sits in the air. I'm not sure what it is, but it's enough to make me anxious every time I pass by. So, yeah, maybe these things can't be explained fully, but sometimes the feelings and signs are impossible to ignore. Have you ever felt something like this in a place you live or work? It's strange, but it also makes you wonder about the stories that old walls could tell if they could speak. Listen, I know not everybody wants to watch a whole video, and that's fine. But if you don't watch the full thing, at least hear the beginning and the end, because I really wanted to clear something up once and for all. I've seen a few people saying I use AI to edit my videos. Some people have even said my whole channel is AI, which honestly blows my mind. I don't really know how someone can sit through one of my videos and come to that conclusion, but apparently some people are determined to see things that way. And the bigger thing is, people are so quick now to call hard work AI. It's like the second something looks clean, edited, or a little different, somebody jumps in and says, AI. A lot of people aren't even forming their own opinion anymore. They see a trend online, they see other people saying it, and they just follow along because they think it makes them sound clever. I get it. People always say not to feed the trolls, and I try not to. But I'm being honest, it gets frustrating after a while. So I decided to record myself editing one of my upcoming videos, the one I'm planning to post soon, because I thought maybe it would help to actually show the process. And honestly, some of you might find it interesting too, because creators don't always show what happens behind the curtain. AI bothers me because it takes credit away from people who are really putting in the time. There are people filming, editing, adjusting sound, color grading, writing descriptions, coming up with titles, and doing all of that by hand. Then AI can spit something out in under a minute, and suddenly people start accusing real creators of doing the same thing. From what I've seen, you can usually still tell when something is AI. Something moves wrong, something passes through a body, the physics look strange, or there's just that weird, unnatural feeling. I haven't really seen a full 5 or 10-minute video yet that is completely AI and perfectly patched together without obvious mistakes. I'm also hoping the mods over on Paranormal site can keep paying attention to this kind of thing, because that's where I post most of my content, and that's where I see a lot of those comments calling my work AI. I also see this as a teaching moment, not just for me, but for anyone watching. For the people who are quick to call something AI, please slow down. Stop following the crowd for 2 seconds and actually look at the video. Analyze it. Think about it. Don't just drop a comment on someone's work when you don't really know what you're talking about, because that kind of comment can hurt someone's credibility. Other people see it, believe it, and then they don't even bother watching the video for themselves. That's not fair, especially when it happens to a smaller creator who is just trying to build something. I don't know if it comes from jealousy, boredom, or just wanting attention, but trying to damage a random person's reputation like that is a really ugly thing to do. Anyway, for the people who actually watch the whole video and read this, I genuinely like to hear your thoughts. And if you're a creator too, I'd like to know how you feel about AI. For me, I don't use AI in any part of my process. I film my own content. I edit my own content. I write my titles. I write my descriptions. I color grade my videos. I put the whole thing together myself. And it's frustrating when, instead of getting any credit for that, I get accused of taking shortcuts. Still, I hope you enjoy the video, whether you're here to support it or just to hate watch it. The trolls have to eat too, so I guess I serve dinner tonight. And just for fun, I'm aiming for -100 downvotes on this post. Think we can make it happen? I'll even start it off myself. All right, later. Hey, I want to share something personal that's been weighing on me for a while now. There's this one room in our basement. I used to think it was just my imagination or leftover fears from childhood. But lately, it's been a different story. I always felt like someone was in there, watching or waiting. For the longest time, I convinced myself I was just being paranoid. The strange thing is, my partner Lily feels the same way about that room. The first time she stayed over, we went down to grab some drinks, and when we got near that door, she just froze. She said she didn't want to go in and would wait for me outside. At first, I thought maybe she just didn't like basements. But then, a few months back, when I finally told her about my feelings, she immediately said, "You mean the room right across the stairs?" That's the gaming room. I asked how she knew, and she said she felt something there too. She mentioned seeing shadows flicker at the edge of her vision. What freaked me out was that I'd never told anyone about this room before. It's getting harder to ignore. The shadows seem more real, and I hear soft tapping on the door sometimes, like someone or something is trying to get my attention. I'm trying to tell myself it's just my mind playing tricks, but honestly, it's starting to mess with me. I'm desperate for advice on how to face this fear and maybe even understand what's going on. Because if this keeps up, I don't think I'll ever go down to the basement again. And that thought, it's just not okay with me. Hey, I want to share some stories from my family about our house. The one we believe is haunted. It's been a bit unnerving, but also strangely fascinating. First, there's my stepdaughter, Maya. She lived with us for about a year, in the room where our son sleeps now. One night, she went to shower and ended up having a conversation with a woman she thought was me. The door was closed, but the voice sounded just like mine. She chatted for about 20 minutes, thinking I was sitting on her bed. What's wild is, my husband and I were right there in the living room with our son watching TV the whole time. When Maya came out, she even told me it was rude to just walk off mid-conversation. We assured her I hadn't left the couch once. Then there's my husband's experience. This happened when our son was just a toddler, around 3 or 4. After I had a car accident, my mom came to pick up me and the little guy. My husband came home, knowing I wasn't there, but he saw a woman who looked just like me enter our bedroom. He talked with her for a few minutes while sitting in the living room. When he got up to join her, she vanished. Then, the paperwork he'd left on the table was found torn to pieces. It was unsettling. My oldest sister, Clara, had her own strange moment. Her daughter was visiting us for the summer and stayed in our son's room. One night, Clara woke up feeling really uneasy and saw a little girl sitting quietly in the corner, elbows on knees, hands on her face, just staring at her. Our son had called this mysterious figure Little Sarah. Clara covered herself with the blanket and prayed, feeling like time stretched forever. When she finally peeked, the girl was gone. But then, when Clara went to the bathroom, she looked into our room and saw that same little girl squatting in the corner there. Clara didn't go back to the bathroom that night and stayed under the covers until morning. And just last night, at around 4:45 a.m., our son woke me up asking what I had been whispering to him. I told him I hadn't said anything. My husband, who leaves for work at 4 a.m., and our son both saw me pick up the AirPods our son dropped and put them back in the case. Our son went back to bed but woke up again at 4:25, coming out to ask where his other AirPod was. We had just seen me put both AirPods in the case, but one was mysteriously lying on the floor. None of us had touched it since. These moments make the house feel alive in a way that's hard to explain. It's spooky, yes, but also a part of our family story now. Thanks for listening. I came across something today called the Hat Man phenomenon, and I have to be honest, it unsettled me more than I expected. The reason it got to me is because I saw something very close to that when I was a child, long before I had any idea people talked about things like this. I must have been around 6 or 7 years old. Back then, my parents were involved in mission work, so our family moved around quite a bit. We lived in different places, sometimes in very simple homes, and for a while we stayed in this small wooden cabin-style house that had been arranged for us. It was a modest little place, and one detail I still remember clearly is that the bathroom was not inside the house. It was in a separate little structure just behind it. So at night, whenever my siblings or I needed to use the bathroom, we would wake up one of our parents and ask them to come with us. It was only a short walk, maybe a few steps really, but when you're a kid and it's dark outside, a few steps can feel like crossing a whole forest. One night, sometime around 1 in the morning, I woke my mother because I needed to go. The sky was clear, and there was one of those old yellowish fluorescent porch lights glowing outside. This was in the 90s, so everything had that dim, strange, almost dusty kind of nighttime look. After I finished using the bathroom, my mother said she needed to go too, and she told me to wait outside for her. So I stood there alone, just looking around the yard. That was when I noticed something at the front corner of the house. It looked like someone was peeking around the edge. At first, I thought it was a man wearing a hat. I could only see the head and the hat coming out from behind the corner. The hat looked something like a fedora, and the shape of the face had this sharp jawline. But the whole figure was completely black. Not dark-skinned, not hidden in shadow, but black like a cutout. Like a person-shaped absence. There were no eyes, no mouth, no nose, nothing. No face at all. And still, somehow, I knew it was looking directly at me. The strange part was the light. That yellow porch light was bright enough to show the plants and leaves behind it, but none of that light touched the figure. It did not reflect anything. It did not reveal any detail. It was just there, perfectly dark. I was scared, but not in the way I probably should have been. At the time, I thought maybe it was one of the older neighborhood kids trying to scare me. That kind of thing happens sometimes, so my first thought was not ghost or monster. I thought it was a prank, so I called out to it. It did not answer. I called again. Still nothing. It did not move. It did not flinch. It just stayed there, staring at me without eyes. And then, for reasons I still do not fully understand, I decided the best thing to do was run straight at it. So I charged toward the corner of the house. As I got closer, the figure seemed to shrink. I do not know how else to describe it. It was not backing away exactly. It was more like it was folding down into itself, becoming smaller and flatter. By the time I reached it, it looked almost two-dimensional, like a shadow pressed against the ground. Then it slid into the shadow of a chair on the porch and disappeared. Just like that. Gone. I immediately turned and ran back to my mother. A little while later, I looked toward that corner again, and there was absolutely nothing there. No person, no movement, nothing that could explain what I had seen. I told my mother about it, but she brushed it off as imagination. And honestly, I understand why she did. I was just a kid. It was late, and children see strange things sometimes. But I never forgot it. That image stayed with me for years. The black shape, the hat, the feeling that it was watching me. And here is the part that bothers me most. I did not grow up in the West, and as a child in the 90s, I had not been exposed to horror characters like Freddy Krueger or anything like that. I had no reason to imagine a shadowy man in a hat. Then today, completely by chance, I watched a video about the Hat Man phenomenon, and I learned that people from different parts of the world have described seeing almost the same thing. I am not saying what I saw was supernatural. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was something ordinary that my mind turned into something frightening. But when I heard those descriptions today, I got chills. Because whatever that thing was, I saw it long before I knew it had a name. Hey, I want to share a story with you. It's one of those moments that really changed how I think about the paranormal. So, I'm not someone who grew up fully convinced about ghosts and spirits. Sure, I had some weird things happen when I was a kid, like once waking up to this shadowy figure at my bedroom door, or another time seeing what looked like a man in a white robe on the beach from our vacation condo window. I told my parents, but when they came to look, he was gone. I always thought maybe it was just my imagination, or my eyes playing tricks. Fast forward to college, I was living in a dorm, and there was this well-known story about a woman who'd been murdered there years before. One night, I was alone in my room when I heard a woman whisper my name right next to the wall. I asked my friends if they heard anything, but they didn't. I assumed I was just tired or maybe had been drinking. But then, a few years ago when I was about 28, something happened that I couldn't explain away so easily. I was working as a waitress at this bar and restaurant, and on my first day, the woman training me mentioned the place was haunted by 3 spirits: an old man, a little boy, and a woman. She said the boy even followed her home once and became friends with her daughter. I was skeptical, of course. One night I was at home, getting ready to go out, and my friend was just hanging out on my bed. I was listening to music on my phone, just relaxing since I'd called off work. The carpet in my room is really thick, and the door is heavy. It doesn't just move on its own. But out of nowhere, I heard it creak like someone was opening or closing it. I whipped around, thinking maybe my parents had come home early, but no one was there, and the door was still. My dog was asleep at my feet, and no windows were open. I asked my friend if she saw the door move, and she said she thought so, but didn't want to admit it. We shrugged it off, but then 10 minutes later, when I turned off the music to go feed my dog, I felt this strange chill as I stepped through the doorway. Suddenly, from the dark bathroom beside me, I heard a muffled female voice say something. I caught only the last word. You. I turned to my friend, hoping she'd say she said something, but she hadn't. She was just as freaked out as I was. Honestly, I grabbed my dog and we got out of the house as fast as we could. When I told the bar owner about it later, she said the usual spirits had been quiet since she got back from a trip. She even mentioned the name Rebecca, the woman spirit training me had talked about, and I haven't seen or heard from her since that night. But I still wonder, what was that voice saying to me? I guess some mysteries just don't have answers. I was 17 when this happened. I'm 26 now, and honestly, I've kept this story to myself for years. Not because I enjoy being mysterious about it, but because whenever I've tried to tell people, they either think I made it up or that I had some kind of sleep paralysis episode. And maybe they're right. I've turned that possibility over in my head more times than I can count. But there's one part of it I still can't explain. Back then, my parents had gone away for a family wedding. I didn't want to miss school, so I stayed home by myself for a couple of nights. The first night was completely ordinary. Nothing strange, nothing worth remembering. The second night was different. At around 11, I did all the usual things you do when you're home alone and trying not to feel home alone. I locked the front door, checked the windows, left a few lights on downstairs, watched videos on my phone for a while, and eventually went up to bed. My bedroom was on the second floor. The bed was against the wall, which meant there was only one open side, and there was only one way in or out of the room. I remember that clearly because later, that detail became the thing I couldn't stop thinking about. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not suddenly, not from a sound. I just opened my eyes. The room was dark, except for this weak amber light coming through the curtains from the street lamp outside. And then I noticed it. Someone was lying in bed beside me. For one tiny, stupid second, my brain tried to make it normal. I thought maybe my mom had come home early and had come in to check on me. But then I remembered. My parents were hours away. I went completely still. The person beside me was turned away from me. I could see long, dark hair spread across my pillow. The shape looked like a woman. She wasn't moving. She wasn't breathing loudly. She was just there. And fear is strange because people always think they know what they do. They think they'd scream, jump up, grab something, run. I did none of that. I just froze. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it was trying to climb out of my throat. I stared at the back of her head for what felt like forever. I kept waiting for her to shift or sit up or do anything at all. She didn't. Eventually, I managed to convince myself that I was dreaming, or half dreaming, or trapped in that weird space between being awake and asleep. So I closed my eyes. I don't know how much time passed after that. Maybe a minute, maybe 10 seconds. Then, I felt the mattress move. Slowly, carefully, like someone was turning over beside me. I opened my eyes again. Now she was facing me. I couldn't see her face clearly. The room was too dark for that. But I knew she was looking right at me. I have never felt anything like that fear. Not before, not since. I wanted to move. I wanted to yell. I wanted to throw myself out of the bed and get to the door. But my body wouldn't listen. Then she whispered, "He's standing behind you." Her voice sounded like a woman's voice. Soft, almost kind, and somehow, that made it worse, because I was facing the wall, which meant if someone was behind me, they were standing on the open side of the bed. between me and the bedroom door, blocking the only way out. I squeezed my eyes shut. I don't know why. Maybe some small, ancient part of my brain thought that if I didn't look, nothing could happen. So I stayed like that, eyes closed, barely breathing, waiting. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, or passed out. I still don't know which. When I woke up, sunlight was coming through the curtains. The room was empty. No woman, no sound, no sign that anyone had been there at all. I sat up and looked around, half expecting to find something. Hair on the pillow, a footprint, the door open. Nothing. I actually laughed at myself a little. I told myself it had been a nightmare, a really vivid one, but still just a nightmare. Then I went downstairs. The front door was still locked. The windows were shut. Everything looked exactly the way I'd left it. And then I saw something on the dining table. A photograph. An old printed one, the kind with faded colors and soft edges. I knew I'd seen it before. It had been kept away in one of those family storage boxes for years. In the picture were my grandparents when they were young, maybe in their 20s. And standing beside them was a young woman. Long black hair, a narrow face, dark eyes. I knew her immediately. She was the woman from my bed. I called my mom right away. I tried to sound casual when I asked, "Who's the woman in the old photo with Grandma and Grandpa?" There was this long pause. Then my mom said, "Why are you asking about her?" I told her I'd found the photo on the dining table. Another pause, longer this time. Then she said, "That's strange." I asked her what she meant, and she said, "That photo should be inside the locked trunk in the attic." I went upstairs so fast I nearly tripped. The attic hatch was closed. The trunk was still locked. The key was hanging on the little hook where it had always been. Later, my mother told me the woman's name was Marielle. She was my grandmother's younger sister. She died in 1978. No one in the family really talked about her, mostly because of the way things ended. Apparently, before she died, Marielle kept telling people she could see a man standing behind them. It started quietly at first, a comment here and there. Then it became constant, during meals, during visits, in the middle of conversations. She would suddenly look past someone's shoulder and ask, "Who is that man behind you?" At first, people thought she was joking. Then they thought she was trying to scare them. Then they started thinking something was wrong with her. A few weeks before she died, she told her sister, "The man is getting closer." 3 days later, Marielle was found dead in her bed. They never found a clear cause. My mother gave this little nervous laugh after telling me, like she wanted to make it sound less serious than it was. She said old family stories always grow sharper teeth over time. And I wanted to agree with her. I really did. But then she added one more thing. She said Marielle had a sentence she repeated whenever she became frightened. Something she supposedly said again and again for years. Something she said the night before she died. The same sentence I heard whispered beside me in the dark. "He's standing behind you." I live alone now. Most nights are fine. But sometimes, when I'm up late working and the apartment is quiet, I catch myself checking reflections. Dark windows, the black screen of the TV, mirrors at the end of the hall, anything that might show me what's behind me. I've never seen anyone there, not once, but every now and then, I get this strange feeling. Not that someone is watching me. That would be easier to explain. It feels more like someone is waiting, patiently, quietly, and somehow disappointed that I still haven't turned around. to share something that's been happening in our home for a few years now. So, a while back, my partner and I moved into this new condo. It wasn't anything fancy, just a bit bigger to fit our growing family. Things were a little rocky between us, and even though we separated, we still ended up living together. Yeah, I know, it's not the usual setup, but it worked for us at that time. I was crashing on the fold-out couch, and that's when the strange stuff began. Around 11 or midnight, I'd start hearing noises from the kitchen, like dishes clanking and drawers opening and closing. At first, it was subtle, but it got louder over time. I even managed to record some of it since the couch was right across the hall from the kitchen door. When I played it for my partner, he was skeptical at first, but after sitting with me one night and hearing the sounds himself, he started to believe me. We kind of joked about it, calling it our friendly ghost, making light of it, even after the fridge mysteriously opened one night. Things were okay for a while, and we even got back together. But then, a few months ago, the activity ramped up. Pictures started falling off the walls. Some glass frames even broke. Books would shift on the shelves, and stuff would fall off our desk without explanation. Lately, it's calmed down a bit, which is a relief. But honestly, it's been stressful. We've been trying to ignore it, pretending it's nothing. But our kids think it's all a game, and now they're more aware, pointing out every little noise or movement. It makes it hard for us to stay serious, especially when they laugh and say things like, "Oh, it's just our ghost friend." Just last night during family movie night, as we watched the new Croods movie, Xbox controllers and water bottles started flying off tables. It was unsettling to hear the kids joking about it while all this was happening. I talked to my sister Alina about it. She's from our indigenous community and suggested she come over to smudge the place properly, since I never learned how to use white sage the right way. I didn't want her to disrupt her life, but I think she senses how stressed I am. It's been going on for 4 years now, and honestly, I feel at a loss. We're hoping to move eventually, but living here is expensive. So for now, we're just trying to handle it day by day, hoping for some peace. Hey there, I want to share a couple of stories with you. These are moments from my past that still give me chills, but also make me think about the mysterious side of life. So, let's start with the first one. When I was a kid, we had this old family home, and one night, my mom was changing the window blinds. I had to sleep without them for a night, which wasn't too bad, but I always struggled to fall asleep easily. So there I was, about an hour and a half into trying to drift off, the moonlight spilling into my room, when suddenly, I got this eerie feeling, like someone was watching me. You know that gut feeling when you turn around and make eye contact with someone unexpected? Well, when I opened my eyes, I saw this huge black shadow hanging upside down near the top corner of my window, just staring right at me. It was so deep in darkness that I could see the stars beyond it, but no light reflected from it. Panic hit me. I wanted to scream or run, but I was frozen. Only my eyes could move. After a few seconds, it left, but I stayed paralyzed until I ran out of energy and finally fell asleep. I kept that to myself for years, until about 6 weeks ago, when my sister came to me over coffee and told me she had seen a similar shadow in her room, right by her bed. Our stories were almost the same. It's wild, right? Now, the second story is about our ancient house. We moved there when I was younger, and from day one, weird things started happening. We had this mountain dog who loved the cold. Where we lived before, she'd spend winters outside in the snow and summers on the cool basement tiles. But in this house, on the very first night, I noticed something strange. My dog, usually sleeping beside me, suddenly lifted her head and stared down the dark hallway for nearly 10 seconds, then started crying and panicking. I turned on the light. Nothing was there. 10 minutes later, the same thing happened, but this time she growled and ran off to my parents' room, refusing to enter the basement anymore. Even during hot days, she'd only go downstairs if I coaxed her with food, but she'd always look nervous and dart back upstairs. Then there was this one night, playing on my computer, when my mouse suddenly flew off the desk and hit my face at an impossible angle. And during a party in the basement, while we were all trying to sleep, 7 people claimed they saw our friend burst into a room, flip on the light, say something, and slam the door. Except that friend was outside the whole time. None of that adds up. Sometimes, late at night, I'd hear footsteps coming down the hall, stopping right outside my door. The only real attack was the mouse flying at me, but all these moments together make you wonder, don't they? So, what do you think? I've always felt like there's something beyond explanation in these experiences. Maybe shadows that watch us, or echoes of the unseen in old houses. Either way, they've stayed with me, reminding me that some mysteries are just part of life. Hey there, I want to share something that's been with me for years now, ever since my little girl was just a tiny baby. You see, I'm generally a pretty skeptical guy. I tend to think our minds play tricks on us, especially when we hear spooky stories and then start seeing things that might not really be there. But, well, I also believe there might be more than meets the eye sometimes. So, it was a quiet Sunday evening. After putting our daughter down to sleep, my partner and I decided to unwind a bit by playing Minecraft together. We always play in peaceful mode. No zombies or creepy mobs, just a calm game to relax. Anyway, as we were playing, our daughter woke up hungry. My partner went to get her some food, and that's when I felt it. This strange, heavy feeling like something else was in the room with us. It was so intense it made me pause the game. Now, my partner isn't a fan of anything spooky, not even the zombie sounds in Minecraft, so she keeps things peaceful. I wanted to brush it off as just my imagination, but when she came back, she asked if I had noticed anything weird. I told her about the creepy feeling, and she said that while she was feeding our daughter, she saw shadows moving near the doorway. That was enough for us to stop playing, bring our daughter into our bedroom, and just call it a night. My partner works as a CNA in nursing homes, and she's had her own share of eerie experiences, so she's careful about what we watch or listen to at home. Honestly, that night stuck with me. Even though I want to be rational, sometimes you just can't explain the feelings you get. So, this happened when my girlfriend and I were camping out in my car, deep in this forest area. I'd heard there was some kind of old war burial ground within maybe a kilometer of where we parked, but honestly, I don't know how true that is. It could have been just a rumor. Still, after what happened that night, it's hard not to think about it. We'd been arguing earlier, the way we sometimes did back then. But this fight was different. It started over something completely stupid, something that should have been over in 5 minutes, but it just kept building and building until it got ugly. Really ugly. At one point, it turned physical, and I ended up bleeding. I didn't hit her back, but the whole thing was awful. Then she said she hoped I died in the car, and I said I wish she died too. I hate even repeating that now. It feels heavy. Like we put something poisonous into the air and the forest heard it. During the fight, she threw this necklace I had given her somewhere outside into the dark grass and dirt. After a while, we both calmed down. We apologized, forgave each other, and started looking for it. We searched everywhere. I mean everywhere. We even tried throwing her little cross necklace in the same direction, hoping we could use the angle to figure out where mine might have landed. Nothing. We searched for hours. Then we thought maybe when it got dark, our phone flashlights would help catch the shine of the metal. So we waited. Night came, we searched again, and still nothing. Eventually we gave up and decided we'd sleep in the car, watch something, and look again in the morning. I remember very clearly putting her cross necklace in my pocket. She remembers it too. We climbed into the back of the car, trying to settle down. We were watching movies, trying to pretend the whole night hadn't been so awful. Then little things started disappearing. Food that had been right there. Bottles of water. Stuff we knew we had just seen inside the car. At first, we brushed it off. We told ourselves we were tired, stressed, maybe just not paying attention. But then this chill came over both of us at the same time, and we started thinking about the cross necklace we had thrown. I reached into my pocket to take it out. It wasn't there. That's when the fear really hit. We jumped into the front seats and decided to leave immediately. But the dirt road, the same road we had driven in on, suddenly felt endless. It was like it had stretched itself out. Even Waze started glitching, freezing and rerouting for no reason. I started praying under my breath, and after that, the app came back. We finally made it to the main highway around 1 in the morning. I was still scared, so I wasn't driving fast. I just wanted to get us back safely. But then animals started appearing along the road. Deer, cats, shapes in the grass. They weren't running across the road like animals usually do. They were just standing there by the side, staring at us. We drove slowly, both of us completely silent. Then we passed this area with tall grass on both sides and nowhere a person should have been walking. I saw something brown near the edge of the road, but I told myself it was probably a piece of wood or a stump or something. Then my girlfriend suddenly screamed, "Drive! Go faster!" So I sped up. My whole body went cold. I kept asking her, "What did you see? What was it?" She just kept saying, "Nothing, just drive." Later, she told me what she saw. She said it looked like an old woman standing there in the grass, wearing a dark leather coat and a purple scarf. She was staring straight at us, and her eyes were glowing. We drove back toward town, where there were streetlights and other signs of life. And somehow, once we were out of the forest, most of the things that had disappeared inside the car started showing up again. But they were in places where we absolutely would have seen them before. Places we never put them. Places that didn't make sense. We were terrified. When morning finally came, we slept for a while. After we woke up, we drove back to the same spot in the forest to search for the necklace I had given her. We looked for about half an hour and still couldn't find it. Then I decided to clean up the trash we had left behind. I didn't want to leave the forest like that, especially after everything that had happened. And as soon as I started picking things up, the necklace appeared on the ground right beside the car. Right there, in a spot we had walked past and searched around 100 times. There's no way we would have missed it before. After that, we both came to the same thought. Maybe because we had wished death on each other in the car, something there took it seriously. Maybe whatever was in that place wanted to scare me into speeding, make an animal jump out, make me panic, crash, and actually die the way we had spoken it. I still don't know what attacked us that night. But I do know this. It felt like our anger opened a door, and something in that forest was listening. I've never really been the kind of person who posts things online. I don't follow conspiracy theories, I don't read ghost stories for fun, and I've never been someone who goes looking for strange things in the dark. But yesterday was my 15th birthday, and after what happened, I feel like I need to say this somewhere. I need someone to hear it. Ever since I was little, my aunt has visited me on my birthday, every single year. That part always seemed normal enough. Family comes over, people eat cake, Everyone pretends time isn't doing its quiet little damage. But with my aunt, there was always one strange part. Every year, she would ask to spend 1 hour alone with me in her room. Exactly 1 hour. Not 50 minutes, not a little over. 1 hour. I used to think it was weird, but not in the way people might assume. She was never affectionate with me. Actually, she kept her distance most of the time, almost like she was afraid of standing too close. We'd sit there and talk about ordinary things at first. School, my mother, friends, whether I liked anyone. Then somehow, the conversation would always turn. She would start talking about deer, antlers, breath, long, soft sighs. I remember the sighs more than anything. The way she said that word made it feel heavier than it should have been. At the end of every hour, she would ask me to let her kiss my left cheek. She wore bright red lipstick, and it always left a mark. After that, we would open the Bible and read the part where Judas kisses Jesus on the cheek to identify him. Then we'd leave the room like nothing had happened. My mother would have dinner ready. We'd eat. They'd sing happy birthday. My aunt would say, "Goodbye, see you next year," and then she would leave. Except I don't think I ever actually saw her leave. I saw the door close. I heard the goodbye. But I never saw her walk down the hall or step out of the building. I know that sounds ridiculous. I know how it sounds. But it's true. Yesterday, the ritual happened again. This time, when she asked how I was, I told her the truth. I told her about a boy at school who had been saying horrible things about me. To my face, to his friends, behind my back. The usual kind of cruelty people call bullying when they want to make it sound smaller than it is. My aunt didn't react. She just looked at me and asked for his name. So I told her. That was all. She nodded, and we kept talking like normal. But when the hour ended, she didn't kiss my left cheek. She kissed my right. And this time, we didn't read from Matthew like we always did. We read from John. Not even the part about the kiss, because John doesn't tell it that way. I remember sitting there thinking how wrong it felt, like someone had moved one chair in a room I knew by heart. After that, everything went on as usual. Dinner, cake, singing, my aunt saying goodbye. The door closed. Then my mother got a phone call. The boy from school was dead. They said he'd had some kind of episode and taken his own life. At first, I couldn't connect it to anything. My brain just wouldn't let the pieces touch. I went to bed feeling sick and numb, and that was when I noticed the box sitting on my bed. It was wrapped beautifully. There was a note on top. "For you, with love from your Aunt Zizi." Inside was a small white rag doll. It was covered in lipstick marks. Red kisses, over and over, pressed into the cloth until the white fabric looked stained and wounded. Today at school, a couple of my friends showed me a photo that had been passed around. I wish they hadn't. I wish I'd looked away, because the marks on him looked just like the marks on the doll, and all I could think about was that kiss. Judas's kiss. I want to tell you about something that happened a few years ago, back when my life felt pretty settled. My fiancé and I were only a couple of months away from getting married. I had a steady job, a comfortable place to live, and honestly, things felt good. We didn't have kids yet, so I still had plenty of free time. Around that time, everyone was talking about new games, and I was spending a lot of evenings relaxing, gaming, and enjoying the quiet before married life really began. About a month before the wedding, my mom called and asked if I could house sit for her. She had to travel out of state for a work convention, and she'd be gone for about 5 days. Her house was small, easy to manage, and all she really needed me to do was keep an eye on the place, take care of her 2 little dogs, take out the trash, and make myself comfortable. It sounded easy enough, At the time, she lived in a quiet retirement community. She was just old enough to qualify, so the neighborhood was peaceful most of the time. Still, there had been a few break-ins reported a couple of streets over, so when I packed for the stay, I brought clothes, my handheld gaming system, a console, and a pistol. I know that probably sounds like too much, especially for a retirement community, but I figured it was better to be careful. The first couple of days were honestly nice. I'd go to work, come back in the afternoon, feed and play with the dogs, grab something easy for dinner, and spend the night gaming or chatting with friends. When it was time to sleep, I kept the TV on because I've never been great at relaxing in someone else's house. Background noise helped, so I'd put on gaming videos or old comedy episodes and let them run while I drifted off. I slept on the couch in the living room, even though my mom had told me I could use her bed. There were 2 reasons I didn't. First, she used these homemade laundry products that had a really strong, sweet smell. I respected her choices, but the scent bothered my sinuses and made my skin feel strange. The second reason was harder to explain. I did not like her bedroom. From the first time she moved into that house, something about that room felt wrong to me. Not ugly, not dirty, not unsafe in any obvious way. Just wrong. I remember helping her build furniture in there once while she was painting in the kitchen with music playing. It was bright outside. The curtains were open. Nothing scary was happening at all. But the entire time I was in that room, I felt this heavy pressure in my stomach, like I was somewhere I shouldn't be. I kept brushing it off because my mom loved the house and slept in that room every night without any problems. So I told myself it was just me being weird. The layout of the house was simple. The living room was at one end, the kitchen was in the middle, then a hallway with the bathroom, and finally my mom's bedroom at the far end. From the couch, if I looked to my left, I could see part of her bedroom doorway. It was only maybe 20 feet away. For the first 2 nights, nothing happened. Then came the third night. I got home from work, picked up a pizza, played games for a while, and talked to my fiancé on the phone. Later, I curled up on the couch with the dogs and put something familiar on the TV. One of those shows I'd seen enough times that I could fall asleep to it without paying much attention. I had placed my pistol under the cushion near my pillow, hidden but close enough to reach. Again, I know that may sound extreme, but with the break-ins nearby, I wanted it within arm's reach. Eventually, I fell asleep. At first, I had one of those vague dreams where everything is gray and muffled. But then the dream changed. Suddenly, I was back in my mom's living room, lying on the couch exactly how I had fallen asleep. I could see the kitchen. I could see the dining table. I could even see the flickering light from the TV. Everything looked clear, almost too clear. I remember lying there, wondering if I was awake or dreaming. Then I noticed the bedroom door. It was wide open, and there was a man standing in the doorway. He was just standing there, staring at me. I couldn't see his face. I couldn't make out clothes or features. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and unnaturally still. The best way I can describe him is that he looked like a pitch-black mannequin, with a smoky darkness around him. Everything else in the room looked sharp and real, but he looked like a hole cut into the world. For a moment, I didn't feel afraid. I think part of my brain was still trying to convince me it was only a dream. Then I noticed the TV. The sound was clear. The picture was clear. It wasn't muffled like dreams usually are for me. I could actually make out what was happening on the screen. And then I felt my hand tighten around the pistol. I don't remember reaching for it. I don't remember deciding to move. I just suddenly became aware that my hand was already gripping it. The instant my fingers wrapped around the handle, the man charged. He sprinted straight toward me. Not around the hallway, not through the normal space of the house. He came forward so fast it felt impossible, like he was cutting through the walls themselves. In less than a second, he would have been right on top of me. I screamed. My body reacted before my mind caught up. I sat straight up and aimed the pistol toward the hallway. But by then, he was gone. Just gone. The bedroom doorway was empty. The hall was empty. The house was quiet except for the TV. The dogs had woken up and were looking at me like they had no idea what had just happened. I sat there frozen, heart pounding, arms still outstretched, trying to understand whether I had just dreamed it or whether something had really been standing there. After a while, I got up and turned on every light I could reach. I aimed down the hallway, even though part of me knew how ridiculous it sounded to point a gun at something that might not have been human. But in that moment, I wasn't thinking clearly. I was scared. My mom's bedroom door was open. I still don't know whether I had left it that way or not. I didn't go down the hallway. I couldn't make myself do it. I sat back down on the couch with the dogs and stared toward that dark part of the house for the rest of the night. I tried to let the TV distract me, but it didn't work. Every little sound made my nerves tighten. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember was waking up to my alarm at 6 in the morning. I didn't shower that day because the bathroom was too close to the bedroom. All day at work, I kept thinking about it. I kept asking myself if it had been a dream. Maybe it was. Maybe my brain had stitched together the house, the TV, and my discomfort with that bedroom into one awful nightmare. But it didn't feel like a dream. And the worst part was thinking about my mom living there. I was only staying for a few nights. She had to sleep in that house every day. For the last 2 nights, I kept every light on. When I got back before dark, I forced myself to go into the hallway and turn on the bedroom light too. Daylight made me braver. Not much, but enough. Nothing else happened. When my mom came back, I called her during my lunch break and told her everything. I described the man, the doorway, the way he ran at me, and how real it felt. My mom is religious, and she's always believed there are things in the world we don't fully understand. She took me seriously right away. After that, she contacted the woman who had owned the house before her and asked a few careful questions. That woman told her that she and her husband had lived there together. Then my mom asked if her husband had died in the house. The woman said yes. He had died in the bedroom. Apparently, it had been a sudden heart attack, a bad one. My mom was not happy after that. She had never seen anything herself, but she didn't like the thought that something might be lingering in her home. She didn't call an exorcist or do anything dramatic. She just prayed. A lot. That was her way of handling it. And strangely enough, nothing ever happened again. A few months later, I watched the house for her one more time, just for a day, and I didn't see anything. But even then, whenever I got close to that bedroom, that same heavy feeling came back. That same sense that I should not go in there. Eventually, my wife and I had our first child, and we moved to a larger place with some land. My mom sold that house and moved into a small place on our property so she could be close to her grandchild. Since then, there haven't been any more strange experiences. I still don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was a nightmare. Maybe I woke up halfway inside a dream. Or maybe there really was something standing in that bedroom doorway, watching me from the dark. I can't prove it either way. But I know how it felt. And I know I'll never forget the way that shadow ran at me. Hey, I want to share a story a good friend of mine told me. It's one of those tales that really sends a chill down your spine. It didn't happen to me, but I trust this friend completely. She's one of the most grounded people I know, no nonsense, so I believe every word she said. This took place late one night when we both worked at a nursing home. She went into a patient's room to give medication, but the moment she stepped into the doorway, she stopped dead in her tracks. The patient was sitting up in bed, But what caught her eye was that the patient wasn't alone. Sitting at the foot of the bed was this figure, completely cloaked in black. It wasn't human, that was clear. What's eerie is that both the patient and this dark figure turned to look at her, but she couldn't make out any facial features except for this enormous, unsettling smile. It freaked her out so much that she literally ran out and grabbed another nurse to come back with her. When they returned, the patient was still sitting up, but alone. The patient said something like, "You scared my friend. He's hiding in the closet." My friend didn't dare look in there. She thinks it might have been some kind of angel of death, because the patient was declining and passed away a few weeks later. It's a haunting story, and even after all these years, it still sticks with me. I'm 23 now, but this happened back when I was in 4th grade. And just to give you a little context, weird paranormal stuff wasn't exactly new to me by then. Before this, I'd already had a few strange experiences when I was living at my grandmother's house. Apparently, I had an imaginary friend there, except I don't actually remember having one. My cousins remember it though. They still tell me stories about how I used to make them play games with this so-called friend, and how badly it scared them. But I swear, I have zero memory of any of that. I do remember other things though. I remember my dolls turning their heads when nobody touched them. I remember seeing shadows move around. And I remember this one really unsettling moment when my late grandfather's favorite song randomly started playing on our old computer, while his ashes were sitting on the shelf right above it. As a kid, that absolutely terrified me. Eventually, my mom and I moved out of my grandma's house and into an apartment. She was a single mom, so it was just the two of us. We lived on the 3rd floor, and the apartment directly below us stayed empty the entire time we lived there. Maybe that didn't mean anything, but when you're a kid, an empty apartment under you feels like it has teeth. I didn't hate that place exactly, but it always felt off. The worst part was my bedroom. At night, I would see these pale, floating shapes drifting across my ceiling. They looked like soft white blobs, just moving slowly around up there. I know that sounds strange, but I'm only telling you what I saw. I was so scared that I kept running out of my room and crawling into bed with my mom. One night, she finally got tired of me taking over half the bed, so she decided to sleep in my room instead. And that was the night she saw them too. The same white shapes floating across my ceiling. After that, she contacted this woman my aunt knew. I don't really know what to call her. A spiritual healer, a medium, an energy reader, something like that. I honestly still don't know what her actual title was. But before she came over, she told my mom not to tell her anything about what I'd been seeing. She wanted to come in without knowing any details. Now here's the part that has stayed with me the most. A few weeks before that woman came over, I had a sleepover with 2 friends. I'll call them Jame and Jordan. They were twins. I was mostly friends with Jame, but Jordan always had to come along because their parents didn't let them go anywhere separately. The 3 of us were sleeping on my bedroom floor. Our heads were against the wall, facing into the room. Jame was in the middle. Jordan was closest to the door, and I was closest to the window. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up and opened my eyes. There was a woman standing in my doorway. Not a shadow, not a dream, not sleep paralysis. A woman. She looked like she may have been indigenous or Latina. Her clothes looked old-fashioned, almost like something from a very old painting. The kind of clothing you'd imagine from centuries ago. But the part I remember most clearly was her face. She was looking directly at me. She slowly walked from my bedroom doorway all the way across the room toward the window, never breaking eye contact with me. I just lay there completely frozen, watching her move. Then I squeezed my eyes shut as hard as I could. When I opened them again, she was gone. Fast forward to the day the spiritual woman came to our apartment. She walked through the whole place, burning sage, talking about the energy in the rooms, doing whatever it was she did. Eventually, the three of us ended up sitting on the kitchen floor. It was just me, my mom, and this woman. We were sitting there talking when, out of nowhere, the room started smelling absolutely horrible. And then this woman suddenly jumped up. She was clutching herself, panicking, and when I looked down, there was a puddle of liquid poop on the kitchen floor. I wish I was joking. This grown woman had literally had diarrhea right there on our kitchen floor. She ran straight to the bathroom while my poor mom was left cleaning actual human diarrhea off the floor. And I'm just sitting there, 10 years old, trying to process how the night had gone from spiritual cleansing to whatever fresh nightmare this was. A few minutes later, the woman came out of the bathroom looking genuinely shaken. And she said, "I saw it." According to her, while she was in the bathroom, she saw the entity that had been attached to me. I don't remember every single thing she said after that, because honestly my brain was still stuck on the fact that she had just pooped on our kitchen floor. But I do remember one thing very clearly. She told my mom there was also a large cat protecting me. A black panther. My mom immediately reacted and said something along the lines of, "That makes sense. I've always prayed for a black panther to watch over her and protect her." And there was no way this woman could have known that. To this day, I still don't fully know what happened in that apartment. I don't know who I saw walking across my room. I don't know what that woman saw in the bathroom. I don't know why my mom and I both saw those white floating shapes on my ceiling. But I do know this. I'm 23 now, and I have a black panther tattooed on my arm. I got it when I was 17, and I have never regretted it for even 1 second. Maybe the whole thing sounds ridiculous. Maybe it is ridiculous. But whenever life gets heavy, or whenever I just need to laugh at how completely unreal that night was, I think about it again. Because honestly, what was that? And now this panther is right there on my arm, not hidden at all, so people ask me about it all the time. The tattoo is gorgeous, by the way. The artist did an incredible job with every little detail. But when people ask me why I got it, I usually just say, it's kind of a long story, but basically, it's my spiritual guardian. Because really, how am I supposed to explain the full version? Nobody is ready for the kitchen floor part. Hey, I want to share something a little strange that happened recently with my toddler, and honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So, you know how people often say little kids can sometimes sense things adults can't, like spirits or energies? Well, this morning I was putting laundry away in my little guy's room. His closet door was wide open, and I was facing it, so I couldn't see his window directly, but I could peek through the little gap near the door hinge. If I leaned in just right, I could get a pretty clear view of the space in front of his window. It sounds silly, but perspective mattered here. Anyway, as I was folding clothes, I started hearing giggles and the kind of excited cooing only a 1-year-old can make. Curious, I looked through the door gap and saw the curtain by the window move like someone was wrapping it around themselves, almost hiding. I got closer to the hinge and saw my son standing about a foot from the window, laughing and staring right at the curtain. For about 5 seconds, I watched the curtain shift again, wrapping like it was concealing someone. Then, my little guy walked right up to it. I turned away to hang more laundry, thinking maybe his older brother was playing hide and seek with him. They do that all the time. But here's the thing. When I finished, switched off the lights, and called both my sons to come out, I saw the 5-year-old sprawled on the couch, watching TV. There was no way he'd snuck out unnoticed, meaning my toddler was alone at the window the whole time. So, was my son playing with a spirit? Or was I imagining that curtain moving? I should mention there's a small fan running in his room 24/7, but it's nowhere near strong enough to move those thick blackout curtains like that, much less wrap them around like someone hiding. Plus, our house is fairly new, and no one's ever passed away here or nearby. I don't know what to make of it, but it's been on my mind. Maybe sometimes children do see things adults can't. Or maybe it's just one of those unexplained moments we don't have answers for. Either way, it's a story I'll keep close. I've kept this story to myself for a long time, mostly because even now, when I think back on it, I get that same tight feeling in my chest that I had that night. This happened about 7 years ago. I was walking home from my friend Mara's place after we'd stayed up way too late talking. It was close to 12:40 in the morning, maybe a little after that, and instead of taking the main road, I decided to cut through Briar Lane, this narrow, quiet stretch that ran alongside an old pasture. I'd used that shortcut plenty of times before. In daylight, it was nothing special. Just cracked pavement, a leaning fence, and a wide open field that always looked kind of silver under the moon. But that night felt different. It was too quiet. Not peaceful quiet, more like the whole world had paused and forgotten to breathe. No cars passing, no wind moving through the grass, no crickets, nothing. About halfway down the road, I noticed someone standing by the fence at the edge of the field. At first, I thought it was just another person out late, maybe someone taking a walk or waiting for a ride. But the closer I got, the less sense that made. They weren't walking. They weren't shifting their weight. They weren't looking around. They were just standing there, facing me. I couldn't see their face. It was too dark for that. But I could tell they were tall. Not just tall in the usual way. Strange tall. Stretched tall. I tried to act normal. I kept my eyes on the road and told myself not to make a big deal out of it. Just keep walking. Don't stare. Don't let your imagination start building monsters out of shadows. But when I reached the spot where they'd been standing, I glanced over. They were gone. I stopped right there in the road. There was nowhere for them to go. The field was open, flat, and empty for a long way. There were no trees close enough to hide behind, no sheds, no houses, no dips in the ground. One moment they had been there, and a few seconds later, they weren't. I remember standing there with this cold feeling crawling up my back, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. I was tired. It was late. Maybe it had been a fence post, or a trick of the light, or my brain making something out of nothing. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Soft but clear. Step, step, step. I turned around fast. Nobody was there. The road behind me was empty, and the footsteps stopped the second I turned. I waited, holding my breath, listening so hard my ears almost hurt. Nothing. So I started walking again. And the footsteps started again too. This happened more than once. I'd walk, and they'd follow. I'd stop, and they'd stop. Every time, the road behind me was empty. By then, I wasn't pretending to be calm anymore. I pulled out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it behind me. The beam shook in my hand, but there was nothing there. Just the road, the fence, and that black field sitting quietly beside me. I started walking faster. The footsteps matched me. That was the worst part. Not that they were loud. Not that they were running. Just that they kept pace. Like whoever, or whatever, was behind me knew exactly how fast I was moving. I didn't look back again after that. I just kept going, telling myself that once I got home, everything would feel normal again. When I finally saw my house, I almost cried from relief. I hurried to the gate, fumbled with the key, got inside, and turned to close it. That's when I looked down the street one last time. Someone was standing at the far end of the road, completely still. Even from that distance, I could tell it was the same figure. Tall, thin, and darker than everything around it. Not standing in the dark, exactly. More like it was made from a piece of darkness that had peeled itself away from the night. I slammed the gate shut and ran inside. I barely slept. I kept telling myself there had to be a normal explanation. A real person. A prank. A strange coincidence. Anything but what it felt like. The next afternoon, I was outside when my neighbor, Mr. Callan, came over. He looked uncomfortable, like he wasn't sure whether he should say anything. Then he asked, "Were you out late last night?" I told him I was. He nodded slowly and said he'd been awake around 1 in the morning and had looked out his window. He said he saw me coming down the road. Then he asked, "Who was walking behind you?" My stomach just dropped. I hadn't told him anything. I hadn't told anyone. I still don't know what happened that night. Maybe there really was a person on Briar Lane. Maybe fear filled in the blanks after I saw something I couldn't explain. But I know what I heard. And according to my neighbor, I wasn't walking home alone. Hey there, I want to share a story from last fall that's stuck with me ever since. So, I'm an HVAC and electrical contractor, and I often work with realtors fixing up homes that are in escrow. This particular day, it was already dark by 4:30 p.m., which is typical for late fall. We were at this empty house. Lights were on, but no one was around. My assistant and I were there to replace the furnace. Right away, he mentioned feeling this strange, heavy vibe in the house. I felt it too, like something just wasn't right. The house was about 30 years old, in a pretty standard neighborhood in the North Valleys of Reno, Nevada. I remember saying a couple of times in the afternoon that I thought I heard footsteps down the hallway. My helper admitted he heard them too, but didn't say anything. As we wrapped up, he suddenly pointed down the hall. We both saw it, a translucent figure of a man, waist up only, walking into the front bedroom. It was so clear. My helper called out, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here." We checked the room thoroughly, windows locked, nothing out of place. We looked all over the house, but we were alone. Needless to say, we packed up fast and called it a day. I don't think I've ever locked up a house that quickly. The next day, I called the real estate agent to let him know we finished and that the inspection was scheduled for the following week. I asked about the house's history. He told me the previous owner's daughter was selling the place. Apparently, her mother had passed away there that spring, and a few months later, her father took his own life in the bedroom. He then mentioned that his client had seen her father in the house while cleaning it out, and thought maybe she was a little crazy. I just chuckled uneasily and never told him what we saw. But you know, sometimes places hold onto the memories of those who lived and left there. I still think about that figure in the hallway. Maybe it was just a lingering presence saying goodbye. I must have been about 10 when my mom took me into this little charity shop one afternoon. I remember wandering around, not really looking for anything, and then I saw it. A pale wooden rocking chair. For some reason, I was completely drawn to it. I know how that sounds now. A child becoming obsessed with an old rocking chair in a charity shop is already the beginning of a horror film. But at the time, I didn't think there was anything strange about it. I just wanted it. My mom bought it for me, and I was over the moon. My parents carried it upstairs and put it in the corner of my bedroom, and after that, I sat in it all the time. I'd rock back and forth while reading, while daydreaming, while doing absolutely nothing. My brother Jame wanted it too, but I'd seen it first, so as far as I was concerned, it was mine. A A few weeks later, I went to bed like normal. Back then, I was scared of the dark, so I always left my bedroom door open a little. My parents would keep the hallway light on, and that bit of light would spill into my room. It wasn't bright, but it was enough that I could make out the shapes of my furniture. Sometime during the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't move. I was facing the wall, and I could hear this soft, creaking sound behind me. The rocking chair. It was moving. I thought it must have been Jame sneaking into my room to sit in it, because he was always trying to use it when I wasn't looking. So I said something like, "Jame, get out, I'm trying to sleep." No answer. Just that slow creak. Back and forth. Back and forth. I turned over, annoyed more than anything. And then I froze. There was someone in the chair, but not a whole person. It was just a head. A man's head. He had dark brown hair, brown eyes, and he was staring straight at me. Not blinking, not moving, just looking at me from the rocking chair in the corner of my room. I have never felt fear like that. I wanted to shout for my mom and dad, but nothing came out. My body felt locked in place. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even pull the covers over my face properly. I just lay there with the duvet up to my mouth, staring at him while he stared back at me. In my head, I started counting down from 10. I told myself, when I get to 1, I'm going to pull the pillow over my head. 10, 9, 8, all the way down to 1. But when I got there, I couldn't do it. So I started again, and again, and again. I must have counted down dozens and dozens of times before I finally found the nerve to grab the pillow, pull it over my head, and squeeze my eyes shut as tightly as I could. I didn't look back at the chair for the rest of the night. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember is waking up in the morning feeling completely wrong. Not ill exactly, just strange. Like something had shifted in the room, or in me. I told my parents what had happened, and they took the rocking chair out of my bedroom that same day. I was relieved, honestly. I never wanted to sit in it again. But the part that still gets to me happened years later. I was at my Nana's house, and we were going through some old family photographs. We didn't visit her house all that often, so I hadn't really seen many of those pictures before. I picked one up, and my stomach just dropped. It was him. The same dark hair, the same eyes, the same face I'd seen in that rocking chair. I asked who the man in the photo was. It was my granddad. I'd never met him. I'd never even seen a picture of him before. He died when my mom was still a teenager, after taking his own life. After that, I didn't want to look through the photos anymore. Even now, I don't know what I saw that night. The thing that haunts me most isn't just that I saw him. It's that I only saw part of him. Not a shadowy figure, not a full body standing in the corner, not some misty shape. Just a head, sitting there in that old rocking chair, staring at me. I've heard people talk about ghosts, shadow figures, and things moving around at night, but I haven't heard many people say they saw only part of someone. And honestly, I still wonder about it. Was it my imagination? Was it a dream? Was it something else entirely? I don't know. But I know what I saw. Hey, I want to share a little story from when I was a kid, maybe around 9 or so. I was home alone one evening, sitting in our living room that kind of flowed into the kitchen. The TV was off, and I happened to catch my reflection in the dark screen. It was one of those moments where you look and think, wow, That looks kind of spooky. I was fiddling with a toy or something, completely absorbed, when the sun started to set, and suddenly it got really dark. All the lights were off, which was strange because there were usually 4 other people in the house: my mom, dad, older sister, and grandma. So it was never this quiet or dark. What I didn't know was that everyone else had quietly left the house without telling me. Then, out of the silence, I heard it. A slow, steady sound of high heels clicking on the floor, coming from the kitchen. The footsteps were deliberate and getting closer, louder with each step. It felt really eerie, like something not good was coming toward me. I was frozen for a moment, heart pounding, and then I just ran as fast as I could, up the stairs into the pitch-black hallway. The only light was sneaking out from under my grandma's bedroom door. Without thinking twice, I burst in and jumped into bed beside her, safe but still shaking. That invisible woman in high heels never came near me again after that night. Although, I swear, sometimes I'd hear soft singing through the vents later on, like she was trying to spook me in her own way. But that's a story for another time. I guess the best way to say this is, I think the house we moved into might be haunted. And I know how that sounds, I really do. I'm not saying that because I want advice, or because I'm panicking, or because I think I'm in danger. Honestly, I'm not even that scared. A little nervous sometimes, sure, especially when the lights are off and the house starts acting like it has opinions. But mostly, I'm just fascinated by it. We moved into this 2-story rental in early spring. It's not ancient or anything. It was probably built sometime in the 80s or maybe the early 90s. The place has that classic landlord renovation charm. Paint where paint should not be. Trim that gives up before reaching the wall. Window screens that fit like they were installed by someone guessing from memory. But overall, it's a good house. The appliances work. The electricity is fine, except for one flickering bulb I refuse to count as spooky evidence. The heating and air are fine. The water pressure is great. There's nothing dramatic in the house's history, at least not that I know of. I live with 3 roommates who I'll call Dev, Hallie, and Tay. Tay's cat moved in a few weeks after we did, and honestly, she has become one of the better witnesses in this whole thing. The weirdness started almost immediately. On our second day there, Tay and I heard what sounded like people talking downstairs. Not one person mumbling, a whole quiet conversation. At least 3 voices, low and hushed, coming from the kitchen area. Then we heard the garage door open and close. We thought Dev and Hallie were back from picking up more stuff from the old place. But when we went to check, the garage was empty. No car in the driveway, no people, no sign that anyone had come in. Then came the stomping upstairs. That was when Tay found this hidden attic entrance near the laundry area, and for a minute we both thought, absolutely not, we have squatters. The house is on the edge of a rougher part of town, the kind of area where most of the businesses nearby have bars on the windows, so it didn't feel impossible. We checked everything. Every room, every closet, every corner. The attic entrance didn't even lead to a real usable attic, at least not from what we could tell. It was more like a narrow, vertical wooden shaft going up toward the roof. Nobody could have been living up there. Nobody could have slipped in and out. I even put a camera in the upstairs hallway for a while, but it never caught anything. That same evening, my closet doors started opening and slamming shut by themselves. They're sliding doors, heavy and kind of stubborn on their tracks. There was no breeze. No one was near them. And they weren't just drifting open. They were moving hard, harder than I think I could have moved them from where I was standing. It happened several times over maybe 10 minutes, and then it stopped, like someone had gotten bored. For a little while after that, nothing major happened. Then one night, I woke up and my bedroom door was open. It hadn't been locked, but it had been fully latched. Everyone else was asleep. Nobody admitted to opening it, and honestly, I believed them. That happened once more later on. Around then, Tay and I started hearing the knocking. That's probably the most regular thing now. It usually happens late at night, somewhere between 2 and 6 in the morning. At first, we tried to explain it away as pipes, because that's what reasonable people do before admitting their house might be playing percussion. But we figured out the sounds came from two specific spots: the middle of the upstairs bathroom floor and the kitchen floor near the garage door. And it doesn't sound like pipes. It sounds like knuckles. A bare fist knocking on tile upstairs and on wood downstairs. I tested it myself, tapping the same way with my own hand, and the sound matched almost perfectly. The stranger part is that sometimes it seems to respond. I know how that sounds. But certain words seem to get reactions. The word ghost almost always earns a knock or two, which feels less like a haunting and more like someone interrupting a conversation to say, "Yes, hello, present." After that, the activity became a pattern. Knocking, doors opening or closing, sometimes softly, sometimes with force. Occasionally, it sounded like someone was walking on the roof at night. We checked the house. We checked outside. No sign of anyone. And sound travels so easily in this place that I really don't think a person could hide here without us knowing. Most of it happens around the laundry room, the kitchen, and my bedroom. My room is right next to the laundry room, with the bathroom on the other side. It's like the whole upstairs hallway is a little paranormal intersection. Then, a couple of weeks ago, it got stronger. By then, the cat was living with us, and she reacts to the noises too. That actually made me feel a little better, weirdly. At least Tay and I weren't just winding each other up. The cat will freeze, stare, jump, or bolt right when the sounds happen. I also started seeing shadows. Not often, just quick glimpses. Always upstairs in the hallway or downstairs near the kitchen. The upstairs ones seem to come from the bathroom area. They look tall but hunched, and they're never visible for more than a second or two. Sometimes I hear shuffling when they move. Downstairs, they seem to duck behind furniture or vanish near the tiny bathroom under the stairs. Tay may have seen one once too, though I'm not completely sure. Dev and Hallie don't notice nearly as much as we do, but Tay, the cat, and I have definitely had enough experiences to make the house feel very crowded for a place with 4 humans in it. What finally made me want to talk about it was what happened tonight. I was getting ready for bed and leaving the bathroom to go to my room. The hallway lights were off, but Dev had put these color-changing fairy lights along the little wall by the stairs, so it wasn't completely dark. I didn't see anything, but when I reached my bedroom doorway, I suddenly felt like someone was standing behind me. So I waved. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I figured if something was there, I might as well be polite. The second I waved, there was this loud grinding sound right in front of my face. It sounded like metal scraping against stone, except it came from empty air. Immediately after that, I heard footsteps running toward me. Fast footsteps, human footsteps. But there was nothing there. The cat was about a foot away from me, and she bolted into Tay's room the moment the sound happened. The footsteps stopped right in front of me, and then nothing else happened. No figure, no touch, no dramatic movie moment. Just the house going silent again. So I went into my room and shut the door, because apparently that is who I am now. Something invisible runs at me in the hallway, and I just decide bedtime is still happening. For about 20 minutes after that, I heard shuffling and scraping right outside my door. The doorknob moved a little, but the door didn't open. I tried to record it, but every time I picked up my phone, the sound stopped. That has happened before. The second a camera comes out, everything gets shy. Eventually, I lay down and left my bedside lamp on. I wasn't terrified exactly, but the energy felt different, more agitated than usual. Before tonight, most of it felt startling, but not threatening. This felt like something had been annoyed by my little wave. I tried to convince myself the sounds outside the door were just the cat, even though they sounded more like feet and fabric shifting. I was about to turn the lamp off when I heard the same shuffling directly under my bed. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked underneath. Nothing. Just my toolbox, a keyboard, and an empty moving bag. No cat. Nothing moving. Nothing that could have made the sound. And of course, the noise stopped as soon as I tried to record it. Eventually, things quieted down, except for a few taps on the wall. But then my room got cold. Not slightly chilly. Cold. The thermostat said it was around 70, but my room felt closer to the low 50s. I had goosebumps, and the cold just stayed there. So yeah, I think I might live in a haunted house. I'm still not convinced it's evil. Annoyed, maybe. Restless. Frustrated. Maybe just dramatic and very committed to knocking. But not malicious. At least, not so far. And honestly, part of me hopes it really is paranormal. If it weren't for those closet doors moving the way they did, I'd probably still be trying to blame the pipes, the house settling, or the cat being chaotic in ways unknown to science. But deep down, I feel like something is here. And strangely enough, I don't think I hate that. You know, I grew up in this cozy little bungalow from the time I was about 3 until I was 14. It was pretty modest. 3 small bedrooms lined up down a hallway that led right into the living room. We had a finished basement, and there was this one concrete room down there meant for cold storage. Now, that room, it absolutely terrified me as a kid. Whenever the door was left open, I swear I saw shadows, like a figure, maybe human-shaped, just watching me. I was too scared to even get close, and if I did, I'd break down crying. Whenever my parents went down there, I'd stand at the top of the stairs, screaming and pleading with them to stay away from that room and come back upstairs. Upstairs, my bedroom was just across a tiny hallway from my parents'. At night, I refused to walk down that hallway in the dark. My mom told me I used to wake up in the middle of the night, screaming and begging her to come sleep with me so the shadows wouldn't get me. In the living room, while playing or watching TV, I'd catch glimpses out of the corner of my eye of this older couple dressed in clothes that looked like they were from the 1800s. The man wore a top hat and a suit that was shorter in the front and longer in the back, and the woman had on a wide, flowing dress with a corset top. They'd pace slowly back and forth down the hallway, pausing for a few seconds before turning around. But every time I turned my head to get a better look, they vanished. Until we moved when I was 14, I refused to be alone in that house. There was this constant, heavy feeling of being watched that I just couldn't shake. I'd wait out in the backyard for hours until my dad got home from work, just so I wouldn't have to be inside alone. And the moment we moved, all those feelings and my terrible night terrors stopped completely. Fast forward about 10 years. I was having lunch with my mom and her best friend when we started talking about that old house. I told my mom about how creepy it felt growing up there, though I tried to laugh it off as just a kid's wild imagination looking back on it. Then, my mom surprised me. She said she'd felt those same eerie things and had odd experiences there too, but never told me because she didn't want to scare me. She described seeing the same old couple walking down the hallway. We ended up finishing each other's sentences as we described them, and it was almost like we were talking about the exact same pair. She even told me that while I was at school, a priest used to come by every few months to bless the house. I still consider myself a bit of a skeptic, but honestly, it's hard to explain how my mom and I saw the same couple without ever mentioning them to each other. It's one of those childhood mysteries that still makes me pause and wonder. Hi everyone. I'm reaching out because I honestly don't know how to make sense of what has been happening with my mother. This has been building for years now, and it feels like I've been carrying it around quietly for so long that I don't even know where to begin. About 8 years ago, I started having these really vivid dreams that my mother was going to die. At first, I tried to ignore them. I told myself dreams are just dreams. But then they happened again and again, maybe 3 or 4 times, and they felt so real that I got scared. I told my mom about them, but she brushed it off. At the time, she was healthy. She had barely ever been sick in her life, and there was no obvious reason for anyone to be worried. Then, slowly, things started changing. She began having health problems no one could properly explain. Her legs started swelling badly. She lost weight. Her strength began fading. This went on over several years, starting before the pandemic, and then everything seemed to get worse after that. Eventually, she became so weak that she dropped to around 36 kilos and had to spend weeks in intensive care. She was being fed through IV support because normal food just did not seem to help her body recover. We tried everything we could think of: doctors, priests, spiritual people, house cleansing, prayers, all of it. Nothing really changed in any lasting way. After she came home from the hospital, she improved a little physically. She gained some weight back and reached around 45 or 46 kilos. But then a new problem started, and in some ways it has been even harder to live with. Her behavior changed. Over the last couple of years, she has become harsh, angry, and verbally abusive. She goes through huge amounts of soap and wipes every single day. She cleans for hours, washes things repeatedly, and spends money on these items like there is no limit. She refuses to eat properly. She does not take her medicine consistently. Anytime someone asks her about it, she snaps back as if nobody has the right to question her. What makes it more confusing is that around outsiders, she can act completely normal. She hides all of these habits when other people are watching. So from the outside, nobody really sees what we deal with at home. My father does not really confront her. He keeps buying what she asks for and avoids challenging her behavior. I know he may be tired too, but it feels like his silence has allowed everything to keep getting worse. I feel angry at him for that, even though part of me knows this whole situation is probably bigger than him too. I have started pulling away from my mother. I barely interact with her now. And the hardest part is that I used to love being close to her. I used to really love my mom. But now, when I look at her, it feels like the person I knew is gone, and someone else is living in her place. Part of me wonders if this is mental illness. Part of me wonders if something spiritual or dark is involved. And part of me is just exhausted and wants to cut her off completely so I can stop feeling trapped in this. She refuses to see psychologists properly. She avoids medication. She will not admit anything is wrong. I feel like I am standing in front of a locked door, knocking until my hands hurt, while the person inside pretends not to hear me. So I'm asking honestly, what can be done in a situation like this? Is this illness, something spiritual, or both? And how do I accept that someone I loved so much now feels like a stranger in my own home? Hey, I want to share a story that's been on my mind for a while. It happened one night when I was about 14, and my little cousin, who's my aunt's oldest kid, around 6 back then, was staying over. It was late, like 1 a.m., and we were both awake in the living room watching TV. Suddenly, I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up. But right before I left, she grabbed my arm so tightly and pleaded with me not to leave her alone. I told her it'd be super quick, just a minute. When I came back, she was hiding under the blanket with tears streaming down her face. She pointed silently at the front window. So I looked outside, but there was nothing there. I sat back down next to her, and eventually, we both fell asleep. The next day, my brother, cousins, and I went to visit my mom and her boyfriend and told them about what happened. They gave us some sage to clear the house. I told them about what my cousin saw, and when my mom's boyfriend gently asked her about it, she just whispered something to him and started crying uncontrollably. We never pushed her to talk about it again because we didn't want to upset her more. She's 10 now, and sometimes I think about asking her if she still remembers. What breaks my heart the most is that she begged me not to leave her alone, but I did anyway, and she had to face whatever it was by herself. Thankfully, we're out of that house now. It's one of those moments that stays with you, you know? I'm a doctor in southern Brazil, and I've worked in the public health system long enough to think I'd built a pretty thick wall around myself. You see a lot in this job. Too much, honestly. You learn to stay calm, to trust the labs, to follow the protocols, to keep your feet planted on the floor even when everything around you feels like it's falling apart. But there was a case last month that still hasn't left me alone. It was a 13-year-old boy. I'll call him Matthias. That wasn't his real name, but it's close enough. He came in with what looked like a textbook case of leptospirosis. High fever, yellowing eyes, muscle pain, weakness, the whole pattern. We ran the tests, confirmed it, and admitted him right away. He was scared, of course. His mother was terrified. But he fought. For a few days, we all thought there was a chance. Then things went bad very quickly. His kidneys started failing. Then came the pulmonary bleeding. We did what we could, but he died. It was awful, but medically speaking, it wasn't impossible to understand. In poorer areas, especially after heavy rain and flooding, leptospirosis can be brutal. Rat urine gets into dirty floodwater. Kids play in it. People walk through it. And sometimes the infection turns deadly. That part, as painful as it was, made sense. What happened afterward is the part I still can't explain. A few days later, his mother came back to the hospital for the death certificate. She looked exhausted in a way I don't think words can really hold. Like grief had hollowed her out and left her walking around by habit. She told me that Matthias had been acting strange for about a week before he got visibly sick. Not just quiet, not just tired. Strange. One afternoon, he sat both of his parents down at the kitchen table and told them, very calmly, "I'm going to die from leptospirosis." They thought he had heard something on the news. Maybe a warning after the floods. Maybe something at school. They told themselves he was being dramatic, the way kids sometimes are when they get frightened by a word they don't fully understand. But then she showed me the drawings. There were 3 of them, all folded and wrinkled, made on notebook paper with crayons and a cheap blue pen. Nothing polished, nothing artistic. Just messy, childish sketches with uneven lines and awkward little figures. Somehow, that made them worse. The first drawing showed a boy standing ankle-deep in a wide puddle of filthy water. He was smiling. Behind a tipped-over garbage bin, there was a little rat peeking out. His mother said he drew it before he had any symptoms. That alone made my chest tighten, because that is exactly how leptospirosis spreads in places like his neighborhood. Floodwater, waste, rats. A dangerous little triangle hiding in plain sight. The second drawing showed him lying in a hospital bed. On one side, there was a doctor with a long white coat and something that looked like a stethoscope. On the other side, there was a nurse. Above the bed, floating near the ceiling, he had drawn this oval shape, almost like a tiny flying saucer, shining a thick beam of yellow light down onto him. It looked like the light was pulling him upward. His mother said he drew that one the night before they brought him in. Then she unfolded the third drawing. I still remember the feeling in my stomach when I saw it. It was a small chapel with a cross on top. There was a narrow window drawn in little colored blocks, like stained glass. Inside, there was a simple altar placed to the left, and a row of benches drawn at an odd angle. It was almost exactly like the small chapel inside our hospital, the one near the mortuary area, the one where bodies are sometimes kept briefly before they're taken by the funeral home. Same little window style, same layout, same strange position of the altar. Matthias had never been taken there. His mother swore he had never even seen that part of the hospital. I wanted to tell myself she was mistaken, that maybe he had passed it during another visit. Maybe someone described it to him. Maybe the drawing was generic and my brain was filling in the gaps. But I was holding that paper in my hand, and it looked like our chapel. Then she showed me the last thing. She opened a notebook where the family had written down passwords and little notes, and tucked inside was the name of the last YouTube video he had watched before he got worse. The song was called Doña Morte. I looked it up later because I couldn't stop thinking about it. The lyrics were about death coming for a young boy who became ill after the rain. It mentioned a fever burning from the inside, the body failing, the family being left behind. Not in a vague, poetic way either. The progression in the song felt horribly close to what happened to him. His mother said he had played it over and over the day before he told his parents he was going to die. I don't believe in omens. I don't believe in visions. I'm not religious. I'm not someone who sees ghosts in the corners of hospital rooms. I believe in cultures, blood work, imaging, renal panels, oxygen saturation, antibiotics, evidence. That is the ground I stand on. But this shook me, because I can explain one piece. A child hears about leptospirosis during flood season and becomes anxious. Fine, I can explain two pieces. Maybe he saw dirty water and rats around his neighborhood and made a drawing because it scared him. Fine, but 3 drawings? The source of infection, the hospital bed, the doctor and nurse, the light above him, the chapel where his body would later be taken. And before any diagnosis, he tells his parents the exact disease that would kill him. Then that song, playing on repeat, describing a sick boy taken after the rain. I keep trying to force it into something rational. Coincidence, grief reshaping memory, a frightened child absorbing details from adults, a mother, devastated beyond words, connecting dots that maybe weren't really connected. That is probably the answer. That has to be the answer. But when she was sitting across from me, crying quietly and smoothing those crumpled drawings with her hands, it didn't feel like an answer. It felt wrong. Deeply wrong. And I still don't know what to do with it. Hey, I want to share this story from when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It's one of those moments that stuck with me way longer than I expected. So, my 2 friends and I decided it was a brilliant idea to mess around with a Ouija board. Spoiler alert, it didn't go well. A little backstory on the board itself. It belonged to the older sister, Dina, of one of my friends. Apparently, one day when Dina and a friend used it, they didn't say goodbye before putting it away, and whatever was on the other side freaked them out so badly they just shoved the board back in the box without a word. From what I've read since, ending a Ouija session without a proper goodbye can invite something unwanted to stick around, either with you or the board. But of course, we didn't know that then and went ahead with using the same board. My friend Aaron was spending the night at my place, and since we thought we were pretty fearless, we figured, why not? Our other friend Ryan lived just across the street, so we called him over to join us. We started asking if anyone was there, and the planchette spelled out Andra. That's actually my middle name, so that gave me chills, but I thought Aaron was messing around with me. Then it spelled out Youmstrun. Just saying that out loud now still gives me goosebumps. So naturally, we freaked out and tried to end the session properly this time. We ran over to Ryan's house across the street. Behind his place was this empty lot, fenced off with a small chain link fence, and since we were curious, we decided to sneak in and explore a bit. Erin's got this gut feeling about things, and when she said we should leave, I knew we needed to listen. The air felt heavy, tense. We hurried back to the fence, calling Ryan to come back, but he thought we were overreacting. Eventually, we convinced him, and as we were helping him climb back over the fence, because, we were all a bit chubby and clumsy, something weird happened. Both Aaron and I felt this strong resistance, like an invisible force was pulling Ryan's hood back, and he started gasping for air. It was terrifying. Somehow, we managed to get him over safely, and he just wanted to go inside and forget the whole night. Aaron and I walked back to my house, trying to laugh it off like kids do, but something was off. Because I have trouble sharing a bed, I ended up sleeping on the floor that night. The next morning, I woke up with 3 long, deep scratches on both sides of my waist. It looked like claw marks, but our cat was declawed, so it couldn't have been him. And I definitely didn't scratch myself in my sleep. That was the only time anything like that ever happened. But even now, years later, I still think about that night and wonder what exactly we stirred up by using that board. It was a wild, scary experience that taught me to be a little more careful about what games I choose to play. You know, working as the head social worker at a nursing home has given me a front row seat to some really profound moments. Some heartbreaking, some downright eerie. I want to share 2 stories about residents who, in their own way, predicted their own passing. It's not a spooky ghost story kind of thing, but these experiences have stuck with me. First, there was a resident. Let's call them Jame. Jame was under 60, stayed at our facility for long-term care because their health made living on their own tough. This was during the thick of the COVID-19 pandemic, around December 2020, right before the holidays. Jame seemed stable, no immediate health crises that would suggest they were nearing the end. One day, Jame asked if they could visit their family for Christmas. With all the restrictions in place, sadly, I had to say no. Jame was heartbroken, tears streaming down. I stayed with them, trying to comfort them, and brought in our director of nursing to help soothe their distress. Amidst the sadness, Jame confided something that really stayed with me. They were certain they wouldn't make it to the next Christmas. It felt so final, so real. We reassured Jame, reminding them their condition was stable. There was no medical reason to expect death so soon. But life had other plans, and just 2 weeks later, Jame passed away. It was tragic, and the circumstances were complicated, but that certainty Jame had. It was haunting. Then there's the second story, about another resident. Let's call her Margaret. She was in her 60s, dealing with multiple health issues, but we were optimistic she'd recover enough to return home to her spouse. One day, I overheard a nurse talking nearby, and suddenly, I heard Margaret cry out in distress. I rushed to her room and found her curled up in a fetal position, her face a mask of terror. When I asked what was wrong, She said she heard people just outside her door talking about how she was going to die soon and how they were digging her grave. I was taken aback. There was no one there, no such conversation. The nurse and I had been chatting, but nothing about death or graves. I tried to calm Margaret, assuring her no one was there with those intentions. She eventually settled down, and life seemed to go back to normal. But just days later, Margaret was transferred to the hospital and passed away shortly after. Even now, I can't shake that feeling. What was it Margaret sensed? Were there unseen presences outside her door? I don't have the answers, but these moments remind me how mysterious and fragile life truly is. It's these experiences that stay with the day is done. I've shared a few of my past experiences with the unexplained before, mostly because I believe in talking honestly about what I've lived through. To me, those moments are as real as anything else I know, as real as the fact that blood moves through our veins. The last time something like this happened to me was back in 2005 when I was still young. It scared me badly enough that it stayed with me for years. Eventually, I tucked it away so deeply that I almost forgot about it. Until my mother brought it up again and reminded me of the details. Since then, I've spent a lot of time reading about paranormal encounters. Not just believing everything either. My mom and I actually enjoyed trying to understand the psychology behind these stories and debunking what we could. For years, I never felt that same feeling again. Not until today. We were visiting the Kingston Penitentiary, and for my family, it was supposed to be a respectful trip into the history of our country. The place was built before Canada was even officially Canada, so you can imagine the weight of the stories inside those walls. Before the tour started, we went to the old warden's residence across the street. My wife, my mother, and I had been there before, and the first time I felt nothing strange, nothing heavy, nothing hostile. But today was different. I didn't feel anything walking up the stairs, but the second I stepped through the doorway, something changed. It felt wrong. That's the only word I can really use. Wrong. Unnatural. Like a dark pit had opened somewhere nearby, even though I couldn't see it. At first, I tried to explain it away. I hadn't eaten much. I'd been under stress. Maybe my body was just reacting to that, but the feeling didn't leave. Even after I stepped outside and sat on a bench for a smoke, it stayed over me. It felt like a heavy blanket I couldn't pull off. I felt exposed, raw, completely out of place. I told myself again that it was stress. I talked with my wife and tried to settle myself before we met back up with the rest of the family. Then we entered the penitentiary through the main doors. The building itself was impressive in that old, severe way. Limestone walls, cut generations ago, still standing with this cold confidence. You could feel the age of it. You could imagine the people who had passed through there, day after day, trapped inside that place. That was when the unease became sharper. We stepped into the courtyard. It was wide, clean, and green with grass. Honestly, if you ignored the bars on the windows, you might have mistaken it for an old school or some kind of institution. You would never guess the kind of suffering that had happened there. Then we reached the tour meeting spot. Behind us were two doors, one in front of the other. The first was a massive iron gate, barred like a traditional prison door, towering above us. Behind it stood an old wooden door, worn down by time. I touched the iron gate. The metal was cool, but not freezing. And the moment my hand made contact, this wave came over me. I need to be clear here. I've seen things most people should never have to see. I've lived through trauma. I know what fear feels like. It takes a lot to shake me, But touching that gate did something to me. The hair on the arm I touched it with stood up, even after I pulled my hand away. I felt horror, pain, fear, death. Not as an idea, not as imagination. I felt it as if all of it had passed through that gate and somehow left something behind. From that moment on, I became extremely alert. There were crows, or maybe ravens, overhead. Not gathered together, just appearing one at a time. One flew over after I touched the gate. Another had passed above us before we entered. I had this awful feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. Like something new, I could sense it. We moved into the main cell block. My mom and stepfather were enjoying themselves. They didn't seem to feel anything at all. And I'm glad they didn't, honestly. There was artwork made by former inmates displayed in that area, but I felt nothing from it. That space felt empty to me. I even touched a few different spots, wondering if maybe the cold metal or the texture of the place had triggered the feeling at the gate. Nothing happened. Then, as we were leaving, we passed one cell with something wrapped around the bars. I couldn't tell what the material was. It looked almost like bandaging. For a second, I thought I felt something there, but it was faint enough that I can't say for sure. The next area was near the canteen, where the 1971 riot took place. Given what happened there, I expected to feel something, but at first I didn't. Then I looked down a hallway. It wasn't very long, maybe 15 meters or so, but when I looked down it, I had the distinct feeling that something was looking back at me. After that, we entered what I understood to be one of the main hub areas of the prison. That was where the fear became overwhelming. I don't mean I was simply nervous. I mean I could feel fear in the space itself. It was enormous, almost too much to stand inside. I couldn't stay there long, so I don't have many observations from that part. My only thought was that I needed to keep moving. Then we entered a secured cell block. There was a laminated sign that said, "Suicide Watch." At first, I felt only a small shift, something quiet and distant. But when I approached cell 16, it came back. Darkness, pain, fear, hurt, loss. Before I even looked inside, I felt it. And when I stepped into the cell, the walls were covered with words. Many of them had faded or deteriorated over time, but one phrase was still clear. "Help me." That was it for me. By then, I knew I had to leave. There was nothing else in that building I wanted to see, nothing else I wanted to feel. The only thought in my mind was, leave now. When I finally got out, I didn't take pictures. I didn't want any. The memories in my head were enough. But even outside the penitentiary, the dread didn't leave right away. I felt shaken deep down, in a way I haven't felt in 2 decades. I went in thinking the place was a beautiful historic site with a dark and unfortunate past. I left believing that something about it is deeply, deeply wrong. There is something there. Maybe not a ghost in the way people like to imagine ghosts. Maybe not something with a name or a shape. But there is darkness in that place. Pain, fear, and death have soaked into it somehow. And whatever remains there does not feel like it belongs in this world. I work in a field where I'm expected to see and handle things most people should never be asked to face. There isn't much that frightens me anymore. But that place frightened me. Not because it was old, not because it was a prison, not because I wanted to be scared. It frightened me because it felt wrong. In 2005, I had my first experience with something I couldn't explain. For years, I tried to understand it. I read everything I could, but it was hard to sort through genuine experiences, mental illness, exaggeration, and people claiming abilities they probably didn't have. Today was the first time in over 20 years that the feeling came back. My current theory is personal, and I don't know if I'm right. For most of my life, even from childhood, I didn't really want to live. I didn't want to be here. But recently, through therapy and help, something changed. I chose to live. I chose to actually be present in my own life. And I wonder if that matters. Maybe when we're children, we're open to the world in ways we later shut down. We believe in wonder before pain, stress, and survival teach us to narrow our vision. Maybe we lose the ability to sense certain things because we teach ourselves not to. Today felt like a piece of me had come back, a part I don't fully understand, a part that let me feel something I couldn't see, hear, or prove. I don't know what remains inside Kingston Penitentiary, but I know I will never go back. Whatever is there, whatever energy still lingers from all that pain and horror and death, I don't believe it should be disturbed by the living. Hey, I want to share this story that happened to me a few years back when I was babysitting my dear friend's little boy, who was just about a year old then. We didn't do this all the time, just on those rare date nights when she needed a break. You know, as social workers, we tend to be super careful about who looks after our kids. We've all heard the horror stories, right? So one evening, I was putting her son, whom I'll call Eli, to bed. After some playtime downstairs, we headed upstairs for his bath. Once he was clean, I was drying him off on the bathroom floor, playing peekaboo, when suddenly I heard something downstairs. Their little dog, a tiny yappy thing, started barking wildly. Normally it barks a lot, but this time it just wouldn't stop. At first, I thought maybe my friend or her husband had come home early, but the dog kept barking non-stop. And then, I heard a man's voice downstairs, loud and clear, shouting, "Stop barking at that monkey!" And just like that, the dog went silent. I waited, expecting someone to come upstairs, but no one did. That's when a cold shiver ran down my spine. I realized neither my friend nor her husband was home. Panic set in. I grabbed Eli and looked around for a place to hide him safely, but my phone was downstairs. I was trembling, terrified, but I decided I couldn't leave him alone. So clutching him wrapped in his towel, I took a deep breath and bolted downstairs, heart pounding like never before. I grabbed the phone off the counter and sprinted back upstairs. I texted my friend, who said she'd be home in about 20 minutes. I searched the house but found nothing unusual. When she arrived, I told her and her husband everything. They exchanged glances and nodded knowingly. At first, they told me they sometimes call Eli Monkey at bedtime. Then they shared that they think their house is haunted, smelling cigar smoke, things moving or disappearing mysteriously. But the house had never spoken before. I was genuinely shaken. We're still close friends, but you better believe I didn't babysit there again after that night. Hey, I want to share a story about the old farmhouse I grew up in, called the Willow Creek Farmhouse. It was built way back in the 1800s, and my family, my mom, dad, and my brother, lived there until I was about 10. The place was pretty remote, surrounded by woods, and had this really old, creaky garage and a dirt basement with walls made from lead, which always added to the eerie vibe. Now, a bit of history. The house had some dark past, like a woman who was shot behind the garage and someone else who tragically fell down the stairs, breaking their neck. So yeah, spooky stuff. My brother once had a really unsettling experience. He slept upstairs with a window facing the backyard, right above the porch roof. One night, he woke up, pulled back the curtains, and saw a woman waving her arms back and forth on the porch roof. Imagine being a kid and seeing that. Needless to say, he freaked out. My sister, who didn't live with us but often stayed over, had her own run-in one night. She was napping on the living room couch, which was connected to the dining room, and woke up to see a little girl's apparition standing near our computer, just staring at her. She didn't stick around to chat, though. She ran upstairs and hid on top of my bunk bed. My mom? She had the most encounters by far. She's always been very sensitive and connected to the spiritual world. When we started packing up to move out, she felt like the spirits were upset with us. One morning, she woke up to a dark figure standing at the doorway of her room. She said it felt like it stared at her for minutes before suddenly leaping toward her and vanishing into thin air. That moment really stuck with her. What's strange is, growing up there, I never really felt alone, not in the usual sense. It was like the house had its own presence, sometimes comforting, sometimes unsettling. I'm still not sure if that was a good thing or a bad one, but it definitely shaped how I see the world around me. So this happened earlier today, and honestly, I'm still trying to settle my nerves. For some background, my friend has always said this house felt haunted, but nothing there had ever felt cruel or dangerous before. Strange, maybe. Heavy sometimes, but not like what we experienced today. She had also once told us that something seemed to follow her home from a well-known haunted place she visited. We thought it had been dealt with, cleansed, prayed over, whatever you want to call it. We really believed it was gone. My friend, I'll call her Kayla, used to live in this house with her grandparents. Her grandmother passed away, and recently her grandfather had to move out because he couldn't safely live on his own anymore. There was also this awful situation where a man from the neighborhood somehow convinced him to give up the house, which still makes me sick to think about. Anyway, today Kayla needed to stop by to grab some mail and see if there were any personal things left behind. It was me, Kayla, and her boyfriend, who I'll call Aaron. We had been hanging out for a few hours, and then we all drove over together. The moment Aaron and I stepped inside, we both got hit with this intense headache. It felt like pressure, almost like something was squeezing my head from both sides. I also felt pain behind my eyes, like I had been staring at a bright light for too long. Kayla seemed totally fine. She and I went toward the kitchen and dining area to look for the mail, while Aaron wandered through the house because he had this strong feeling that someone had broken in and might be staying there. He checked around, but he didn't find anyone. While we were in the dining room, I kept staring at one corner. I don't even know how to explain it. I didn't want to look at it, but my eyes kept going back there. Even when I forced myself to look away, I could still feel that corner sitting in my peripheral vision, like it was waiting for me to notice it again. After that, we all walked through the house together, checking for furniture or anything Kayla might need to take. Eventually, we reached the back bedroom, which had been her grandmother's room. That was when things got worse. Aaron and I both started feeling really hot. The headaches intensified, and my vision started to feel wrong, almost like it was slipping or blurring around the edges. Aaron got quiet and then told us something that made my stomach drop. He said he didn't remember walking around parts of the house. He said it felt like he blinked and suddenly found himself somewhere else, with no memory of actually getting there. That was enough for me. I walked out of the house because I couldn't handle the feeling anymore. It felt hard to breathe in there, like the air was too thick. As soon as I stepped outside, I felt better. Instantly, the pressure lifted, my breathing eased up, and I felt like myself again. Kayla and Aaron stayed inside a little longer, still looking around. I stood in the front yard, staring through the house, and even from outside, my eyes kept dragging back toward that dining room corner. When they finally came out, we started comparing what we had felt. Aaron and I had both experienced the headaches, the heat, the pressure, and that awful heavy feeling. Kayla said she felt completely normal the entire time. Then I mentioned the corner. That was when Kayla told me there had always been a spirit in the house, and according to her grandmother, it stayed in that corner. Her grandmother used to communicate with it. After that, they drove me home. Aaron still seemed uneasy, so I went inside to grab him some water. When he stepped out of the car, he immediately said he felt better. Then something even stranger happened. Aaron and I were standing near the driver's side of the car, and Kayla was sitting inside on the passenger side. When she got out and walked over to us, both Aaron and I started feeling sick again. The pressure came back. The uneasiness came back. But the second she moved back to the other side of the car, we both felt better again. That was when we started thinking maybe something had attached itself to her. I told her she should go back to the house and tell whatever it was to leave her alone and stay there. She ended up going back with a neighbor. They cleansed the doorway, and Kayla firmly told the spirit it was not welcome near her, her friends, or anywhere outside that house. Later, she called me and said Aaron felt better almost right away. He wasn't afraid to be near her anymore, and that awful feeling seemed to be gone. I still don't know exactly what happened in that house. I don't know if it was the spirit her grandmother knew, something else entirely, or something that had been stirred up because the house was empty and everything there had changed. But I know what I felt. And I know Aaron felt it too. Hey, I've got a story to share that's been on my mind for a while now. So my partner Andy and I moved into this really old cottage, like over 600 years old, in the countryside near the town I grew up in. It was this quirky big place that used to be part of an old hop mill before becoming a home. We had our dog Merlin, a lovable Labrador, and 3 cats with us. From day one, I felt these strange vibes in the front room and upstairs landing, like we were being watched, and those spots always felt colder than the rest of the house. The first night, after moving in, I caught a glimpse of tiny blue lights flickering across the ceiling. Andy saw them too and even filmed them. It was unsettling but also kind of fascinating. Over the years, the activity would come and go in waves. Sometimes things were quiet, then suddenly doors would open by themselves, footsteps would echo on the stairs, and ornaments would mysteriously be moved around. I remember times when I was home alone, and the dog suddenly started growling, staring at the stairs like she sensed something I couldn't see. Once, I even grabbed a knife and the leash, thinking maybe someone had broken in, but there was nothing there. The basement door, tucked under the stairs, would open on its own a lot, and sometimes I'd find our things placed right in front of it. The living room, with its wood paneling and view of the busy road, had this one corner by the window that always felt darker and uneasy. Both Andy and I saw shadowy figures out of the corner of our eyes there. One time, I saw a photo on a table lift a few inches into the air and then gently settle back down. It was like the house had its own secrets. We also heard voices on the upstairs landing, usually male, murmuring in a way we couldn't understand. Electric things would switch off and on by themselves, and our bedroom lamp with a dimmer slider would be bright at 3 a.m., even though it was hard to move the slider accidentally. The bedroom window was another strange spot. It would open by itself, swinging hard even on calm days, and I often felt like someone was standing over me when I slept with the bed under it. After moving the bed, I finally slept better. One of the creepiest moments was when Andy was cycling home at night. From the road, he could see me in the kitchen light, but also saw a light on in an upstairs bedroom we hardly used. Suddenly, the curtains pulled back, and a figure peeked out and waved at him before the curtains closed again. He asked me who was upstairs, but it was just me, and the light was off when we checked. Another night, the slate heart hanging on our bedroom door started lifting by itself, then slammed down so hard the whole door shook. The dog barked wildly, and the cats bolted off the bed. When we opened the door, the hallway was freezing cold and felt overwhelmingly unfriendly, like someone was glaring at us. We ended up spending the night on the couch downstairs. There were so many little odd things, but despite looking into the history, we found no records of deaths or tragedies. The cottage was also in bad shape, damp and isolated, so we were relieved to move out. On our last day, while packing up with Andy's parents, there was this sudden loud crash in the front room, like a metal pan hitting the wall, and we didn't stick around after that. Living there was definitely an experience. It was a mix of spooky and strange, but also memorable in its own way. Thanks for listening to my tale. Honestly, the fact that you're even willing to open your mind and put real effort into having a genuine experience is already a strong first step. But I'll say this right away, and I mean it kindly. Stay grounded. Wanting an experience is fine, but don't walk into it wanting to believe every little sound is something supernatural. Do your due diligence. Try to debunk things. Check for drafts, old pipes, animals, loose boards, anything ordinary first. That way, if something does happen, you won't be left wondering whether you fooled yourself. If you're just starting out, I really think the best thing you can do is go with someone you trust. Maybe a close friend, a sibling, someone steady. That way, you can talk things through together, compare what each of you felt or heard, and keep each other balanced. I'd also suggest looking for local places near you that host public paranormal investigations. A lot of these are led by people who know the building's history well, and they usually know the active spots too. It's also much cheaper than trying to rent out a whole location by yourself. There are websites with maps and lists of haunted places in different areas. Some are official tours or public investigations, and others are just local legends where people have reported strange activity. The one thing I would not do is jump straight into some ritual or seance. That is not where you start. You don't know exactly what you're doing yet, and more importantly, you may not know how to protect yourself. I've been investigating the paranormal for around 12 years, and even now, I wouldn't sit down and do a seance alone. And that's with experience. When you go into a place, clear your mind and focus on your intentions. In your case, it sounds like your intention is to communicate or possibly have some kind of experience because you have real questions about what happens after death. To me, that's a sincere reason. You're not just barging in demanding proof. You're coming in with curiosity, respect, and a genuine question. And I'll tell you now, if you do get a response, it probably won't answer everything. It'll likely make you ask even more questions. That's just how this field works. I don't think anyone can know everything about the paranormal. Part of me even believes we're not meant to know all of it. Also, don't be discouraged if you spend 6 or 8 hours somewhere and nothing happens. There are no guarantees. Spirits aren't performers waiting in the dark to put on a show for the living. If they feel comfortable with you, or if there's some kind of connection, they may choose to make themselves known. But it has to be on their terms too. Wherever you go, keep a positive mindset. Be polite. Be respectful. You'd be surprised how much simple things like saying please and thank you can change the feeling in a place. When I first started, I found a few local locations within about an hour of where I lived, and I went with my cousin Mara. We did that a handful of times, and little by little, we started meeting location owners and other people in the paranormal field. Eventually, we made friends and found a team to investigate with. Now, honestly, they feel like a second family to me. I'm incredibly grateful for what this path has brought into my life, and that's not even counting the experiences themselves. Some of them have stayed with me in a way I can't fully explain. A lot of location owners are wonderful people. They usually love the buildings they care for, and many of them are happy to sit and talk with you about the history. Some might even offer times when you can come back for a quieter, more private experience. I volunteered at a couple of places, just helping clean, move boxes, sweep floors, that kind of thing. And funny enough, I've had experiences during the day when I wasn't even trying. I think maybe the spirits just got used to me being there and decided to say hello. One more important thing. Set your boundaries clearly before and after every investigation. Introduce yourself. Say why you're there. Let them know what you are and are not comfortable with. For example, if you don't want to be touched, say that firmly. If you're okay with communication but not physical contact, say that too. And when you're finished, thank them. Then make it clear that nothing is allowed to follow you home. Whatever is there needs to stay there. I really hope something in this helps you as you start your own journey. Go slowly. Stay respectful. Keep your feet on the ground, even when your mind is reaching into the unknown. I have two stories, and I still think about both of them more often than I probably admit out loud. The first one is about my ex-husband, whose name was Caleb. His father was never really in the picture, so he was mostly raised by his mother and by his grandfather, Franklin. And Franklin was not just some distant grandparent who showed up on holidays. He was Caleb's father figure in every way that mattered. If anyone had asked Caleb who had helped raise him, he would have said Franklin without even thinking twice. Franklin was one of those old school men from a quiet little town in Vermont. The kind of man who walked everywhere, knew everybody, and had probably waved at half the town before breakfast. Back when he was younger, he had served with the local fire department, and people really respected him. He was steady, familiar, a part of the town's bones, really. At the time, Caleb and I were living in the upstairs apartment of a 2-story duplex. Some close friends of ours lived downstairs. That detail matters because the smoke detectors in the building were hardwired, so if one apartment's alarms went off, both apartments usually heard it. We had never had any real problems with them before, except the occasional burnt toast situation or someone getting ambitious with dinner. About a year after Caleb and I got married, Franklin passed away. The morning of his wake, around 3 a.m, Caleb and I were jolted awake by the fire alarms going off. We barely had enough time to sit up, look around the room, and try to understand what was happening before the alarms suddenly stopped. At first, we figured our downstairs neighbors had probably burned something. That was not exactly unheard of. So we laid back down and tried to go back to sleep. Then, maybe 5 minutes later, the alarms went off again. This time, we got up. We checked the apartment. We looked for smoke. We checked on the cat too, because if it had been carbon monoxide, I knew smaller animals could show signs before people did. Everything seemed fine. I went down the stairs and listened near our neighbor's door to see if their alarms were going off too. They weren't. That was strange. Really strange. Then, just like before, the alarms stopped on their own. We cracked a window just to be safe, went back upstairs, and got into bed again. Still uneasy, but tired enough to hope it was over. 5 minutes later, the alarms started screaming again. And I don't know what came over me, but I sat up and shouted, "Enough, Franklin!" The alarms stopped immediately. Not faded, not slowed down. Stopped. We lived in that apartment for another few years after that, and those smoke alarms never went off like that again. Caleb and I always liked to believe that was Franklin saying goodbye in the only way that made sense for him. A fireman, one last time, making sure we knew he was there. The second story happened after Caleb and I decided to divorce. Not long after that, I signed up for an EMT course that my sister was teaching. My sister is one of those people everybody loves, and I don't say that bitterly at all, because I adore her too. She joined the military at 16 with our parents' permission, served in Iraq, and even received a governor's award for work she did helping civilians get access to medical care. After she came home, she became an EMT, then worked her way up to critical care paramedic, which is basically a doctor on wheels without the operating room. Eventually, she was asked to take over as chief of a small-town rescue squad that was close to shutting down. A few years later, they were thriving. And somehow, through all of that, she was raising 2 kids and finishing nursing school with high honors. So yes, everyone's favorite. She needed more people to fill the EMT class, and I needed another source of income because I was suddenly trying to manage life as a single mom on one income. I had no real medical background, aside from a CPR class back in middle school. My sister was the medical person in our family. My dad had some basic first responder knowledge, but that was about it. And my dad is important to this story too. He and I were not close. I spent years in foster care, and for a long stretch of that, we had no contact at all. Later on, he actually lived with Caleb and me for a while, which became one of the reasons my marriage started to fall apart. My dad was not easy to live with. He smoked constantly, rarely showered, and used that old classic Old Spice to try to cover everything up. Eventually, we got him into senior housing, but while he lived with us, it caused damage in my marriage that we just never really repaired. So while I was taking this EMT class, I was juggling a full-time job, an hour commute each way, single motherhood, and a brain that felt like it was running on candlelight. I paid attention during class, but I fell behind on the textbook reading. I could understand the material when it was taught to me, but tests were a whole different beast. I've always had anxiety around exams, and the NREMT certification exam felt terrifying. Very official, very strict, very much like walking into a room where the pencils have authority. Then, in August of that year, my dad died. It hit me harder than I expected. Grief is strange that way. Even when the relationship is complicated, the loss still lands. I had trouble focusing on work, on the EMT class, on everything. I did manage to pass the class, and I passed the practical exam where you have to show that you know how to handle emergency scenarios. But the written NREMT exam was still waiting for me, and I kept putting it off. I was convinced I would fail. I hadn't read enough. My head was foggy, and worst of all, I thought failing would embarrass my sister after everything she had done to help me. So I delayed it, and delayed it. Finally, in November, my sister told me I needed to take the test. Everything about that day felt like a warning not to go. It was late November in Vermont, cold and snowy, and I had to drive about 2 hours to a licensed testing center. You had to show ID. You couldn't bring anything in with you. You were recorded the whole time, and you absolutely could not be late. About an hour into the drive, I hit a road closure because of an accident. My anxiety spiked instantly. I turned around and took a dirt back road, but it had snowed the night before, and I was rushing. I was driving too fast for the conditions, and I didn't know the road well. I took one corner way too quickly and nearly lost control of the Jeep. Somehow, I corrected it. After that, I slowed down and drove like someone who had finally received the message. I made it to the testing center on time, but barely. The test was awful. With that exam, if it shuts off around 60 questions, you either did extremely well or extremely badly. If it drags on close to 150 questions, that usually means you struggled. Mine stopped around 120, which told me absolutely nothing. So I walked out with no idea whether I had passed or failed. Then I had to drive 2 hours home through the cold, carrying that uncertainty like a stone in my chest. The windows were rolled up. The radio was low. I was completely lost in my own thoughts, already imagining how I was going to tell my sister I had failed. And then it hit me. Cigarette smoke, body odor, and that unmistakable old school Old Spice. It was my dad. There was no doubt in my mind. No other explanation made sense. The smell was too specific, too familiar, too him, and somehow I knew he was there with me. About 2 hours after I got home, I found out I had passed my NREMT exam. I've been a certified EMT for 4 years now. I went on to help my sister rebuild that rescue squad into something incredible, and not long ago, it was named Vermont Ambulance Service of the Year. I still think that smell in the car was my dad coming back for just a moment. Maybe to tell me I had done well. Maybe to tell me he was proud. And honestly, after everything, I really needed that. I'll be honest with you. If you're hoping everything in this universe is going to line up perfectly with reason and logic, you may end up disappointed over and over again. After more than 5 decades of living, I've learned that not everything can be neatly explained. And honestly, I don't even wear myself out trying to make sense of most things anymore. For me personally, things actually make less sense without God. I'm not saying that to push my beliefs on anyone. I'm just speaking from where I stand. I have a hard time looking at the universe and believing it all just happened by accident. The idea that everything began with some massive explosion, and then somehow planets, stars, life, oceans, animals, and human beings all came together by chance just doesn't sit right with me. Especially when I think about the human body. Every second of every day, there are countless things happening inside us without us even telling them to happen. Our hearts beat, our lungs breathe, our cells repair, our brains process. Even when we're sick, the body keeps fighting, keeps adjusting, keeps trying to keep us alive. That feels far too intricate to be random, at least to me. So the closest I come to finding meaning and logic behind our existence is the belief in a divine creator. And then there are all the stories people have told throughout history. Stories about paranormal experiences, near-death experiences, ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, past life memories, and things that seem to reach beyond what we usually call normal. I'm not talking about people who are just making wild claims for attention. I'm talking about ordinary, credible people. People with families, jobs, reputations, and nothing obvious to gain by speaking up. A few weeks ago, I watched a video about researchers who took years' worth of reported cryptid sightings and ran the data through AI. I can't remember whether it focused only on Bigfoot or included other cryptids too, but I think it may have covered several kinds of sightings. The idea was to see if patterns appeared. Maybe the data would expose the whole thing as nonsense. Maybe it would show that most of the reports came from unreliable sources. But according to what I watched, that isn't what happened. The AI didn't come back and say, yes, Bigfoot is real, or anything that dramatic. But it did suggest that something unusual was going on. The reports weren't as random as people might expect. One of the strongest patterns had to do with the people reporting these encounters. They weren't mostly unstable or unreliable. In fact, many of them seemed to be respectable, everyday people from all kinds of backgrounds. Different races, different cultures, different religions, different walks of life. Another pattern had to do with timing and location. A lot of these encounters seemed to happen around twilight, either near sunrise or sunset. And many of them happened near water, like rivers, lakes, creeks, or wooded areas close to shorelines. That caught my attention. And when it comes to Bigfoot in particular, there are so many reports that describe something almost paranormal. People say they saw it clearly, then suddenly it was gone. Not just hidden behind a tree, but gone in a way that didn't feel natural. I've heard people describe it almost like the creature stepped out of reality for a moment. I sometimes think of it as hiding in plain sight, or hiding in the light. Maybe these beings, whatever they are, aren't fully part of our physical world. Maybe they can move in and out of whatever dimension we live in. Maybe they can even choose who sees them and who doesn't. That may sound strange, but honestly, it reminds me of UFO and alien encounters too. A lot of paranormal experiences share similar threads, but they still have enough personal detail to feel individual and real. And to me, it's hard to believe that millions of people across the world, across centuries, are all lying or all mistaken. Some people talk about leaving their bodies during near-death experiences. Some remember past lives with details that can later be checked. Some see ghosts. Some encounter strange creatures. Some experience UFOs or missing time. And then there are my own experiences. I've had a near-death experience myself, along with a few things connected to hauntings that I still can't explain away. So no, I don't believe everything in life fits neatly into a little box of logic. Some things don't. Some things seem to exist at the edge of what we understand. And after all these years, I've made peace with that. I want to tell you this as honestly as I can, because I've experienced a lot of what you're describing. Not always all at once, and not always in the same way, but enough that I understand that feeling of wondering whether something unseen is pressing into your life. Back then, I was pregnant and genuinely happy. My husband, Mark, was a good man, and we were excited about becoming parents. But the house we were living in needed too much work. It just didn't feel like the kind of place where we could bring a baby home and still manage everything else. So we moved. We found a pleasant-looking house in a town we'd lived in before when we were newly married. At first, everything seemed fine. But after about 2 months, I started feeling it. That strange sense that someone else was there. Sometimes it didn't even feel like one presence. It felt like a crowd of people I couldn't see. One afternoon, I was sitting in bed reading. My cat was curled up beside me, completely asleep. Suddenly, the side of the bed I was on lifted into the air, maybe 4 or 5 inches, and then dropped hard. My cat woke up from it immediately. That was the thing that stayed with me. I knew I hadn't imagined it. After that, I started seeing shadowy figures around the house. Not just inside either. I would see them around the neighborhood too. Around that same time, a young couple moved in next door. I knew the young woman's father a little, and he had been so pleased about his new son-in-law. He had known him for years and spoke very warmly about him. The couple seemed happy at first. Then the young woman became pregnant, and they were thrilled. But soon after, the fighting began. The husband started drinking heavily. After the baby was born, she moved out. From then on, the police were constantly at the house because of his drunken outbursts. Eventually, the place sat empty for a long while. On the other side of us, another young family moved in. Before long, there was constant domestic violence there too, bad enough that the police had to keep coming. Then there was a house a couple of doors down. When we first moved into the neighborhood, the owner had recently died from cancer. The house was empty for a while, and then a very nice family moved in. Not long after, the mother suddenly developed cancer and passed away. That family left. Another family moved in after them. They had a little boy, maybe 3 or 4 years old, and I know this sounds awful to say, but there was something deeply wrong in his eyes. He had this coldness about him that frightened me. Nobody else seemed to notice it, but he seemed to know that I did. He was especially unpleasant toward me, though I was never rude or unkind to him. I just tried to keep my distance. One night, I was walking my dog when I saw a very tall shadow figure move toward that house. It didn't open a door. It just passed straight through the wall. The feeling coming from it was horrible. Not just dark, but full of hatred. It felt like it hated people. After that, the father in that house became verbally abusive to his wife in front of everyone. One day, the mother came over terrified and asked my husband for help. She said the ceiling fans in her house had turned on by themselves and were spinning so violently she thought they were going to tear out of the ceiling. My husband couldn't fix it, so the only thing he could do was shut off the electricity. Eventually, that family moved in the middle of the school year. They left furniture behind and only took clothes and small personal things. When the mother came to say goodbye, I noticed the little boy seemed different. He looked normal again, not cold or cruel like before. But he was physically very sick. I don't know everything that happened to them after that, but I heard they settled somewhere far away, on the other side of the country. I hope they found peace. Their children would probably be college age by now. My own daughter grew up seeing shadow figures in that house, and after years of being surrounded by so much violence and heaviness, we finally sold it. An Indian family bought it, and since we didn't move too far away, we've seen them from time to time. They seem very happy there, which honestly brings me some comfort. That's why I do believe blessings can help, in whatever way your culture or religion understands them. I have Indian friends, and one of them works very intentionally to keep her home peaceful and blessed. She is Hindu, very devoted, and active in her temple. I'm Christian, so I pray over my home. I've also used salt while praying. In that old house, I don't think I could keep the shadow beings away permanently, but I could create long stretches of peace. The house I live in now is much calmer. I don't see shadow figures here. Once in a while, it feels like something passes through, but it never stays. Still, there are strange things. The house itself is well built and well maintained, but things break in ways that don't make sense even to contractors. Strong materials that should have lasted have disintegrated. Appliances, small hardware, door mechanisms, things like that have just fallen apart from the inside. My husband was fairly well, and then about 3 years ago his health suddenly declined badly. He could have taken better care of himself, yes, but many people take worse care of themselves and don't become that sick so quickly. He passed away. I've also had pets who seemed perfectly fine suddenly die. 2 cats dropped dead unexpectedly, and another became ill very fast and died. Each time it was said to be heart failure. In the last 5 years, all of my husband's aunts and uncles, both of his parents, and my father have died. And it hasn't only been me. One friend's husband suddenly lost his sanity. He had seemed fine, and then something in him just snapped. We're still hoping he recovers. Another friend had a stable, comfortable life, and within 2 years lost his job, his health, and his home. I thought my luck had been bad, but what happened to him was catastrophic and so fast. Most people I know are struggling with something serious now, even people who seemed steady before. I do pray a Christian prayer that someone once shared online, but I won't repeat it here because I don't know your religion, and I want to be respectful. I also believe in science and logic. I really do. It's possible that some of what people experience comes from psychological strain, grief, stress, or exhaustion. I explored that seriously in my own life. After I reported seeing things, doctors treated it as hallucinations, and I was treated for postnatal depression and postnatal psychosis. I made sure to check whether I was mentally well. So I would say this gently. Always rule out ordinary causes first. Health, stress, sleep, environment, carbon monoxide, grief, trauma, anything that could explain what's happening. Start there. And only after that, if things still don't make sense, then consider the possibility that something else may be going on. Everything I've told you could be explained away as people collapsing under the strain of modern life. Maybe that's all it was. But I lived through it. And I know how it felt. There was one rainy night that Lyra never forgot. She had gone back to her family's old vacation house in the province, a place no one had really stayed in for years, not since her grandmother passed away almost 6 years earlier. The house still stood there, quiet and stiff, but it felt less like a home and more like something that had been holding its breath. Lyra carried her bags up to the second floor and chose the room that used to belong to her grandmother. It was clean, but the air inside felt heavy. Old photographs covered the walls, mostly pictures of stars, moons, and planets. Her grandmother had always loved the sky. Across the room was a wide window facing the dark clouds outside. As Lyra unpacked, she let out a tired breath. "Why did I have to stay in this room?" she whispered to herself. After she finished arranging her things, she lay down on the bed. Rain hammered against the roof, steady and restless. The wind slipped through the cracks of the old house, making soft, hollow sounds that almost felt like breathing. Then, without warning, the power went out. Lyra froze. She stayed still in the darkness, telling herself it was nothing. Just the rain, just the storm, just an old house making old house noises. Then something flickered near the window. At first she thought it might have been a light from outside, maybe a passing vehicle, maybe a lamp from the road. But there was no road close enough to that side of the house. The flicker came again. This time she saw it clearly. A small hand appeared at the edge of the window. It was pale, too pale. The fingers were thin and wet, pressing gently against the glass. Lyra sat up slowly, her heart beating hard in her chest. Then another hand appeared, then another. One by one, more pale hands slid over the window, brushing the glass as if they were searching for a way in. Lyra wanted to scream, but her voice stayed trapped in her throat. She knew that room was on the second floor. There was no balcony outside, no ledge wide enough for anyone to stand on, no ladder, no tree, nothing. And yet the hands were there. Then the window opened by itself. A cold gust of air rushed into the room, carrying the smell of rain, wet leaves, and something old, something buried. Then a soft voice whispered from outside. "I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you, my child." Lyra turned toward the window, and there, hanging in the darkness outside, was her grandmother's face. But it was not the face Lyra remembered. The eyes were empty, dull, and clouded. The mouth stretched into a slow, heavy smile. Her hands reached forward like tangled roots, desperate to hold on to something. "Grandma?" Lyra cried. She jumped from the bed and ran toward the door, but before she could reach it, something grabbed her ankle. A hand, cold, wet, tight. It felt soaked with rain and tears. Lyra fell hard to the floor. She kicked and clawed at the wooden boards, but the hand dragged her backward, inch by inch, toward the open window. The voice came again, closer now. "You can't leave. You promised you would stay with me." Lyra screamed. Then suddenly, everything stopped. The hands vanished. The face disappeared. The lights came back on. The window was shut, locked, and still, as if nothing had happened. But near the window, on the wooden floor, were small handprints. Wet, pale handprints. No matter how hard Lyra scrubbed them, they would not fade. The next morning she packed her things and said she was leaving right away. She did not explain much. She just wanted out of that house. But as she walked down the path toward the gate, something made her look back. Upstairs, in her grandmother's old room, she saw a face pressed against the window. It was her own, smiling, hanging outside the glass, with both hands pressed flat against it. I think I understand what you mean. In a way, I feel like I've had similar experiences, though maybe you're a little more sensitive to it than I am. The first thing I remember happened when I was very young, probably around 3 years old. My older sister, Eliza, and I shared a room, and we had bunk beds. She slept on the top bunk, and I slept on the bottom one. One night, something woke me up. I don't remember hearing a crash or anything like that. I just remember suddenly being awake and standing beside my bed. Then I heard a whisper. It was close, but I couldn't see anyone. It kept saying, "Go, go, go, go." Somehow I knew exactly what it meant. I knew I was supposed to leave the room and go to my parents' bedroom. So I did. I climbed into bed beside my dad, who was still asleep, and curled up next to him. Only a few minutes later, there was this horrible noise from our room. My sister's top bunk had collapsed down onto my bed, right where I had been sleeping. My parents and I ran in, and there was Eliza sitting up in the broken bunk, crying her little heart out. Thankfully, she wasn't hurt. She was just terrified. I remember talking with her about it when we were kids, but now, all these years later, she doesn't remember it at all. I do, though. I remember it very clearly. Since then, I've had plenty of other experiences. Some were just that strange inner knowing that something was about to happen. Other times, I've seen figures or felt presences. I also had repeated encounters with spirits in a house I lived in years ago with my former husband. As for why it happens to you, I honestly think sometimes it runs in families. I don't know anyone in my extended family who openly talks about having experiences like mine, but a lot of relatives on my mother's side were deeply religious. So it's possible some of them did experience things and just kept quiet about it because of what they were taught to believe. And sometimes, I think it simply happens. No neat explanation, no tidy little box to put it in. When you get that creepy feeling, I think it's best to leave if you can, and not give whatever it is too much attention. Sometimes ignoring it seems to help, almost like it assumes you don't notice it and moves on. But once it knows that you know it's there, I'd be firm. You can say it out loud or just say it in your mind, but say it with authority. Tell it to leave you alone. Act like you're in charge of your own space, because you are. I've had moments where I basically told something to get away from me and stop bothering me, and it worked. You can also ask for help from loved ones who have passed, or from whatever guides or protective spirits you believe in. They may be able to help, or maybe not, but I don't think it hurts to ask. Some people also wear black tourmaline for protection. Others like rose quartz. You don't have to make a big ritual out of it. You could just keep a stone in your pocket if that feels right to you. Most of the time, spirits don't really bother me. They're just there, passing through in their own way. But when the energy feels wrong, heavy, or threatening, that's when I call for help or make it very clear that I want to be left alone. If you belong to a religion, lean on what brings you comfort there. For some people, that might mean praying to Jesus. For others, it might mean calling on Allah, angels, ancestors, saints, or whatever spiritual protection they trust. In my opinion, the exact words don't matter as much as your intention. If you're too scared to remember a prayer, just focus on the feeling of protection. Push that intention outward. Make it clear that whatever is bothering you is not welcome. I hope this helps you a little. Trust your intuition. Pay attention to how something feels. Some things can be deceptive, so learning discernment takes time and, honestly, a bit of trial and error. Take the advice that feels right to you and leave the rest behind. You'll figure out what works for you. Good luck. I can understand why all of this might leave you feeling shaken. Honestly, I wasn't sure I should step into this conversation at first, mostly because I try to be careful about what energies I open myself up to. But my son, Eli, encouraged me to answer you, so I'm going to try. I'll keep it as brief as I can, though I'll admit right away that I do have a habit of wandering down the long road when a short path would do. First, you asked why these things might be happening to you, especially when you see yourself as an ordinary person. From what I'm picking up, this seems to come through your mother's side of the family. It may have skipped a generation, maybe even two, or maybe the people before you simply chose not to talk about it. Sometimes these things frighten people so much that they would rather pretend nothing is there at all. And please don't underestimate yourself. Some of the most unusual gifts show up in people who think they're completely ordinary. A deeply intuitive person may think everyone senses what they sense. A compassionate person may think their kindness is just common sense. You're still young, and young people, especially children and teens, can be more open, more sensitive, and sometimes more easily influenced by what's around them. There is a chance you may grow out of it as you get older. But if you don't, then I suppose I should say, welcome to the strange little club that can feel both cursed and blessed. A lot of it has to do with sensitivity, awareness, and even the way certain parts of your mind are still developing. You also asked whether you should acknowledge them when something frightening happens, or ignore them completely. My advice is to ignore them as much as you possibly can. Do not feed it with attention. Do not let it pull you into a conversation. And if you can, I would suggest finding someone experienced and grounded, perhaps a reputable spiritual advisor or medium in your area, someone who knows how to handle these things safely. My son just said he has a strong feeling you may have been thinking about using a Ouija board or something similar. Please, do not do that. I cannot stress this enough. Do not invite anything in. Do not open the door wider than it already is. Even if you think they might leave you alone afterward, they almost certainly won't. That sort of thing rarely closes the door. More often, it removes the hinges. You asked about the veil, and that can be a difficult thing to explain. The veil is the divide between realities. In this case, it is the separation between the physical world we live in and what people often call the beyond. I don't believe it is somewhere far away. It is more like the same world, but viewed from another layer of it. Those beings, spirits, entities, whatever word you prefer, are not bound by physical rules in the same way we are. Time, space, and distance do not seem to hold them the way they hold us. Imagine a thin curtain over a window. You can see movement and shapes behind it, but not clearly. That is the closest way I can describe it. And because it is not a physical thing, people experience it differently. Some sense it visually, some emotionally, some through dreams, sounds, or sudden knowing. As for protection, yes, there are things you can try. You might visit a spiritual shop and ask about protective crystals. I've heard good things from people who use them. Black tourmaline is often used for protection against heavier or negative energy. My son feels that for you, it may not be enough on its own. He mentioned amethyst, and then purple chalcedony came to him as well. I want to be clear that we are not crystal experts, but we are interested in them, and those are the ones that came forward while thinking about your situation. You also asked how to know whether something means harm or not. The simplest answer is this: trust your gut. Truly, your body often knows before your mind catches up. If something feels wrong, heavy, cold, invasive, or like it is trying to push you into doing something, listen to that feeling. Do not accept anything from it. Do not make deals. Do not agree to anything. And if ignoring it is no longer possible, speak clearly and firmly. You can say, "You are not welcome here. You need to leave." Use a calm, commanding voice. Do not plead. Do not bargain. Set the boundary like you mean it. As for how these things can hurt someone, there are different ways. Some harm is emotional or mental. They may stir up painful memories, create fear, or make you feel isolated so you become easier to influence. Physical harm is less common, but it can happen. My son and I have both experienced things we could not easily explain. He has been scratched, grabbed, and even bitten, and I witnessed some of it myself. They can sometimes pull a person into a strange, trance-like state. They can make your thoughts feel cloudy or push old wounds to the surface. But I want you to remember that something has to be unusually strong to do that kind of thing. It is not something I want you lying awake every night expecting. Be cautious, yes, but do not let fear become the house you live in. I know this old lady has gone on longer than intended, but I hope some of this brings you a little clarity. Blessings to you, and please take care of yourself. One more thing before I go. My son mentioned a song to the tune of "You Are My Sunshine," but with different words. Does that mean anything to you? It may be connected to someone else, but I get the feeling it has something to do with your mother or your family. He says it feels like the second verse, the part about crying, was changed when your mother was younger because that part made her uncomfortable. I don't have a huge amount of experience with things like this, but I can tell you what happened to us. It started in the house we later came to call the Hat Man house. One night, my husband saw him standing over our baby's crib, a tall, dark shape with that unmistakable hat. And instead of freezing or pretending he hadn't seen anything, my husband spoke to him. He told him to leave our child alone. Before that night, there had been this awful weight over the whole house. It felt like the air itself had teeth. I had seen the Hat Man before, and honestly, I thought I was losing my mind. My husband and I had been cold with each other for months, arguing over everything. A lot of it came from him thinking I was imagining things, or exaggerating, or falling apart somehow. But the night he saw him too, something shifted. We started paying closer attention to ourselves. When we felt that sudden irritation rising, when one of us was about to snap over nothing, we would stop. We would call a timeout, go outside, and talk. Not argue, talk. We'd ask, where is this really coming from? And is this actually us? And the more directly we communicated, the less it felt like something in that house could pull our strings. After we finally moved out, the older kids began telling us what they had been dealing with. Footsteps when no one was walking, voices, windows opening and closing by themselves. Things they had kept quiet about for years. They hated that house, every single moment of the 3 years we lived there. From the outside, it looked perfectly normal, a nice home in a good neighborhood. The kind of place people would drive by and think, what a lovely family house. But inside, none of us felt safe. Even now, that house still shows up in our darker dreams. Even for my youngest, who was only 2 when we moved. He's 21 now, and somehow that place still found a way to stay with him. It wasn't until later that I learned about saging a home, and about walking through your space with confidence, speaking out loud, firmly banning anything dark or harmful from staying there. You have to mean it. You have to be direct, firm, loud if you need to be. No fear in your voice. It's your home, and you revoke any claim anything hidden thinks it has on being there. I've done that in every place I've lived since the Hat Man house. I would love to say it would have worked there too, but I honestly don't know. What I do know is that every home after I learned about saging and banishing has been free of that kind of darkness. Now, we do have what I jokingly call house gnomes. You know, the little harmless kind of weirdness where a remote disappears, and then later it's sitting right back in the exact place everyone already checked 3 times. That sort of thing. Annoying, yes. Sinister, no. But before I learned about cleansing and banishing, we lived in one more strange house. It was the place we moved into right after the Hat Man house. That one was a short-term rental while we were looking for something permanent. And from the beginning, I felt watched. There was only one corner in the master bathroom that felt truly private. I can't explain why, but the rest of the house felt like it was listening. There was this pressure to be quiet. And I had 4 boys under 12, so quiet was not exactly their natural habitat. But even they tiptoed around in that house. They moved like one loud noise might crack the ceiling open above us. Later, the older kids told me they saw a man walking down the hallway every night. At the time, I remember them all deciding to sleep together in one bedroom and use the other rooms for forts. I was uneasy enough myself that I was relieved they picked the bedroom right across the hall from mine. We were there less than a month. That was when I really started searching for ways to make the supernatural stuff stop. And strangely enough, once I learned about Sage, the landlord suddenly told us we had to leave because the house had sold. At almost the same time, a house became available in the exact neighborhood we had been hoping for. It was only a couple miles away, and the move could happen quickly. I didn't take any chances. The first day I brought boxes over, I saged every corner of that new house. Every cabinet, every closet, the attic, behind doors, under sinks. If there was a shadow big enough to hold a secret, I put smoke through it. That was over 20 years ago. The older kids are grown now, some in their 30s, some in their late 20s. And those houses still give everyone that same cold feeling when they come up in conversation. What I can say is this: in every place I've lived since, I have smudged, saged, and spoken ownership over the home. I have had 0 problems of the negative kind. And yes, I know that when I bring up house gnomes, borrowers, fae, whatever you want to call them, I sound a little off. I know that. But here's the thing. Once the negative presence stopped, odd things still happened. A single item would vanish from a table, then show up a day later in the exact spot where it was supposed to be. Not under a cushion, not in a drawer, right there, right where everyone had already looked. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's supernatural, cryptid, some strange little trick of the world, or just my own brain misplacing things and then quietly returning them to the scene of the crime. I call them house gnomes because it keeps me from feeling like I'm losing my grip when the disappearing acts happen. But there is a huge difference between that and what was in those houses. The Hat Man house had weight. It had anger. It had fear. It felt like something was feeding off us. The house gnome feeling is different. It's harmless. Confusing, yes. A little irritating, absolutely. But not dark. Not hungry. Not watching from the hallway. You mean the pale ones? The gray-looking beings? I've seen things like that too. I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what they are, because I don't have solid proof. But I'll tell you honestly, they never felt like ordinary aliens to me. They felt more like something spiritual wearing an alien mask. Something that could slip in and out of this world when it wanted to. The first thing I tell you is this: don't panic. I know that's easier said than done, especially when something is already messing with your dreams. But fear seems to be what they want. When they get into your sleep, the dreams can turn violent, disturbing, and painful. The kind that jolts you awake with your heart pounding. And from what I've experienced, that fear seems to feed them somehow. Another thing I noticed is that they seem to hate the name of Jesus. They don't respond well to prayer, scripture, or anything holy. That's one reason I started wondering if these things are actually demons pretending to be something else. So here's what I'd suggest. Try to memorize a few prayers if you can. The Lord's Prayer, the St. Michael Prayer, and the Hail Mary. Keep them close in your mind so you can say them even when you're scared. And if you see those beings again, speak firmly. Rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ. Renounce them. Reject them. Tell them they have no permission to be near you, your home, your mind, or your dreams. If they keep bothering you, especially through nightmares, say the St. Michael Prayer. I know that might sound intense, but I'm telling you, it helped me. St. Michael is powerful. And if you ever sense him or see him, don't be afraid. His presence can feel huge, but not in the same way those things feel huge. It feels protective. My feeling is that if they keep coming after someone, it may be because that person has a strong energy or spirit, and these things are trying to drain it. They act terrifying, but honestly, I think they're weak. They scare people because fear is all they know how to use. Without that fear, they don't seem to have much power. If things get worse, call a priest. Get holy water. Bless your home. Look up traditional house blessings and pray through each room. I'd also suggest holy salt if you can get it. I went through something similar a while back. My name's Marcella, and I'm not even Catholic, but Catholic prayers were what helped me fight back. When I started saying scripture out loud and praying with real conviction, those things reacted fast. They hated it. So no, I don't think you're making it up. I believe you're seeing something real, even if we don't fully understand what it is. I have theories, plenty of them, but I can't claim I have proof. What I can tell you is that prayer helped. Holy water helped. Holy salt helped. And when it got really bad, I played worship music in the house, anything that praised God, and let it run for hours. And if nothing else works, pray. Pray to Jesus. Whatever those things are, they really do not like him. And please, let me know what happens. I want to know if other people are experiencing this too, and whether the same things that helped me can help them fight it off. I want to tell you about the most frightening experience I've ever had online. It wasn't paranormal. There were no ghosts, no shadows moving in the corner, nothing like that. But honestly, it was more disturbing than any horror story I've ever heard. It started one night when I couldn't sleep. I was scrolling through this app called Friendly Shoulder, where people usually post about their problems, their loneliness, or whatever they need to get off their chest. That night, I saw a post from a user named @Chickadaloos. It was simple, something like, "I'm bored. Does anyone want to talk in private?" So I messaged her and asked what kinds of things she liked talking about, mostly just to find a normal topic and avoid awkward silence. She mentioned a few things, but one of them was dinosaurs. And I love dinosaurs, so that was it. We spent almost the whole night talking about them. Favorite species, weird facts, fossils, all of that. The only personal thing she told me was that she was from Peru, but that she was living in Brazil with her husband. Then she disappeared. For about 2 weeks, there was nothing. No replies, no sign of her. Then one day, she sent me a message that made my stomach drop. She said there were days when she couldn't talk because her husband didn't like her using the phone. According to her, he only let her have it when she behaved well, and even then, mostly just to play games. She also said she had to be careful because if he found out she was talking to other people, he would hit her. I remember answering something like, "That's a horrible relationship. Your husband sounds toxic. And besides, we're literally just talking about dinosaurs." But she replied, "Those are his rules. I have to obey him." After that, she vanished again. 3 days later, she messaged me asking for my WhatsApp. I gave it to her, and not long after, she video called me. And that's when everything changed. The person on the call was not an adult woman. It was clearly a little boy. He was wearing a wig, and his lips were painted. His face looked bruised. He had marks on him, like he had been beaten. Before I could even find the right words, he started crying. He told me he had been orphaned and had been living on the streets. Then, according to him, some man had offered to take him in, but only if he married him and changed himself into a girl. He said that was the condition for having a roof over his head. I froze. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do fast enough. Then I heard a man's voice shouting in the background. The boy panicked and ended the call. And that was the last time I ever saw him. After that, every account disappeared. His WhatsApp was gone. His profile on Friendly Shoulder was gone. Everything was erased, like someone had wiped him off the internet. I spent weeks trying to find him again. I kept posting about what happened on the app, hoping someone might recognize the story or know who he was. I posted it so many times that the app eventually banned me for spam. Before that happened, a few users told me they thought they knew who I was talking about. Some said they had also noticed that the way she wrote sounded strangely childish, even though the account claimed to belong to an adult woman. I still think about him. I think that call was his way of asking for help. Maybe the only way he knew how. Because where does a child like that go? A child who might not be in school, who is living in another country, who may not speak the language well, and who probably doesn't trust the police. I know the obvious answer should have been to call the authorities, but in that moment, everything happened so quickly. And from his side, I think he was terrified. That experience has stayed with me more than anything else I've ever seen online. Not because it was supernatural, because it was real. I was 17 when this happened, and even now, years later, it still drifts back into my mind more often than I'd like to admit. My family was living in this old farmhouse from the late 1800s. It had that creaky, settled-in feeling old houses have, where every floorboard seems to know more than it's telling. But the strangest thing about it was that the house felt like two completely different places stitched together. Our side looked original. Old trim, older windows, the kind of rooms that felt like they had been standing there forever. But the other half, where our landlord lived, looked totally different. It had this very 1970s feel to it. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I figured people just had different taste. Then the dreams started. For months after we moved in, I kept having these dreams that felt way too real. Some of them were through my own eyes. Some felt like I was floating outside the scene, watching it happen. And sometimes, I was seeing everything through someone else's eyes. It was always a woman. She wore a pale blue dress that looked like something from the 1960s, and she was always crying. She would move through the house, searching for something. Desperate, heartbroken, but she never found whatever it was before I woke up. Eventually, I told my mom about it, and the look on her face changed immediately. She told me she had been having dreams too. Only in hers, it wasn't the woman she saw. It was a baby she heard. She said she could hear it crying somewhere in the house, and in the dream, she would run from room to room trying to find it. She'd be panicked, calling out, searching everywhere, but she never found the baby. That alone unsettled me. But what happened next is what I still can't explain. One afternoon, I came home from school exhausted and decided to take a nap on the couch before starting homework. I fell asleep, and the dream began again. Only this time, the woman wasn't wandering through the house. She was standing over me, watching me sleep. In the dream, I pushed myself up a little and asked her, "Who are you?" She didn't answer. She just stepped closer and reached out her hand, like she wanted to help me up. I thought maybe she wanted me to follow her, maybe to show me something, maybe to explain who she was. So I took her hand. And it burned. I mean, it genuinely felt like I had grabbed a piece of metal straight out of a fire. The pain was so sharp and sudden that I woke up instantly. When I looked down, my hand was bright red. Not just flushed either. There was a mark on it, almost perfectly shaped like where her fingers had touched mine. I was sitting there staring at it, completely stunned, when my mom came home from work. She walked in, saw my face, and said, "Lena, you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" And in that moment, I suddenly knew. I don't know how to explain it, but I knew with complete certainty. I told her, "The woman from my dreams died in a fire, here, on the other side of the house, and the baby died too. She's been looking for her baby." My mom went still. Then she sat down very slowly and said, "I know." That was when she told me she had started looking into the history of the house after we realized we were both dreaming about something connected. She had found out there had been a terrible fire in the 1960s. Half the house burned, and a woman and her 6-month-old baby died in it. Afterward, that side of the house was rebuilt to match the outside, but the inside was completely different. That was why our landlord's half looked like it belonged to another time. Because it did. I never saw the woman again after that. No more dreams, no more crying, no more searching. I've always hoped that maybe she just needed someone to know what happened to her. Maybe once we understood, she didn't have to keep wandering through that house anymore. It was the strangest, most frightening thing I've ever experienced. And even though almost 15 years have passed, I can still remember that red mark on my hand like it happened yesterday. I'm happy to tell it. This happened when I was 15, sometime around 1992, maybe 1993. I was living in Southern California then, and every weekend my dad would drive us out from Orange County to Palm Desert because my parents had a place there. They loved golfing, so that was the routine. Every single weekend. And honestly, when you're 15, being dragged out to the desert every weekend feels like punishment with better scenery. My dad usually picked me up after school, somewhere around 3:30 or 4 in the afternoon. Depending on traffic and whether we stopped for food, we'd normally get to the house around 7, maybe 7:30 at the latest. But that night, we didn't arrive until almost 10. I remember we had finally gotten past the worst of the traffic and were driving through this quieter, hilly stretch of road. It felt remote, the kind of place where the world starts to thin out a little. I was staring out the window, thinking about my friends and wondering what they were doing that weekend without me. That's when I noticed a bright light in the sky. At first, I wasn't really alarmed. I was just sort of watching it while my mind wandered. But after a while, I snapped out of my thoughts and really looked at it. I remember thinking, what is that? I asked my dad, and he said it was probably a planet. That sounded reasonable enough, so I let it go for a bit. But even while I went back to daydreaming, my eyes kept returning to that light. Eventually, we came out of the hills and reached the higher desert area where the wind turbines are. By then, both of us were watching it because it seemed bigger and closer. My dad started talking quickly, saying it was probably landing lights from a small plane since there was a little airport somewhere nearby. And for a moment, that made sense too. Then we passed the wind farm, and suddenly we were on this dark, empty stretch of road. I don't remember seeing any other cars, just black sky, black road, and this light ahead of us. It kept getting larger until it was right in front of us, huge and blazing, almost like the moon had dropped down to eye level. I couldn't make out a craft or any kind of shape behind it because it was so intensely bright. The contrast of that light against the empty dark was honestly terrifying. I remember saying, "Dad, I really don't think those are airplane landing lights." And this is the part that still feels strange to say out loud, but I had the strongest feeling that whatever it was could hear me. Not just my voice either, my thoughts too. It felt like it reacted the second I realized it wasn't what my dad was trying to explain it away as. The light started pulsing. I had this eerie impression that I had noticed it, and it knew I had noticed it, like it had been caught. Then it went completely dark. Gone. Just gone. It felt like only a few seconds passed. Then the light came back on, brighter than before. It rose up from where it had been, hovered for a moment, and then shot straight up into the sky. It vanished faster than anything I've ever seen. Faster than lightning. Right after that, I suddenly had to pee so badly it almost hurt. It was weird because I hadn't needed to go at all before, and then all at once, it felt like I'd been holding it forever. I looked at the clock to see how much longer we had, and it was around 9:30. That confused me, but not in a clear, logical way. I just remember feeling foggy about it, like my brain didn't want to grab onto the thought too tightly. I recognized some landmarks and knew we were only about 30 minutes from the house, so I mostly focused on just making it there. When we pulled up, my stepmom was outside waiting for us. She was furious, which was completely unlike her. She was usually calm, polished, very composed. But that night she was visibly shaken, asking where we had been and why we were so late. I barely slowed down because I was rushing inside to use the bathroom, but as I passed her, I called back, "Dad and I saw a UFO!" And the strange thing is, I hadn't even thought to call it that until the words came out of my mouth. So that's my missing time story. There was another experience years later, during the week I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, but that one belongs to another night. I should probably start by saying the house wasn't some ancient, falling apart place with creaky floorboards and ivy crawling up the walls. It was just a normal terraced house, with neighbors pressed up on both sides of us. From the outside, there was nothing strange about it at all. But upstairs, right at the back of the house, at the very end of the hall, there was this one room. That room was mine when I was growing up, and I hated it. I mean, really hated it. I could never explain why properly, especially as a kid, but being in there always felt wrong. Heavy almost, like the room was waiting for you to notice something. When I was little, I had bunk beds, and I always slept on the top one because, obviously, that was the cool place to sleep. But I used to have these awful dreams about a figure standing at the end of the bed, just watching me. Not doing anything, just standing there. And I used to fall out of that top bunk all the time in my sleep. I'd hit the floor hard enough that my mom could hear it from downstairs, but I wouldn't wake up. Not even a little. It happened so often that it somehow became normal. She'd come upstairs, find me on the floor, pick me up, and put me in the bottom bunk. Years later, me and my mom swapped rooms. I moved into the front bedroom, and she took the back one. Except she didn't really take it. After we swapped, she almost never slept in there. She started sleeping downstairs on the couch instead. If you asked her about it, she'd just say she preferred the couch, but come on. Nobody chooses a couch over a proper bed every night unless something about that bed, or that room, feels worse. In my new room, my bed was against the wall that joined onto that back bedroom. I don't know if this means anything, but neither of my dogs would sleep on that side of the bed. Not once. If I tried to move them over there, they'd panic, scramble away, and jump straight off. Full-on fear, not just being stubborn. There were a few things that happened to me that I still think about. One night, I was at my desk playing Counter-Strike, completely locked in. My desk faced the wall, and there was nobody else in the house. Out of nowhere, a scrunched-up ball of paper landed right in front of me on the keyboard. Not beside me, not behind me, right there. I just froze, because there was no way for it to have come from anywhere that made sense. Another night, I was walking downstairs to go outside for a cigarette. The light at the top of the stairs never worked, so that part of the house was always dark. I was about halfway down when something shot past my ear and slammed into the wooden floor at the bottom. I couldn't see what it was until I got downstairs and turned the hallway light on. It was a lighter, and it wasn't mine. Mine was in my pocket. Then there was one night when I was washing dishes, and I suddenly burst into tears. Not a little bit either. I mean proper, uncontrollable crying. I'm not really an emotional person, and nothing bad had happened around that time. I wasn't thinking about anything upsetting. It just came out of nowhere. My mom got really worried and kept asking what was wrong, and all I could say was, I don't know. I don't know. That might honestly have scared me more than some of the physical stuff, because it didn't feel like it belonged to me. My mom technically still lives in that house, but she spends almost all her time at her partner's place now. She'd deny anything strange ever happened there, unless she'd had a few drinks. Then little things would slip out. I moved out when I was 18. I'm 26 now, and I haven't slept a single night there since. I barely even go inside. My girlfriend refuses to step foot in the place. She says whenever she's there, she feels violently sick, and she says my mood changes when I'm in the house. The strange thing is, I live in a completely normal house now. No weird noises, no objects flying around, no horrible rooms at the end of the hall. And this might sound messed up, but sometimes I almost miss it. Not the fear exactly, just the feeling that there was something there. Some kind of company, even if it was the kind you really didn't ask for. You can believe me or not. I'm not here to convince anyone. I just know what happened in that house, and after all these years, it still follows me a little. So this happened back in 2008 when I was dating a woman named Marin. She was really into horror movies, ghost stories, the whole strange little midnight carnival of it all. One night, she got it in her head that she wanted to use a Ouija board. I didn't own one, and honestly, I wasn't about to go buy one. I was working as a graphic designer at the time, so I figured, fine, I'll just make one. I designed it myself, printed it at work on this thick, glossy photo paper, and brought it home. Marin put it in a frame, and she already had one of those little planchette things, the piece you rest your fingers on. Since the board was under glass, it slid around pretty easily. Now, before I go any further, I should say this clearly. I don't think of myself as a superstitious person. I'm not someone who automatically jumps to ghosts or demons every time a house creaks. But I've seen enough odd things and heard enough strange things to leave the door open a crack. I don't know what's really out there. Maybe there are overlapping realities. Maybe there are dimensions brushing against ours like pages in a book. Maybe this whole thing is something stranger than we're built to understand. Human eyes can't even see the full spectrum of color, so who knows what else we're missing? And then there are things like the Mandela effect, where huge groups of people remember the same thing differently. Sure, memory is slippery, but millions of people being wrong in the same direction? That always felt a little harder to explain. Anyway, back to that night. We did the usual Ouija board routine. Fingers on the piece, asking questions, watching it drift from letter to letter. I honestly don't remember much of what it spelled out. I wasn't taking it seriously. In fact, I was trying very hard not to take it seriously, because deep down, I didn't really like messing with that kind of thing. When the planchette moved, I just assumed Marin was doing it. Maybe she thought I was doing it. Nothing dramatic happened. No lights flickering, no whispers, no horror movie nonsense. I think she was trying to contact a relative, maybe her grandmother. When we were finished, I told her I didn't want that thing sitting around my apartment. So I took the board out of the frame and threw it away. The next day, I came home from work, opened the closet, and there it was. The board was back in the frame, sitting on the floor. I asked Marin if she had taken it out of the trash, and she said no. At first, I thought she had to be messing with me, but her face changed. She looked genuinely worried, not playful, not guilty, just concerned. So I took it out of the frame again. This time, I walked it all the way out to the dumpsters. I bent the glossy sheet as much as I could, shoved it down into the trash, and left it there. The reason I hadn't crumpled it the first time was because it wasn't regular paper. It was thick photo stock, the kind that doesn't just fold up neatly unless you really mean it. A couple of months later, we found out Marin was pregnant. We decided we needed a bigger place, so I found an apartment across town. We packed everything up over a weekend. Back then, I had a lot of old music gear. I used to play in bands, and even though some health problems later made it hard for me to play like I used to, I never liked getting rid of my instruments and equipment. Most of it was stored in the coat closet. So I opened that closet to start packing, and sitting right there with my music gear was the Ouija board. In the same frame. And the paper was perfect. No bends, no wrinkles, no crease marks, nothing. It looked like it had never been thrown away at all. I just stood there staring at it. Then I called Marin over and showed her. This time, she was scared too. Not pretend scared, not "this is fun" scared. Actually scared. So we both took it outside together. I smashed the frame into pieces. Then I set the board on fire. We stood there and watched the whole thing burn until there was nothing useful left of it. After that, we threw the broken frame pieces into the dumpster. I also made her get rid of the planchette. We moved a few days later. We never saw the board again. And I still don't have an explanation. A few years after that, when our son was still a toddler, something else happened that I try not to think about too much. One day, he tried to walk straight into the fireplace. We stopped him immediately, obviously, and asked him why he would do something so dangerous. He told us there were children living inside the fireplace. He said they talked to him through the wall. He said they wanted him to come play. I made him promise me, right then and there, that he would never, ever do anything like that again. He's 18 now. Just a few days ago, he got on a bus to visit his girlfriend in another state. I hadn't thought about any of this in years, but after he left, this sudden wave of fear came over me. It was sharp and heavy and out of nowhere. It passed. I'm okay now. But it was strange, really strange, because I hadn't seen anything or read anything that reminded me of that board in a long time. And then, suddenly, there it was again in my mind, clear as glass. I don't know what any of it means. I only know what happened. I bought a house with my ex-wife not long after we got married. Funny enough, today would have been our anniversary. Before we moved in, one of the neighbors tried pretty hard to talk us out of buying the place. He told us, in this hushed, dramatic way, that several people had died there. At the time, we just brushed it off. We figured every old rural house probably had a story or two rattling around in the walls, so we signed the papers and moved in. A few years later, I started a new job, and one of my coworkers, Darren, happened to mention that he was related to the family we bought the house from. That's when the real story started to come out. The house had been built in the mid-1960s by a German couple who had fled Europe during World War II. That part made sense, because when we moved in, we found boxes of old German books tucked away in the house, the kind of stuff that felt like it had been waiting quietly in the corners for decades. They had a big family. Their kids had kids of their own, and one of those grandkids was the man who eventually sold the place to us. From what Darren told me, around the early 2000s, the wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. Her husband more or less gave up the rest of his life to care for her. He waited on her, cooked for her, handled her medicine, spent their savings, and stayed by her side through all of it. By the time we bought the house, there was still an old hospital bed in one of the bedrooms. There were cases of medical supplies in closets too. At the time, I didn't know the full story. I just thought it was strange and sad. Apparently, after many years, she became bedridden, and he almost never left the house anymore. He was her full-time caretaker. This next part is mostly family speculation, passed around and softened by time. But one morning he left to run errands. The house was way out in the country, so even something simple, like paying a bill in person, could turn into a long trip. When he came home, he found that his wife had finally lost her fight with cancer. And I guess the grief just swallowed him whole. The way Darren told it, the husband took a bottle of her pain pills, swallowed all of them, laid down beside her, and died next to the woman he had spent years trying to save. I'm not going to pretend that didn't get to me. I was sitting there at work, listening to this story about my own house, and I was genuinely crying. It was awful and beautiful in the saddest possible way. But then the story took a strange turn. For some reason, none of their children wanted anything to do with the house after that. Nobody wanted to clean it out. Nobody wanted to sell it. Nobody even seemed interested in the money. It just kept getting passed from one family member to another, like an unwanted heirloom with too much weight attached to it. Eventually, one of the grandkids asked basically, "If I deal with selling it, can I keep the money?" And everyone agreed, probably just relieved that somebody was finally willing to handle it. So we started cleaning the place out. And that's when they found an unbelievable amount of old German adult material hidden throughout the house. I'm not exactly prudish, and I try not to judge what consenting adults are into, but apparently some of it was disturbing enough that the police got involved. That is about as much detail as I ever wanted or needed to know. There was one more strange thing about that house, and I never told my ex-wife this part. About a year after we moved in, our very old cat passed away. I wanted to bury her somewhere peaceful, so I picked what looked like an old garden plot in the backyard. I started digging and hit bones. Animal bones, as far as I could tell. I didn't want to bury my cat in what felt like another animal's grave, so I covered them back up and picked another spot. More bones. So I tried again. More bones. I must have dug 10 different holes across that yard, and every single time I found more of them. Not just one little patch either. They were spread out over a pretty large area. Eventually, I got too creeped out to keep going, so I carried my cat around to the front yard and buried her beneath a magnolia tree. Thankfully, that spot was bone-free. I can understand what it feels like to be sensitive to things most people don't notice. I don't really talk about it often, because it sounds strange even to me, but there have been times when I felt like I was receiving messages from people who had already passed. Most of the time, they seem to come from people who died suddenly, especially by suicide. My feeling is that they aren't fully settled yet, or maybe there's something they desperately need someone living to hear. The first time it happened, I wasn't looking for it. I didn't invite it in. I was just trying to fall asleep. I remember lying there in the dark, almost drifting off, when this intense sensation came over me. It felt like my whole body was vibrating from the inside. There were these deep, humming sounds in my head, almost like echoes in a tunnel, and flashes of color behind my closed eyes. It reminded me a little of those jolts you get as a child when you're half asleep and suddenly feel like you're falling, except this was much stronger, much more deliberate. I sat up fast and shook my head, trying to make it stop. For some reason, I felt like I was about to cry, even though I didn't know why. Then it happened again, and again, maybe 4 times in a row. Finally, I gave up on sleeping and went into the living room to watch television for a while, just to feel normal again. About half an hour later, I went back to bed. This time, whatever it was came through softer. It was still there, but gentler, almost like it was approaching from far away. I remember thinking, all right, what do you need to say? Because clearly you're not going to let me sleep. And then everything changed. The noise stopped. The colors stopped. Suddenly I was a man, tall, thin, completely bare, sitting in the dark at the edge of a high ridge or cliff. I couldn't see what was below me. I only knew it was very far down. I was hugging my knees, rocking back and forth. My teeth were chattering. My breathing was broken from sobbing, but there were no tears left. I got the impression of a short name. At first it flickered in my mind, like Rob or Dan, but it wouldn't settle. Then I stood up. I stretched my arms out, lifted my face, closed my eyes, and stepped forward. The second he stepped off, I wasn't in his body anymore. I was in his mind, and what came through was instant regret. Not a little regret. Not a thought passing by. It was everything. There was this long, terrible moment where he realized he wanted nothing more than to have his feet back on solid ground. He wanted to undo it. He wanted the smallest chance to choose differently. It was shocking how fast everything had changed. 1 second, there was still a choice. The next second, there wasn't. I never felt the impact. I never experienced the actual death. I think that part was missing because he was already gone. Instead, I suddenly saw a woman from above, unlocking her front door after work. It was like I could see through the roof of her house. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I recognized the long hair. I recognized the house, the land around it, the little lane. She was someone I had only met once years before. At the time, my boyfriend and I had rented a small place one summer from his uncle, and this woman lived across the lane. One afternoon, we stopped by with his uncle because they were going to give her an estimate for painting the outside of her house. I remember waving and saying, "Hi, neighbor," just being friendly. While we were standing there talking about paint and supplies, a man came out of the house wearing cycling clothes with a bike over his shoulder. She introduced him as her husband. He kissed her quickly on the cheek and said he was going for a ride. Then he left. That was it. Just a tiny moment. Life went on. Years later, I was helping my boyfriend's uncle plant flowers at another property in a nearby town when he mentioned her name. He said he had recently run into her after not seeing her for years, and they were planning to have coffee. The second he said it, I went completely still. I was right back in that experience again. He had to tap me on the shoulder because I wasn't answering him. I was nervous, but I finally told him what had happened. I told him about the man at the cliff, about the regret, about the message, and about the short name that felt like Rob or Dan. He stared at me for a moment and said, "Like Tom?" And when he said that name, something in my chest settled. I knew. I said, "Yes, just like Tom." Then he reminded me that the man we had met that day, the one with the bicycle, had been named Tom. He told me Tom had taken his own life about a year after that brief meeting. I was stunned. Eventually, his uncle passed the message along to her. The message was that it wasn't her fault, that he had felt lost before he did it, but the regret came immediately. He wanted her to know he could hear her when she spoke to him, and that when she felt lonely, she could talk to him out loud because he was listening. Years later, when I was going through a very hard time myself, I got a phone call one evening from a soft-spoken woman. Her voice was trembling. She simply told me thank you. She said I had no idea how much I had helped her. And then I realized she was crying. This was in the old gold country hills of California, and even now, when I think about it, I don't remember it as something frightening. I remember it as grief trying to find a doorway. And somehow, for a little while, I became that doorway. Anyway, I've always been sensitive to things like this, and I think that's probably why I had so many more experiences than my two half-sisters did. The first house we lived in had what I can only describe as 3 portals. 2 of them felt almost like airport terminals. Spirits, or whatever they were, would move through my room from one closet to the other, and it was like they didn't even notice me. They were just passing through. But the third one was different. That one was in the basement, and it felt like the source of something dark. There was this malevolent presence down there, and it seemed to have smaller, chaotic little trickster-type energies around it. They stirred things up constantly. Things would happen in the house, and my sister was the one who got blamed for most of it, even though I knew it wasn't her. Eventually, my parents sold that house. They built a new one on a piece of the land they kept, not far from the original property. And that house had its own presence. There was an old man there. Every night I would hear him walk into my room. I could feel him sit down on the edge of my bed. I was scared, but at the same time, I wasn't. That probably sounds strange, but it's the only way I know how to explain it. There was fear, yes, but not the kind that told me I was in danger. Looking back now, my instincts tell me he may have been connected to the land somehow. Maybe he had owned it before. Maybe he stayed because he was watching over me. I've wondered if he was protecting me from whatever was still lingering across the yard, back at the first house. This was on the outskirts of St. Louis, where old energy seems to sit quietly in the soil. Historical places are hard for me too. Museums, old buildings, battlefields. Sometimes the residual energy is so thick it feels like walking through weather. And then there's intelligent energy, the kind that knows you're there. That can be overwhelming. Honestly, it's gotten harder for me as I've gotten older. I had what I believe was a demonic attack once while I was on a work trip in North Carolina. That one was rough. I still don't like thinking about it too much. Another time I was traveling for work and so focused on the job that I didn't even realize where I was. One night I was driving back to my hotel late, and this crushing sadness came over me. It was heavy, sudden, and deep. Then I looked around and realized I was passing a Civil War battlefield. I hadn't even noticed it before. During the day, the place didn't feel the same, but at night, it was like everything woke up. After that, everywhere I went in that area felt heavy. I think I had accidentally dropped whatever block I usually keep up, and it's become harder and harder for me to hold those blocks in place. Now I live in a suburb outside Kansas City, near where the Oregon, Santa Fe, and California trails all come together. On top of that, we're right in the path of the border war and bleeding Kansas history from the Civil War era. There is so much activity here, and most people have no idea. When we were looking for the house we live in now, every single home we toured had something going on. Full hauntings. Not just a creak here or a strange feeling there. Real activity. Even my husband, who is a skeptic and an engineer, had experiences in two of them. That alone told me I wasn't imagining it. Our last house had what I'd call a hungry elemental. That was one of the hardest situations I've dealt with. I had to coax it into letting us leave. It felt like negotiating with something old, stubborn, and not remotely human. The house we bought now had fairly good energy, thankfully. There was someone here at first, someone I called Grandpa, though I don't know who he really was. It took a few months, but eventually he moved on. My sense was that he went to be near someone from his own family. Now, what we mostly have are what I call pass-throughs. The house just seems to sit along a route that certain spirits use. They aren't necessarily here for us. They're just moving through. I try not to engage with them. I don't want them to get comfortable. I don't want them to think this is a place to stay. I do think I need some kind of protection around the property, something that encourages them to walk around instead of through. But I'm nervous about doing it wrong. My fear is that instead of keeping things out, I could accidentally lock something in. I've been touched a few times here. We've also had some poltergeist-type activity, though I honestly think some of that may have come from me during a time when I was in a very bad mental place. I've learned that energy can spill out of people in ways we don't always understand. One of the wildest things happened in the backyard. I was planting flowers, and I was leaning on my shovel while looking at the spot where I planned to put some candy tuft. Out of nowhere, I felt this rush of energy come up behind me. It wasn't wind. It had weight to it. Then I felt a hand press against my lower back and push me to the side. A few seconds later, I felt another presence rush past, and I heard someone yell after the first one. It felt like two young men, or maybe boys, running through the yard, one chasing the other. And the thing is, I don't think it was residual. If it had been, it wouldn't have moved me. It wouldn't have cared that I was standing there. But this one pushed me aside, almost like I was in the way. I lost my balance and caught myself on the shovel right before my knee hit the ground. It shook me up. I just stood there afterward, trying to process what had happened. It hasn't happened again, but when I'm out in the garden, I often feel people watching me. Not in a threatening way, more like they approve of what I'm doing, like they're pleased the land is being cared for. I have so many experiences like this. Part of me wants to visit famous haunted places just to see what's really there. But I don't dare. I'm too worried about bringing something home with me. An attachment is not something I want to risk. And honestly, I know I need help protecting this property. Because even though most of what comes through seems to keep moving, there's always the chance that something unpleasant could decide not to pass through at all. It could decide to stay. I don't take the service road behind the old grocery building on 10th Avenue South anymore. Not after midnight. Not by myself. And I mean that with my whole chest. This was back in December of '97, one of those Montana nights where the cold felt personal. The river was throwing off steam like something alive was breathing under it. I was working the late shift, stocking shelves at the old store, and I clocked out a little after 2 in the morning. My pickup wouldn't start. The battery was gone. Frozen, dead, useless. I remember standing there with my keys in my hand, just staring at it like disappointment had 4 tires. I didn't want to go back inside and sit under those buzzing break room lights waiting for a tow truck, so I decided I'd walk the back way. Cut behind the building, head toward the college side, then circle home from there. I'd done it before. Plenty of times. That night, I got maybe halfway down that narrow drive behind the loading dock when the big security light overhead burst. Not flickered. Not dimmed. Burst. Glass scattered across the concrete, and the sound of it was so sharp it made my teeth lock together. Then everything went quiet. No cars out on 10th Avenue, no wind, no distant engines, just my boots breaking the crust of ice under me. And then I saw them. There were 3 figures standing near the old rail spur at the end of the drive. They were tall. Too tall. Taller than the trailers backed up to the dock. 8 feet, maybe more. Thin in a way that didn't look human, like shadows had been stretched until they almost tore. No faces, no clothes, nothing I could call skin. Just the shape of people, cut out of the dark. And their feet weren't touching the ground. They were hanging there, maybe half a foot above the ice, still as fence posts. I couldn't move. I couldn't even get my breath right. Then the one in the middle tilted its head, but not the way a person does. It turned slowly, almost curious, like an animal listening for something under the floorboards. Only it didn't stop. Its head kept going farther and farther until it was completely upside down. And that blank place where a face should have been was aimed right at me. Then it raised one arm. That arm was too long, bent in too many places, and it pointed past me, back toward the store, back toward the lights. I didn't look behind me. Something in me knew not to. I just ran. I ran straight through the parking lot and out onto 10th Avenue South. A truck driver laid on his horn, and I swear he missed me by less than a few feet. I didn't stop until a patrol car found me 2 blocks away, bent over on the sidewalk, trying to breathe. The officer kept asking what happened. All I could say was, they were counting. He said, counting what? And I told him, the windows. The lights in the windows. They were counting which ones were still on. When they got to mine, it pointed. The police went back there and checked the drive. They didn't find anyone. No tracks in the frost. No marks. Nothing. But every bulb behind that building was blown out. The dock lights, the lot lights, all of them. Glass was scattered everywhere, like they had all popped at the exact same moment. I quit that week. Moved out near Fairfield not long after. Told myself distance would help. Told myself whatever I saw was tied to that building, that old back drive, that miserable hour of the morning. But it wasn't. I work days now. I don't stay out late if I can help it. Still, every few months, right around 2:11 in the morning, my wife wakes up and says she smells something burning. Not smoke exactly. More like old wires getting hot inside a wall. Then she looks out the bedroom window, and there's one of them standing in the field across from our house. 9 feet tall, floating just above the ground. Its head turned all the way upside down, looking at our window, counting. She doesn't wake me anymore. I asked her not to, because I told her the truth. If you look back, it knows someone is home. And then it starts counting your windows. I don't know what happens when it runs out. That's the part I'm afraid of. I'm really sorry you went through that. I know how awful sleep paralysis can feel, because it happened to me once when I was a kid, and for years I honestly thought the fear of it had burned some kind of warning system into my brain, like, never again. For a long time, it really didn't happen again. Almost 20 years passed. Then, a few years back, it started coming around again. Not often, thankfully. maybe 5 or 6 times total over several years. But every time it happens, it feels just as real and just as heavy. When it starts, I usually wake up right away, but I can't move. And I don't exactly see things with my eyes. It's more like I see them in my mind. Faces, presences, something that feels like it's pressing down on me, holding me there. It doesn't feel like a normal dream. It feels like my imagination has been hijacked by something that doesn't belong there. I've tried all kinds of things to get out of it. I've tried forcing myself to move, but that usually just turns into this weak, twitchy struggle. I've tried calming down and falling back asleep, but the fear makes that impossible. I've tried telling whatever it is to leave me alone. I've even tried getting angry and pushing back with everything I had. None of that really worked. The only thing that has consistently broken it for me is calling on the name of Jesus. And I mean that sincerely. Every time I set my mind on saying his name, it feels like something resists it. Not just fear, not just hesitation. It feels like something is trying to keep me from getting the words out. I can usually speak a little during these episodes, though not clearly. I've managed to say things like, "Let me go," or "I'm not afraid of you," or "You don't get to have me." But none of that ever seemed to change anything. Then I start trying to say Jesus' name, and it's different. It feels blocked at first, like the word has weight to it. But once I finally get it out, the whole thing breaks. The pressure lifts. My body comes back to me. The fear starts draining out of the room. There was one time, though, when it didn't stop immediately. That one scared me more than the others. In my mind, there was this pale, wide-eyed face staring right at me. It had this strange, almost alien look to it, and the presence behind it felt stronger than usual. The first time I said Jesus' name, it didn't fully end, but it weakened enough that I could say it again. And the second time, it was over. Completely gone. That one felt different because after I said his name the first time, whatever it was felt angry, like I had heard it somehow, like it wanted to push back harder because I had dared to call for help. So the second time wasn't brave or bold. It wasn't me trying to sound tough. It was just a scared, honest plea. And still, it worked. I know this is just my experience. I'm not a sleep expert, and I don't claim to have all the answers. I've only had enough of these moments to know what has helped me personally. Some people explain it as the brain getting stuck between sleep and waking, and I understand that. Maybe there's a physical side to it. Maybe there's a neurological explanation for part of it. But for me, it has never felt that simple. What I can say is this: calling on Jesus has been the only thing that has truly helped me in those moments. And if it doesn't seem to work the first time, I'd say keep calling on him. I really hope you find peace, safety, and rest again. I'll keep you in my thoughts, and I genuinely hope things get lighter for you soon. God bless. It wasn't exactly creepy, not in the way people usually mean when they talk about haunted places. It was more like this heavy, irritated energy hanging in the air, like something unseen was constantly pressing on people, nudging them toward anger, arguments, and conflict. I had a lot of friends out there, and I noticed the same pattern again and again. Some people seemed to get pulled into it. Others didn't fully give in, but once that door was open, it was like they were being pushed around by it. And honestly, with Pennsylvania's history, I can understand why the place feels the way it does. There's so much old energy there, and the cemeteries are everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Back in California, cemeteries feel more contained, like they have their own designated spaces. You can drive for half an hour and not see one, But around Allegheny, it felt like you couldn't go 5 minutes without passing one. It gave the whole area this strange, layered feeling, like the past was sitting right there beside you. There are plenty of recorded hauntings in Pennsylvania too, but my own experiences there were overwhelming. I know some people will doubt it or explain it away, and that's fine. But in 2019, after years of dealing with paranormal experiences already, I went through something that changed me. Within about 3 months, I experienced 2 suicides where I had been one of the last people in contact with the person. And if you know anything about certain spiritual beliefs around suicide, people who are extremely close to an event like that, especially if they're already spiritually open, can sometimes attract what some call suicide spirits. These are spirits believed to follow people and try to tempt them toward that same ending. I had several experiences with those kinds of spirits. Over time, they eventually left, but it felt like they left a line of communication open. After that, I started having more encounters, more conversations, more moments where I could feel something trying to come through. At a certain point, when you get deeper into this kind of knowledge, whether people believe it or not, a lot of practitioners agree that human beings can act almost like radios or conduits. Spirits can tune into people and communicate through them, especially when someone is sensitive to it. And one of the most intense experiences I ever had with that happened in Allegheny. A lot of us who study this believe spirits interact with people every day on some level. It might show up as a sudden emotional shift, a change in someone's energy, or a person acting completely unlike themselves out of nowhere. I've seen people become irrational in an instant, like something just flipped a switch inside them. There was one night in Allegheny that still stays with me. My wife and I were visiting some friends at their dorm, and one of their roommates had been slipping into a pretty serious drinking habit. Her roommates told us that when she blacked out, she would act like she was possessed. She wouldn't remember any of it afterward. They said she would come out of her room with this empty, almost black-eyed stare, urinate on the floor, and become violently aggressive for no clear reason. My wife, Lana, and I were both sensitive to that kind of thing, and that night the energy in the dorm became too much. We stepped into the bathroom together just to get away from it for a minute. But once we were in there, we both got hit with this sudden panic. It came out of nowhere. Then, for some reason, we both felt this strong urge to turn off the lights. So we did. And in the darkness, we both saw them. 3 spirits rushing toward us, like they were trying to scare us or attack us. It happened so fast, but it was unmistakable. We both felt it. We both saw it. Afterward, we told our friends what happened, and they admitted there had been other strange things going on in the dorm, too. Things that had nothing to do with the roommates drinking. That confirmed what we already felt. Something was wrong in that place. But it didn't end there. Whatever we encountered that night followed us back to our apartment in Ohio. We already had some passive spiritual activity there, but this was different. It started escalating. Eventually, it got to the point where Lana began involuntarily channeling something, and that turned into what I can only describe as a possession. She had never experienced anything like that before. She wasn't even a believer up until then. But after that, she was. Bingo. That is exactly the feeling. When it's bad, I mean really bad. It starts at the back of your scalp. Then it rushes down your neck and spine, almost like a current, and spreads into your shoulders, all the way down to your elbows. It's that gut feeling, but stronger, sharper, like some inner Geiger counter clicking over something malevolent. Your energetic self is telling you, very clearly, that the place isn't just wrong. Whatever is there knows you're there, It has awareness. It has intent. And if there's someone nearby that it can influence, it can use them to look at you. Since I was a kid, there was one particular stretch along the Michigan lakeshore that I dreaded. It was in a sunny, wealthy area with beautiful lawns and clean streets, the kind of place that looks harmless from the outside. But there was this spot where Sheridan Road made a sudden hard left turn, and every time I went through there, my whole body reacted. For years, I thought maybe it was just the abruptness of the turn. Then I started looking into older maps, First Nation maps, early settlement records. South of that bend had been a major seasonal village. North of it, right where the road turned, had been a significant burial ground. That spot still has a different kind of energy. It buzzes. Years later, I became very interested in the First Nation tribes that had lived around my home. Some of them no longer exist as they once did. I read about the Fox and Sauk, about Black Hawk, and about how his ancestral lands were taken through wrongs done on both sides of a table where power was not equal. I admired him as a leader, and one weekend I planned to visit the area tied to his home camp near the Illinois and Mississippi rivers. I wanted to camp nearby, trace part of the route his people followed during the Black Hawk War, and just sit with the history of it. But trying to leave was impossible. It was one thing after another, delay after delay. Little problems that normally would not have stopped me kept stacking up until it was simply too late to go. I was frustrated, but I was also aware. Something I could not see and could not explain felt like it was physically blocking me. To this day, after decades of life, I have never felt anything exactly like that before or since. It was as if, no matter what I did, nothing would help, because I was not supposed to make that trip. So I stayed home. I spent the weekend with my family, and we did good, ordinary things together. When I went back to work, a friend of mine came up to me. I'll call her Mara. She was half First Nations and had grown up on a reservation. Big eyes, big smile, even bigger heart. She looked at me and asked, very directly, "Where were you going to go?" I started naming the places I had planned to visit. Each time she said, "No." Another place. "No." Another. "No." Then I said, "Bad Axe, Wisconsin." And she lit up. Yes. Then she told me her story. That same long weekend, Mara and her boyfriend had gone riding out toward western Illinois. They stopped at a well-known family biker bar to get food, have a drink, and listen to music. While they were there, a woman Mara had never met walked right up to her. The woman said, "You look like the kind of person I'm supposed to tell this to." Then she sat down and told Mara what had happened earlier that day. She had been riding on the back of her husband's motorcycle. Another couple, longtime friends of theirs, was riding with them on a second bike. They were heading south along the Mississippi River Road, passing near Bad Axe, the area where Black Hawk and his band were finally cornered by militia, the U.S. Army, and a gunboat. Many did not survive. Many were starving. Many could not survive the river. As they passed that place, the woman suddenly started screaming. She was grabbing at her husband, jerking him, telling him to stop, to watch out, to get out of the way. Because in the road ahead of them, coming straight at them, were two First Nations warriors. Young men, powerful, on horseback. They were galloping up the road, charging directly toward the motorcycles with long lances lowered for a kill strike. The woman nearly pulled her husband off the bike, trying to make him stop or move. Both motorcycles swerved to the side of the road. Everyone was shouting, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Didn't you see them?" "See who?" "The two men on horses in the middle of the road coming right at us with lances." Then there was silence. After a few minutes, everyone calmed down enough to talk. And it turned out both women had seen the same thing. Two warriors at full gallop, lances forward, one passing on either side of the bikes. But when the second woman looked back after they had passed, there was nothing there. No riders, no horses, nothing. They continued on, shaken, and later that day the first woman found Mara in that biker bar and told her the story without being asked. Then they talked politely for a few minutes, and the woman left. Mara stopped talking and looked me straight in the eyes, deeply, like she was weighing something she already knew. Then she said, "This has something to do with you, doesn't it?" About a year later, I no longer worked at that company. I was driving back from Minneapolis with my family when we passed near Bad Axe. It was winter. There was about a foot of fresh snow on the ground. I decided to finally go see it. It was sad there, but also beautiful, peaceful, quiet after the snowstorm. It was midday, no wind at all. As we drove in, bare trees lined the road. My wife was sitting next to me. And then we both saw it. In a tree ahead of us and slightly to the right, maybe at the 1 o'clock position, something moved. It was about 3/4 of the way up the tree, near a large limb. My wife jumped in her seat. She pointed with one hand, hit my arm with the other, and grabbed me. "What is that?" I'll be honest, I don't know. It started as movement. Something not white, but grayish. As it moved from left to right, it seemed to get larger or fuller, almost like it was expanding from all its edges at once, filling itself in, but never quite reaching a complete shape. It moved maybe 10 or 20 feet over several seconds, from the middle of the tree toward the outer edge. At its largest, it looked 4 or 5 feet across. The closest way I can describe it is a 3/4 sphere, like the shell of a sphere with 1/4 missing, so you could see both the outside and the curve of the inside. Then it just faded out. I stopped the truck as my wife yelled. We were near the end of the park road, not far from the Mississippi, close to where I believe the worst of it likely happened. My wife was babbling a little. "I saw that. You saw that. What the heck was that?" She does not swear, so even that told me how scared she was. I could feel her fear rising. So I lied. It was a soft lie, but still a lie. I said, "It was a snowy owl." Snowy owls do not really belong there like that, and what we saw was not an owl. But it was daytime, and it was the only explanation I could think of fast enough to help her calm down. She breathed out and said, "Yeah, that's what it was, a snowy owl." And she never brought it up again. We left after a few minutes. I will not go there again. For a while, I tried to explain it away. A puff of snow, a shadow, light on the windshield. But none of those explanations ever truly satisfied me. Then, about a month later, something happened. It was late at night. I was sitting in my truck with the lights off and the engine off, checking my phone before going inside. When I finished and looked up through the windshield, I saw something dimly lit moving through the air. I froze. Then I got out and looked up. I recognized it. It was the thing from Bad Axe. But this time, in the darkness, I could see it clearly. It was structured light, self-luminous, dim but distinct. It was fully formed now, a sphere, roughly 5 feet across. It was not rolling. It had orientation. It was moving with purpose. It was maybe 40 or 50 feet up, traveling northeast from the southwest. but it was not moving steadily like something carried by wind. It would pause slightly, then make sharp little turns. 10 degrees here, 20 there, then back again. And the wind was coming straight out of the east. This thing was crossing the wind, cutting across it. I watched it for maybe half a minute as it moved across the lot. Then it was just gone. Sometime later, I connected with an older couple who were Lakota. They were kind and polite, and they agreed to hear me out. I was hoping they might offer some guidance. We did not get very far. One of them excused herself. I do not know if she went to get something for herself or to do a blessing, or both. I had drawn what I saw at Bad Axe and what I saw above my truck a month later, hundreds of miles away. When they looked at the drawing, they both said the same thing at the same time. Actually, they blurted it. That's a medicine lodge. I guess I'll start with the first strange thing I can really remember. I was around 15 at the time, and my dad had this old fish tank set up in the living room. I'd be sitting there watching TV or sometimes standing nearby folding laundry, and every now and then I'd catch something out of the corner of my eye. It was like the tank light would suddenly dim, almost as if somebody had walked right in front of it. But when I turned to look, nobody was there. At first, I tried to brush it off. You know, reflections, shadows, maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. That's what you tell yourself when something doesn't quite fit. Years went by, and when I was about 22, I moved into an apartment with my girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife, and her roommate. One afternoon, we were lying in bed, just relaxing, and out of nowhere, I heard a man's voice say, very clearly, "Leave, now." I'll never forget it. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It sounded like someone had leaned right up next to my ear and said it with force. I wasn't exactly terrified in that moment, but I was definitely confused. I looked over at my girlfriend and asked her if she had heard that. She told me she had heard something, but she couldn't make out the words. For me, there was no question. I knew exactly what I heard. Not much else happened in that apartment, at least not that I remember clearly. But there was one morning, around 3 a.m., when she was driving me to work. She told me she had woken up during the night while I was asleep, and something had been speaking to her in a language she didn't recognize. That one bothered me more than the voice I heard myself. It still gives me chills thinking about it. Fast forward about 9 or 10 years. By then, we were living in a different house. My wife and our son were asleep in the room next to me, and I was in the guest bedroom. It was probably around 11 at night. The room light was off, but the TV was on, so there was enough light to see down most of the hallway. I was sitting on the bed, scrolling on my phone, when I noticed movement on the hallway floor out of the corner of my eye. I looked up. Nothing. So I went back to my phone, and a few seconds later, I saw it again. This time, I didn't look directly at it right away. I tried to focus on it through my peripheral vision, because every time I looked straight at it, it disappeared. And that's when I saw what I can only describe as a woman in a pale nightgown crawling in a circle on the hallway floor. I know how that sounds. I really do. But I was seeing it. After a moment, she stood up. Then she started walking in that same slow circle in the hallway. Around and around, just moving in this strange, unnatural way. Then she stopped, and she looked right at me. The second she did, she sprinted toward the bedroom door. I mean full speed. Right as she reached the doorway, I threw my hand over and turned on the light. And she was gone. I sat there completely frozen, asking myself if that had actually just happened. The hair on my neck was standing straight up, and my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to get out of my chest. I still live in that same house now, and every once in a while, something strange still happens. There's a desk chair in my bedroom, and one night I woke up to it squeaking, like someone was sitting in it and rocking back and forth. Just as I became aware of the sound, something bumped against the side of my bed and hit my foot. Another time, I woke up to what I can only describe as a woman's laugh turning into a scream. It sounded cruel, almost angry. Thankfully, nothing has ever physically hurt me, and most of the time I don't feel like I'm in real danger. But I also can't honestly say these experiences feel harmless. They feel like something is there, and every so often, it wants me to notice. So, my family's had a narrowboat for more than 50 years now. It's one of those things that's always just been part of us, really. And over the years, we've had the odd, strange moment on the canals, the kind of thing you laugh off at first and then think about later, when everything's gone quiet. But this is the one I still can't explain. There are plenty of ghost stories around the canals, especially around the tunnels. And honestly, it makes sense. Some of those places have seen accidents, cave-ins, drownings, all sorts of grim history tucked into the brickwork. This happened when my dad, Martin, and I were taking our boat through Blisworth Tunnel. We'd done it countless times before, so it wasn't anything new to us. We were moving along steadily when we saw the headlamp of another boat entering from the far end. Nothing strange about that at first. The lamp wasn't especially bright, but neither was ours. That's just how it is sometimes. As we carried on, we could see the light coming closer, so we slowed down a bit, getting ready to pass. Blisworth Tunnel is wide enough for 2 narrowboats, but only just. There's really no room to be careless unless you fancy scraping paint and swapping a few sharp words in the dark. The other boat's light seemed to be about 200 yards ahead, maybe a little more, and it looked like it was sitting right in the middle of the tunnel. We could just about make out the shape of the bow behind the lamp. Then the light stopped moving. We figured the other boat had stopped to let us come through first. Maybe their headlamp was mounted off-center, we thought, because the boat still looked like it was dead in the middle. Odd, maybe, but not impossible. Then, after we'd gone another little stretch, the light started fading. At that point, we wondered if they were having trouble. Maybe engine problems, maybe electrical. So I went carefully along the gunwale toward the front of our boat, keeping my eyes on that light the whole time. I wanted to be ready to call out to them once we were close enough. Dad and I were both watching it. The headlamp was still there, weak and dim, and behind it, I could see what looked like the dark outline of the front of the boat. It wasn't drifting to one side. It was still right there in the middle. Then the lamp flickered and went out. I was close enough by then that I could still just make out the shape of the bow, or at least I thought I could. So I signaled back to Dad, basically warning him that we might be about to bump a dead boat in the tunnel. We were both expecting our own headlamp to catch it at any second. But it never did. There was no boat. Nothing in front of us. Nothing to the side. No sound, no movement, no engine, no voices, no ripple from another hull. Just the tunnel, our boat, and our own light crawling over wet brick. When we got out the other end, we saw a fisherman sitting there, so we asked him if any boats had come out before us in the last half hour. He said no. He told us he'd been there for most of the day, around 8 hours, and we were the first boat he'd seen either entering or leaving. That's when it really hit me, because looking back, the other boat had been completely silent. Normally, in a tunnel like that, you hear everything. Engines bounce off the walls. People talking echoes ahead of them. Even small sounds carry. But all we'd heard was ourselves. We never came up with a sensible explanation. We've been through Blisworth since, and plenty of other tunnels too, but nothing like that has ever happened again. And I still think about that little fading light, sitting there in the dark, waiting for us. had an imaginary friend when I was little. His name was Milo. My mom still brings him up sometimes, usually with this soft little laugh, because apparently Milo and I were always getting into some kind of adventure. My dad says I was a sweet kid, a good kid, but every now and then I'd do something completely out of character and then calmly blame it on Milo. Both of my parents remember how much I talked to him. Not just here and there either. I mean constantly, like he was sitting right beside me, listening and answering. But the strange part was, whenever they tried to play along and include him, the way parents sometimes do, I'd look at them like they had missed something obvious. Then I'd giggle and say something like, Milo can't hold that. His body isn't real. So, in my little kid mind, he was real. He was there. Just not in the way everyone else was. Years went by. I grew up, started my own family, and eventually ended up living in that same childhood house again. My mom sold it to us when we were ready to settle down, and it felt kind of sweet at the time, raising my kids in the rooms where I had once been small. One afternoon, I was sitting at the kitchen table with my children. They were 4, 3, and 1 then. We were having lunch. Nothing unusual, just the normal, noisy little chaos of kids and plates and crumbs everywhere. Then my oldest looked at me with these sad, serious eyes and said, "Mommy, can you make Milo a plate too? He looks really hungry." I just sat there for a second, trying to understand what she had said. I asked, "Who's Milo, honey?" She pointed toward the front door and said, "The little boy over there. He plays with me sometimes, but he always leaves when you come in. He looks really hungry, Mommy." I turned and looked toward the door. There was no one there. So I turned back to her and smiled, trying to keep my voice calm. "There's nobody there, sweetheart. Go ahead and eat your lunch, okay?" And she said, very matter-of-factly, "Yeah, he said you can't see him anymore." Then she looked back toward the door, lifted her hand, and said, "Bye, Milo." That was the moment I remembered. Milo had been my imaginary friend, in this same house, when I was around the same age she was right then. After that, I started looking into the history of the house. I couldn't find anything about a child dying there, or any kind of tragedy connected to the place. But there's an old cemetery across the street, and eventually I thought, well, it couldn't hurt to look. So one day I took the kids on a walk. We wandered through the cemetery, and I read a few of the names out loud to them. We picked wildflowers, and the younger ones stayed near the stroller. Then suddenly, my oldest let go of the stroller handle and took off between the headstones. She wasn't running randomly. That's what I remember most. She moved like she knew exactly where she was going, weaving between the stones with this bright little purpose. Then she stopped in front of an older grave, much older than the ones we had been looking at. She started clapping, all excited, and turned back to me. "It's Milo," she called. "This is his bed." I got this cold, strange feeling all over me. I walked over, and there on the headstone was the name Milo. The dates were May 1904 to September 1910. We had found him. I asked my daughter how she knew it was his, because she couldn't read yet. She just looked at me and said she had seen him standing beside it. After that, we made an extra little plate for Milo at meals until she stopped seeing him. But not long after she stopped talking about him, her younger sister started mentioning a little boy named Milo. And then, over the years, each of my girls had him too, always around the ages of 3 or 4, and then he would fade away sometime around 5 or 6. My youngest is getting close to the age where Milo usually disappears, and honestly, when he's gone for good, I think part of me will miss him. This isn't the only strange story I have from that house, but it's one of the ones I hold closest. Look, what I'm about to share isn't easy for me to talk about. For a long time, I didn't even know how to explain it without feeling that cold pressure in my chest all over again. It became one of those moments in life where everything splits into before and after. I was 18 when it happened. Back then, I was too curious for my own good, and I let my friends push me into things I should have stayed far away from. One night, mostly out of curiosity, I ended up browsing through some strange Telegram groups. They were the kind of places where people shared disturbing videos, accidents, gore, things you know deep down you shouldn't be watching. At first, it was unsettling, but not exactly surprising. Just dark internet stuff. But then I came across one group with a name that made it sound like anything could be posted there. I clicked in, and there were all kinds of strange videos. Some were bizarre, some were graphic, some had symbols and weird edits. Then I saw one video that immediately made me feel uncomfortable. The thumbnail had strange markings on it, almost like occult symbols, and something about it felt wrong before I even opened it. I remember thinking, I should leave. This could be illegal. And I should have listened to that thought. But curiosity got the better of me. When I clicked the video, I realized within seconds that it was something I never should have seen. It was disturbing, illegal, and deeply wrong. But then, without warning, the footage shifted. Strange symbols appeared across the screen, symbols that looked like witchcraft or some kind of ritual writing. In the background, I could hear voices whispering or praying in a language I didn't recognize. That was when I felt it, a heavy, sick feeling in my stomach. Not normal fear, not disgust, something deeper. It felt like my body understood danger before my mind could. I closed everything, deleted the app, and tried to tell myself it was just shock, just guilt, just my imagination punishing me for looking at something I shouldn't have. But that night, things got worse. I went to bed and I had the most vivid dream I've ever had in my life. At least, I hope it was a dream. In it, I was walking out of my bedroom and moving slowly through the hallway of my house. Everything looked exactly the way it did in real life. The walls, the shadows, the silence. I walked all the way to the bathroom at the end of the hall. When I opened the door, the toilet was right in front of me, and the shower was off to the side. Then I heard a voice. "Hello." It was quiet, but it felt close. Too close. I turned to my right, toward the shower, and there was a little boy standing there. He was wearing a white robe or gown, and his face, I still don't like remembering it. His skin was pale, almost gray. Dark veins showed beneath it, and he had this awful smile stretched across his face. It wasn't playful. It wasn't human. It was the kind of smile that makes your blood turn cold, because you know there is nothing innocent behind it. I stepped back almost by instinct. Then I woke up. Or at least, I think I woke up. My face was wet with cold sweat, and my whole body felt like it had been thrown into pure survival mode. I've never considered myself easy to scare. I'm not the kind of person who jumps at every noise or believes every shadow means something. But that night, my body betrayed me. It reacted like something real had been standing right in front of me. I reached for my phone. The time was 3:33 a.m. Somehow, I eventually fell asleep again, though I don't remember how. The next morning, someone knocked on my bedroom door. It was a neighbor from nearby, and she asked me if I had been walking around the house during the night. I told her no. Then she said she'd heard footsteps in the hallway for hours. Back and forth, especially near the bathroom. She said the sound kept her awake almost the entire night. That was the moment I stopped trying to convince myself it was only a dream. After that, everything started falling apart. For weeks, I couldn't sleep properly. I would wake up suddenly at the same time, 3:33 a.m., gasping like I had forgotten how to breathe. It felt like something invisible was pulling me out of sleep every night. And little by little, my life collapsed. My work suffered. My studies suffered. My money situation got worse. My mental health dropped. Even my physical health started slipping away from me. Before all of this, I had a routine. I went to the gym, I ate well, I studied, I worked, I had goals, I had energy. I was always trying to become better in every way I could. Then suddenly, I didn't want to do anything. It felt like someone had drained the life out of me. Years have passed since that night, and I'm still trying to recover. I have good days now, but every time I feel like I'm finally getting back on my feet, something seems to come along and knock me down again. I don't know what happened to me. Maybe it was trauma. Maybe it was my mind reacting to something horrible I saw. Maybe I opened a door I should have never gone near. Or maybe something really did follow me home. I'm sharing this because I still don't have answers. And honestly, part of me is scared I never will. There are a lot of strange stories tied to the house I grew up in. When my brother and I were little, things seemed much more active there. Over the years, it settled down quite a bit, but back then, it felt like the house had its own quiet pulse. And just to give a little context, my family isn't religious. None of us are. We're very science-minded people, which is probably why these experiences have stuck with us so much. We're not eager to label everything a ghost or a spirit. It's more that some things happened that we still can't explain, and that makes them hard to forget. Most of the strange things happened inside the house, but this one didn't. My dad and I have always been night owls. When I was a teenager, we used to go on late summer drives together. We'd roll the windows down, let the night air come in, and just talk about anything and everything. This was when we had phones, but service would disappear pretty easily once you got out into the back roads. My dad, being my dad, always kept an old satellite GPS in the trunk. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he still has one tucked away somewhere. One night, it must have been around 2 in the morning, we were driving through a rural area about 20 minutes from home. He had a general idea of where we were, but I think he wanted the quickest route back. So he pulled over and said he was going to grab the GPS from the trunk. He got out, opened the trunk, got the GPS, came back, stuck it to the windshield with that little suction cup mount, and then we kept driving. And then, maybe a minute later, something in me just snapped awake. I remember looking at him and saying, "Why did you stop there?" He looked completely confused and asked, "What do you mean?" And I said, "The man." From my point of view, when we pulled over, there was someone standing about 10 feet in front of the car, right near the edge of the road. On one side of us was a cornfield. On the other side was dense woods. The headlights lit him up clearly. He was standing still, facing toward the trees. I remember him wearing a baseball cap, and I'm pretty sure he had a backpack on. He didn't move once. Not when we pulled over. Not when my dad got out. Not when my dad opened the trunk. Not when he came back and set up the GPS. He just stood there. And I just sat there, staring at him. That's the part that bothers me the most, honestly. Not just that I saw him, but how I reacted. Because that was not me. I'm anxious. I scare easily. If I saw a random man standing by the woods in the middle of the night, I would have immediately told my dad. I would not have let him get out of the car. I would have locked the doors, panicked, asked what we should do, maybe wondered if we needed to call someone. But I didn't do any of that. I sat there, silently, staring at this man like I had no alarm bells in my body at all. When I finally told my dad what I had seen, he said he hadn't seen anyone. Nothing. No man, no backpack, no figure at the edge of the road. And that made everything feel even stranger. I still ask him about it sometimes, just to make sure he remembers the conversation afterward. He does. He remembers me suddenly reacting once we were already driving again. He remembers me being shaken. But he never saw the man. We didn't turn around. I don't know why. Maybe we were too creeped out. Maybe we just wanted to get home. But normally, I would have wanted to go back and check. I would have wanted to know if he was still there. That was probably 8 or 10 years ago now, and I still think about it. It wasn't just the man by the road. It was the feeling that, for those couple of minutes, I wasn't reacting like myself at all. Like some part of me had been put on pause. My dad had a strange experience of his own when he was younger, back in that same family house, where something frightening happened and he also didn't react the way he normally would have. So I don't know what to call it, but I know what I saw. And whatever it was, it still unsettles me. I've got a lot of strange stories I could tell, but this one still sits with me in a way I don't think I'll ever fully shake. This happened a few years back, late at night, after my kids had finally fallen asleep. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet you only get when everyone else is dreaming and you're the only one still awake. I was sitting at my desk, messaging a friend who lived overseas. We were going back and forth like normal, just chatting, when suddenly, something in the room changed. I don't know how else to explain it. It felt like the darkness had leaned in closer. The air went still. Not peaceful still, but wrong still. It was like every normal little house sound had disappeared at once, and something heavy had taken its place. I started typing to my friend, trying to explain how uneasy I felt. Before I could really make sense of it, he messaged me back and said, "Read what you just sent." So I looked, and my stomach dropped. The message I meant to send was something like, "I feel like the atmosphere in my house just changed. I can't explain it, but I don't think I'm alone." But that wasn't all it said. Right in the middle of my sentence were words I know I did not type. It said, "Mara is here. Deal with it. I'm not your friend. Ha ha ha." The second I read it, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. My arms broke out in goosebumps, and then I felt something brush across my shoulder. Not a breeze, not a loose strand of hair. Something touching me. The room had gone freezing cold, but there was this strange electric feeling in the air too, like the whole space was charged. I turned around in my chair, and behind me was the figure of a young woman. She was tall, but not in a normal way. Her body looked stretched out and uneven, with long arms raised toward the ceiling. Her face was almost completely shadowed, even though she was staring right at me. I wanted to scream. Every part of me wanted to. But my daughters were asleep nearby, and all I could think was, what if they wake up? What if they see this? So I forced myself to stay as calm as I could. My voice was shaking, but I told her she had to leave my home. I told her she was not welcome there. I told her I was not afraid enough to let her stay. The room seemed to get darker after that. The air felt thick, almost hard to breathe through. I started reciting the prayer for protection, quietly at first, then stronger. I walked toward the front door, still praying, still picturing my daughters and myself surrounded by light, love, and protection. When I opened the door, I said her name once and told her she had to leave. I kept repeating the prayer, and imagined pushing every bit of that dark presence out of my house. I don't know how long it took. It probably wasn't long at all, but in the moment it felt stretched and strange, like time had gone soft around the edges. Then I closed the door, locked it, and stood there trying to breathe. The next morning, both of my daughters told me they'd had the same kind of dream. They said a very tall teenage girl had been trying to wake them up. Then my older daughter looked straight at me and asked, "Mom, who's Mara? And why was she so angry with you?" I felt the blood drain out of my face. I told her not to say that name again. Not because I wanted to scare her, but because I didn't want that thing to feel invited back into our home. For about a week after that, I could still feel that dark energy around the property. Sometimes in the front yard, sometimes near the back. But every time I said the prayer for protection, it would pull back. Eventually, it faded completely. I still don't know what Mara was. I don't know why she came into my house, or why she chose that night to make herself known. But I do know this: nothing has ever frightened me the way she did. I've lived in a couple of houses that felt haunted, but there was one place where things went far beyond just a strange feeling. That was the house where I actually saw something. After we moved in, I kept getting this sensation that a girl was watching me. It was hard to explain, but it always seemed to come from the same side of the house, almost like there was a spot where the air had memory in it. Then the dreams started. In the dreams, there was a young boy, maybe 13 or 14. He looked like he belonged in the 1980s, with the clothes and the hair, all of it. He never really spoke much. He would just show me things: a headstone, bushland, a car, and then he would point in one direction. The only word he ever said was, "Mum." The dreams happened so often that I finally asked an older neighbor whether there had ever been a crash on the highway near our place. I thought maybe that was what he was trying to show me. She told me no, not near the house. Then one night, my ex dropped me home after studying. It was around 2 in the morning. From outside, it looked like every light in the house was on. But the second I opened the front door, the whole place was pitch black. That really shook me. After that, I made my boyfriend walk me right to the door every time he dropped me off. I asked my family the next day if they had left the lights on, and they all said no. They had turned everything off before bed. Another time, a small ornament in my bedroom suddenly flew across the room and hit the wall. It didn't break, which somehow made it feel even stranger, like whatever threw it knew exactly how much force to use. But the worst thing happened early one morning. It was around 4, light enough to make out shapes but still dim. I woke up because someone was walking around my room. They were moving slowly, looking around in this curious, snooping way, almost like they were searching for something. At first, I only saw the figure from behind. It looked thin and male, so in my half-asleep state, I thought it was my brother. I sat up, annoyed, and said, "What are you looking for?" The figure reacted immediately. It turned its head toward me, and that was when I saw it had no face. It wasn't my brother. It walked out of my room, but then it did something I'll never forget. It leaned its blank, faceless head back around the edge of my doorway, like it was taking one last look at me. Then it walked away toward the lounge room, which was the opposite direction from all the bedrooms. I didn't even trust what I had just seen, so I got up and checked every bedroom. Everyone was asleep. No one had been in my room. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a human shape made from gray smoke, except the edges weren't wispy or messy. They were smooth. And when it bent its neck to look at me, it moved at an angle no human neck should be able to move. Years after we moved out, I was dating someone new named Kaylin. I had never told him anything about that house. One day, he mentioned that he had gone to look at a room in a share house, but he couldn't take it because the feeling inside was too awful. He said the place felt wrong the second he stepped in. I asked him where it was. It was the exact same house. Then, years later, I was going through old newspapers on microfilm, and this is the part that sounds made up, but it isn't. 2 doors down from that house, in the same direction where I always felt watched from, there had been a woman living with 2 young teenagers in the 1980s, a boy and a girl. In one of the newspaper photos, I saw the exact car from my dreams. The story said their mother had some kind of breakdown. It seems she may have drugged the children, put them in the family car, and driven out to bushland in the same direction the boy in my dreams had always pointed. She killed them there, and then herself. And after all those dreams, all those strange things, all that time of him showing me the car and the bushland and saying only one word, I finally understood what he had been trying to tell me. Mom. I used to live in this old house with my ex, Clara. It wasn't ancient or anything, but it definitely had that kind of tired, settled-in feeling, like the walls had been listening for decades. There were boxes and odd little things up in the attic that looked like they went back to the 1950s, maybe even earlier. Nothing dramatic at first glance, just an old house with old bones. But things happened there. Small things at first, then stranger ones. The basement was partly finished, but we mostly used it for storage. I was really the only one who ever went down there. One morning, I got home from work around 5:30, still half asleep and running on fumes, and I noticed the basement light was on. I could see it glowing through the little basement windows from outside. The weird part was, I hadn't been down there in weeks, maybe longer. Later that day, I asked Clara if she'd gone down there for anything, and she said no. She hadn't touched it. Another time, we went to bed like usual. Upstairs, all the bedroom doors were closed, except the bathroom door, which we always left cracked open. When we woke up the next morning, every single door upstairs was wide open. Not just slightly open, wide open, like someone had walked down the hall and pulled each one back. Then there was the basement itself. It was mostly one big open room, except for a small room tucked into one corner. But right in the middle of the open area, there was this big plastic utility sink and, for some reason, a toilet. Just sitting there. No walls around it, no sign there ever had been walls. Just a random basement toilet, standing there like it had been waiting for someone. And I know this sounds ridiculous, but anytime I spent more than a few minutes down there, I would suddenly get the strongest urge to use the bathroom, even if I had just gone before heading down. It happened enough times that I started joking the toilet was cursed, like it was trying to lure me in. Maybe it wanted a sacrifice. Maybe it was after my soul in the least dignified way possible. I don't know. It was absurd, but it was also genuinely weird. One night, Clara woke me up in a panic. I was completely asleep, dead to the world, and she shook me awake asking, "Did you just say my name?" I told her no, obviously. I'd been asleep. She said a man's voice had woken her up. Not just whispering or mumbling either. It had said her full name. First, middle, and last. Clear enough that she knew exactly what she'd heard. The thing that bothered me most, though, happened one night after 1 in the morning. I was downstairs on the couch watching a show. Clara was upstairs asleep. The whole house was quiet. From where I was sitting, I could see part of the staircase leading down from the second floor, but not the very bottom where it opened near the front door. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone coming down the stairs. Long, dark hair, moving quietly. I just assumed it was Clara. But there were no footsteps, no creaking, Nothing. And then whoever it was never came fully into view. I waited a second, expecting her to step around the corner. She didn't. So I leaned way over from the couch, trying to see the bottom of the stairs and the front door area. No one was there. The front door was closed. Nothing had opened. Nothing had moved. Whoever or whatever I saw had simply come down the stairs and vanished. Eventually, Clara and I broke up. She moved out, and later I moved into a condo. I figured that was the end of it. New place, newer building, no creepy basement toilet, no old attic full of dusty relics. Clean slate. Then one night, I woke up around 3 in the morning, which almost never happens. I sleep like a rock. I'm the kind of person who can sleep through alarms, storms, and probably a minor parade. But I woke up suddenly, wide awake enough to know something felt wrong. I looked at the clock, confused, then sat up a little. At the foot of my bed, there was a figure crouched down. I stared at it for a long time. Not a quick glance. Not one of those half-second, maybe I imagined it things. I looked at it for probably 30 seconds, trying to understand what I was seeing. And then, honestly, I was so tired that I just thought, nope, not dealing with this. Laid back down and went to sleep. In the morning, with daylight in the room, I checked the foot of the bed to see if there was anything that could have looked like a crouched person in the dark. A chair, a pile of clothes, a shadow, anything. There was nothing. That was the part that got to me later. In the moment, I was too exhausted to care. But once I was awake and thinking clearly, it really unsettled me. So, yeah. The old house had strange doors, lights turning on by themselves, a voice calling Clara by her full name, and something with long, dark hair that disappeared at the bottom of the stairs. And somehow, even after I moved out, something still seemed to know where I was. I only had one experience like this, and it happened last year when I was at university. I rented one of the end units in this old triplex, and I lived there by myself for the whole school year. From the very first night, little things started happening. Nothing huge at first, just strange enough to make me pause. That first night, I took off my wristwatch and set it on top of a magazine on the couch. In the morning, it was gone. I tore the place apart looking for it, but I never found it again. Then there was this spare clock radio I had plugged in near the bathroom sink. It kept switching itself on in the middle of the night, always to static. Just loud, hissing dead air, loud enough to wake me up from down the hallway. The cellar door was another thing. It would unlatch by itself and slowly swing open. The switch for the parking lot security light was down there too, and somehow it kept getting turned off. I'd go down, turn it back on, and later it would be off again. One night, I was reading in bed when something appeared right beside me. It looked like a pale white mist, almost like fog, but it didn't drift in from anywhere. It kind of grew outward from one little point until it was about the size of a short person, maybe a teenager. It stayed there just long enough for me to look at it, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and then it folded back into itself and vanished. The strange thing is, I wasn't scared. I got up, checked the outlets, unplugged my stereo, and left the light on for the rest of the night. Somehow, I still fell asleep. After that, I started hearing voices downstairs when I was in bed. Sometimes footsteps too, coming up the stairs. I kept telling myself I was half asleep, and maybe I was. It never jolted me fully awake. It was more like I'd surfaced just enough to notice it, then sink back under. Then, just after Christmas, I locked myself out one night. I went over to the neighbor's place while I waited for my friend, Nolan, to come by with my spare keys. The other 2 units were both rented by women in their 30s. One of them had a kid, I think. We'd barely spoken before that night. We had a couple of beers, and after a while, one of them nudged the other and said, "Ask him." So the other one looked at me and said, "Have you ever had anything weird happen in your unit?" I played dumb at first. I didn't want to be the guy who says, "Actually, yes, my rental might be haunted." But then they started telling me their own stories. They talked about noises, things disappearing, laundry going missing from the bed before it could even be put away. One of them said her boyfriend once ran into something in the upstairs hallway in the middle of the night, and after that, he refused to sleep over again. So I finally told them what had been happening to me. That's when they told me my unit had always been the worst one. One neighbor said she'd hear footsteps tearing up and down the stairs in my place during the day while I was away on campus. Not once or twice, all the time. That bothered me more than anything else, because it meant things were happening even when I wasn't there to imagine them. They also told me the tenants before me had lived there for years, close to a decade, but eventually left because the disturbances got too irritating. Apparently, the biggest problem was the kitchen at night. Chairs scraping, things moving around, and sounds like a group of men sitting around playing cards. That made something click for me. When I first called the landlord about the place, he told me it was empty because the long-term tenants had gotten odd. He never explained what that meant. He just said they'd moved into another property he owned across town. At the time, I figured they just wanted to change. After that night, I couldn't really brush everything off anymore. When Nolan arrived with my keys, I told him what the neighbors had said. He got quiet, then admitted he hated going into my place over Christmas break to feed my fish while I was out of town. He said one day he'd stop by and all the lights would be off. The next night, every light would be on. Little things would be moved around too. His wife went with him once and refused to go inside after that. She remembered leaving lights on the night before, and when they came back, the whole place was dark. That shook her badly. I still stayed there for the rest of the school year. One night, I just spoke out loud to whatever was in the house. I said something like, "You can stay here with me, but don't scare me, don't steal my things, and don't mess with me." And honestly, it seemed to help. From January to May, not much happened. Doors still opened sometimes. The hallway closet light would switch on by itself. Once, while I was printing an essay late at night, I swear someone came up behind me and leaned over my shoulder. I jumped, then laughed and said, "Please don't do that." It never happened again. Still, I changed the way I lived. I started staying up until dawn before going to sleep. I spent as much time away from the place as I could. I stayed at my girlfriend's apartment out of town whenever possible. I didn't tell most of my friends about it until the very end of the school year. We had an all-night hockey party, and I'd had enough to drink that I finally brought it up. I thought they'd all laugh or think I was losing it. But they didn't. Instead, a few of them started telling their own stories. Weird things they'd seen or heard and never really talked about. That's what stayed with me, honestly. I think this kind of thing happens more often than people admit. Most of us just keep it quiet, because saying it out loud makes it feel too real. A couple of years back, we rented this tiny little Airbnb tucked away in the Texas Hill Country. It was one of those cute, peaceful cabins that looks like it belongs on a postcard, and the host mentioned, very casually, that it had been built on what she called energy lines. At the time, we just smiled at that. You know, one of those quirky listing details you don't think too much about. The place was way out in the country. I mean really out there. No neighbors, no porch lights in the distance, no cars passing by. Just trees, open land, and this huge dark sky pressing in from every direction. Honestly, it was exactly what we thought we wanted. Quiet, remote, a place to unplug and breathe for a few days. Inside, there was one bedroom and a loft. The bedroom had bunk beds and a full-size bed, so we gave that to our boys. My husband and I took the loft since it had the bigger bed. The first night was completely fine. A little strange, maybe, just because the darkness was so deep and the silence was almost too quiet. It's one thing to read "secluded" in a listing. It's another thing entirely to stand there at night and realize there is nothing around you but black windows and your own thoughts. But still, nothing happened. We slept well and woke up to one of those soft, golden mornings that makes everything feel harmless again. The second night was different. I woke up from a nightmare that felt far too real. In the dream, this shriveled old man with glowing red eyes was crawling across the loft floor toward me. He climbed up onto the bed and slipped under the covers, and then I felt his hand around my ankle. It was dry and hot and twisted, and he started grabbing at my leg, moving higher, like he was trying to pull himself closer. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. Then I woke up. Only I couldn't move. At that exact moment, my husband, Daniel, shouted my name. His voice was full of panic. He started slapping at the bed and yelling, "No, no!" That snapped me out of it. I gasped and sat straight up, pulling my legs to my chest while he tore the blankets back and reached for the lamp. There was nothing there. No old man, no shadow, nothing under the covers, nothing beside the bed. But both of us were terrified. Daniel told me he had been dreaming that something dark, something he described as almost demon-like, was trying to drag me off the bed and down onto the floor, like it wanted to pull me underneath, and I had been dreaming about that horrible old man crawling toward me. Neither one of us wanted to stay in that loft after that. We went downstairs to check on the boys. They woke up a little when we opened the bedroom door, but they were fine, sleepy, confused, completely safe. So we stayed downstairs. There was a small daybed in the living area, and we curled up there together, wide awake now, suddenly very aware that none of the windows or doors had curtains. During the day, that had seemed charming, open, airy. At night, it felt like the whole world could look in. And I know how this sounds, but we both had the strongest feeling that we were being watched. Then something moved outside. Just a shape in the dark at first, coming closer to the back door. We froze. I remember holding Daniel's hand so tightly my fingers hurt. And then it stepped into the porch light. A cat. Just a cat. One of the feral cats the host had told us about. She said they roamed the property and were friendly, but they weren't allowed inside the cabin. We had seen a few earlier that day, and this was one of the bigger tabbies. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like she knew we needed her. So we opened the door and stepped out onto the wraparound porch. The air was warm and still, with heat lightning flickering way off in the distance. That cat came right up to us and let us pet her, purring like a little engine. And somehow, that changed everything. The fear started to loosen. The night didn't feel so hostile anymore. It was still dark, still quiet, but not empty in the same way. After a while, we got sleepy again. We went back inside, and believe it or not, we went back up to the loft. And we slept just fine. But for a few minutes there, in that tiny cabin in the middle of nowhere, I have never felt so certain that something had come very close to us. Years ago, I worked for a care agency that had a little staff flat for whoever was covering the overnight shift. The setup was simple enough. The main office was at the front of the building, and from there, a long, narrow hallway led down to the bedroom, then the bathroom, and finally the kitchen at the very back. There was CCTV in the office that showed the rear yard. It covered the back door into the kitchen and the kitchen window too. But there was no security light outside, nothing like that. Just the camera watching the dark. And I'll be honest with you, from almost the first time I worked there, I hated that kitchen. I do not mean I disliked it in some ordinary way. I mean there was something about that room that made my whole body react before my brain could explain why. It always felt as though someone was standing in one particular corner, watching me. Not just watching either. It felt hostile, heavy, wrong. Whenever I went in there, my heart would start hammering and my hands would get sweaty. I'd feel this awful dread blooming in my chest, like my instincts were screaming at me to get out. Eventually, I stopped going into the kitchen after dark altogether. When I arrived for a night shift, I would do everything while it was still light. I'd check the switches, make sure things were off, then bring the kettle, mugs, and anything else I might need through to the office. I basically made a little survival camp at the desk so I would not have to go back there. One night, I had done exactly that. I was sitting in the office, trying to settle in, when I suddenly felt it. That presence. Only this time, it did not feel like it was in the kitchen. It felt like it was standing right outside the office door. I cannot explain how I knew. I just did. It was that unmistakable feeling of being watched from the doorway, so strong that I could barely breathe properly. After a while, I got so uncomfortable that I kicked the door shut with my foot, then moved my chair to the other side of the room so I could sit facing it. That also put me right beside the CCTV monitor. I glanced over at the screen, and my stomach just dropped. The kitchen light was on. Not a reflection, not a blur. Outside on the camera, everything was pitch black except for that kitchen window glowing brightly in the middle of the screen. I sat there, staring at it, frozen, hoping it would switch off by itself. I kept telling myself there had to be a normal explanation, but the only normal explanation was that someone was in the building. Eventually, I knew I had to check. I was almost crying by then. I opened the office door just enough to look down the hallway toward the kitchen, and the light was off. Completely off. I looked back at the CCTV monitor, and now the screen showed it off too. Just darkness at the back of the building. I remember feeling this horrible confusion, because somehow that was even worse than if I had found a person there. I checked the CCTV recording after that. I played it back, stopped it, rewound it, watched it again and again, trying to convince myself it had been showing an earlier moment, or that I had misunderstood what I saw. But it clearly showed the kitchen light coming on at a time when it absolutely should not have been on, then going off again. I did not go to bed that night. I stayed on the sofa in the office until morning because I was too frightened to walk down the hallway to the bedroom. When the day staff arrived, I checked the back door with them. It was locked properly. Nothing was open. Nothing looked disturbed. And I had the only set of keys, so there was no reasonable way anyone else could have come in. A few days later, another staff member, Leah, finished a night shift and asked me quietly, "Have you ever felt like this place is strange at night?" I did not tell her anything at first. I just asked her what she meant. And then she described the same feeling. The same horrible presence. The same spot in the kitchen. That made my skin go cold, because it meant I had not imagined it. Not long after that, I was on nights again. This time I was in the bedroom, which was on the ground floor and looked out toward the backyard and the kitchen. I had just turned off the bedroom light when I noticed a glow outside. I went to the blinds and looked through them. I could see straight into the kitchen. The light was on again. I stood there for ages, trying to gather enough courage to move. Then I opened the bedroom door and looked down the hall. The kitchen was dark. I went back into the bedroom, looked out again, and the glow was gone. Leah had a few odd experiences there too, though I cannot remember all the details now. What I do remember is that after those nights, neither of us ever really slept when we were on shift in that building. I have never experienced anything like it since, and after all these years, I still cannot explain what was happening in that kitchen. I've had a handful of strange experiences over the years, but most of them happened in one particular building I used to clean. And one night there changed me. I worked for a cleaning company, and we handled the housekeeping for a performing arts group. One of their venues was this old Orpheum-style theater. Beautiful place, but from my very first shift, something about it felt off. At first, it was small things, stuff falling from shelves, distant screams when no one was around, heavy footsteps from somewhere above me. And that's the thing. These old theaters are built solid. Granite, marble, concrete floors. You could have a couple hundred people moving around upstairs and hear voices, maybe a little shuffling, but you don't hear clear, heavy footsteps. So the first time I heard those slow, thudding steps above me, it stopped me cold. The first night, I wasn't alone when a roll of paper towels jumped off a shelf. A couple of my coworkers saw me notice it. I didn't say anything, and then a second roll flew off even harder, like whatever was there didn't appreciate being ignored. My coworkers just looked at me and said, "Yeah, this place is haunted. You'll get used to it." I learned pretty quickly that whatever was in that building did not like being dismissed. There were a lot of incidents after that, but the one that really changed things was the night I got chased out. We had been finishing up another building, and after that we needed to go over to the theater to make sure it was ready for a show the next day. I got impatient waiting on everyone else, so I told the crew I'd head over first and get started. I came in through a side entrance. Rehearsal was already over. The actors were gone. Security was gone. The staff had left. As far as I knew, I was the only person in the building. I started my walkthrough on the lowest level, checking the back of house areas first. That was the part of the theater most people hated. It always felt heavy back there, like the air was watching you breathe. But that night, strangely enough, it felt calm. No footsteps, no voices, no feeling of being watched, nothing. So I moved toward the front of the theater. I checked the auditorium. Everything was fine. I checked the lobby. Still fine. Then I checked the men's restroom and the women's restroom. I was almost done. But the second I stepped out of the women's restroom, the whole atmosphere shifted. It was like something dark poured into the lobby all at once. I heard a voice near the entrance to the auditorium, but I couldn't make out what it said. I stopped and listened. Then I heard the trash bag in the can by that entrance being moved around. I called out, "Hello? Is someone in there?" Right then, one of the stall doors in the women's restroom behind me started slamming. I turned and looked back at the restroom doorway, which was only a few feet away. Then I heard the trash bag move again, this time closer. I looked toward it, and the bag and the trash can right near me shifted on its own. That's when the big guy got me. That's what everyone called him. We believed he was the thing behind the heavy footsteps, the deep screams, and that awful presence people felt in the building. Later that week, I even caught what looked like a huge figure a few times on an SLS camera app. But that night, I didn't see him. I felt him. I didn't get grabbed. Nothing touched me. But every sense I had, except my eyesight, suddenly screamed that something huge, fast and furious had rushed up behind me and stopped about an inch from the back of my neck. It was the strangest, most terrifying feeling I've ever had. Every part of me said, "Get out." And I did. I moved through that lobby, into the atrium, and out the front doors at a speed that wasn't exactly running, but it definitely wasn't walking either. That feeling stayed right on the back of my neck until I got through the atrium doors. I went back to the other building, and my girlfriend, who worked with me, saw my face immediately. She asked, "What happened?" All I could do was hand her badge back to her and say, "I will never step foot in that building alone again. It's ready for tomorrow. I'll be in the car when you're done." Then I walked away. That night changed me because, up until then, I had always handled paranormal things by ignoring them. I wanted nothing to do with it. I didn't invite it, didn't talk to it, didn't entertain it. I was closed off to it on purpose. Honestly, I had probably told completely normal household noises they weren't welcome more than once. A water heater would kick on, and there I'd be, telling the empty air to get away from me. But after that night, I wasn't just scared. I was angry. Because whatever that thing was, it had gotten to me. It had put real fear in me. Not the kind you can talk yourself out of either. My body was leaving that building, whether my brain agreed or not. So after that, I started researching. I began doing rough, amateur investigations in the theater. Nothing fancy, just me trying to understand what was there. It felt like being a boxer who lost the title and wanted a rematch. And I got some interesting responses. That's when I started calling the big guy the coward, because whenever more than one person was around, he kept his distance. He would linger at the edges, but he wouldn't come close like he did when I was alone. And he really didn't seem to like it when I caught him on the SLS app. Out of everything that happened in that theater, that night was the most undeniable. That was the night I stopped ignoring it. I was around 18 at the time, and I'd already had enough strange experiences that I didn't really question whether something was out there. I was deep into ghost hunting back then, and honestly, I had started getting way too attached to the Ouija board. Looking back, it wasn't healthy. It had become this doorway I kept standing too close to. My friend, though, he didn't believe in any of it. He was the kind of person who needed proof right in front of him before he would even consider something. Then one rainy afternoon in the middle of summer, he finally agreed to try the board with me. It was his first time. We went to his old childhood house. His family had recently moved out, but the place hadn't sold yet, so it was just sitting there empty. We ended up setting everything up in what used to be his younger sister's bedroom. We had the board on the floor, 2 candles lit, no lights on. There was only this gray, stormy daylight coming through the window. The bedroom door was mostly closed, but not all the way, because the carpet kept it from catching properly in the frame. We started the session, and at first it gave us a few simple answers. Nothing too dramatic. Then I decided to ask it something personal, something my friend wouldn't know. I said, "What is my dad's middle name?" My dad passed away when I was a baby, and my friend didn't know his first name, let alone his middle name. The planchette started moving, slow and deliberate. Lloyd. Lloyd. That was right. The second I told my friend it was correct, the whole feeling in the room changed. It wasn't fun anymore. It wasn't curiosity anymore. It felt like we had knocked on a door, and something had answered from much closer than we expected. Then a few things happened almost at the same time. The planchette drifted all the way across the board, went over the edge, and slid onto the carpet right beside my phone. As soon as it stopped there, my phone started ringing. I don't even remember who was calling. I just remember the sound of it cutting through that room. At the same moment, both candles flickered so low they almost went out. Neither of us said anything. We just panicked. We both jumped up and ran for the door without closing the session. I got there first, and right before I could grab it, that door slammed, fully shut into the frame, right in front of my face. The same door that had been stuck slightly open because of the carpet. That was it. We were done. We tore out of that room, out of that house, straight into my car and left. I don't really remember what we did after that. I think my brain just filed the rest of the day away somewhere quiet. But later, when I went home, something else happened. I was standing on my front porch, unlocking the door to my own house, which already had a long history of being terrifying in its own way. And right as I was opening the door, I heard someone yell my name directly into my ear. It sounded like they were standing right beside me. Not across the porch, not behind me in the yard. Right there, close enough to feel. I rushed inside, but honestly, that didn't feel much safer. That house had never felt safe to me. I have so many stories from that place. Now that I'm older, I understand that spending 13 years of my childhood in a house where I always felt watched, always felt afraid, actually did something to me. I never really felt secure there. I was always bracing for something. And there were worse things than that Ouija board session. The haunting in my childhood home eventually built up to the day I came face to face with a shadow figure. And that was one of the most deeply frightening moments of my life. But talking about that house is heavy. There's a lot buried there. For some reason, though, that rainy afternoon with the board still stays with me. The empty house, the candles, the name, the phone ringing, and that door slamming shut. It felt like something followed the sound of my question home. I used to be exactly where you are. I believed in the paranormal from the time I was young. Ghosts, monsters, demons, hidden realms, strange little cracks in the world where something else might be looking back. I read everything I could get my hands on. I went to supposedly haunted places. I listened to friends and relatives tell their stories, and honestly, after a while, I started to feel left out. I wanted something of my own. Then, without any warning, I got it. I've had 2 encounters in my life that I cannot explain away. Not stories somebody told me, not rumors. I was there. I was part of it. And if I could go back and talk to the version of me who was so hungry for proof, I'd tell myself 2 things. First, be careful what you ask for. I know that sounds worn out, but I mean it. The energy you send out, that wanting, that invitation, you don't really know what might hear it. Second, I learned very quickly that I do not understand those other places, not even a little. Whatever exists beside us, beneath us, around us, there are things out there you do not want to meet, things you'll wish you could unknow. So be patient, be respectful. I don't think it's a matter of if something answers you. I think it's a matter of when. But I would not recommend chasing it. Let it come on its own terms. Now I'll tell you about one of my encounters. This happened a few years ago, when COVID was finally starting to loosen its grip on everything. I was living in Dallas at the time, and because of a sudden mess of circumstances, I had to move almost immediately. I didn't have much money, didn't have much of a plan, and life had basically grabbed me by the collar and dragged me back toward Oklahoma. I arranged to stay with one of my aunts when I got there. She was living with her boyfriend way out in the country, and when I say way out, I mean the kind of country where the dark feels older than the roads. You had to pull water from a well. Cell service only worked if you stood in one specific spot near one specific window, and even then, you had to hold your mouth right. What I didn't know was that my aunt and her boyfriend were in the middle of a serious fight. So when I pulled in, She was on her way out. And she stayed gone. 4 days, 3 nights. Before I go further, I need to explain something. Over the years, people in my family had talked about something out there. Young relatives, older ones, people I trusted, people I wasn't so sure about. They all had different names for it, but the stories carried the same shape. Something big lived in those woods. Nobody had really seen it clearly, but people knew it was there. They said if you walked around outside at night, it would follow you. Not quietly enough to be mistaken for nothing either. It wanted you to know it was there. I always treated those stories like a family-made urban legend. Creepy, sure, but not something I let settle too deep in my mind. That first night, I was alone in my aunt's place, which was basically an old school bus converted into a camper. It was just me and my cat, Otis. I was playing The Last of Us Part 2 with my headphones on, trying to distract myself from the weirdness of being stranded out there. After a while, I noticed Otis acting strange. He was usually calm, very low-key, but now he was staring at something outside the bus, and every bit of fur on him was standing up. I had never seen him look like that. I took off my headphones, and that's when I heard him making this sound. It wasn't a growl exactly, and it wasn't a meow. It was low, shaky, almost warbled. The kind of sound a cat makes before a fight, except deeper. More like a warning. Then he stopped. Just completely stopped. He lowered his head and started tracking something outside. Something moving toward the bus. That was when I noticed the silence. Not normal quiet. Not nighttime country quiet. This was predator silence. Heavy silence. Silence with weight in it. No wind. No insects. No frogs. No dogs barking somewhere in the distance. Nothing. The whole world had gone still. I held my breath and watched my cat's head follow whatever was outside as it reached the bus and began to move around it. Not walk around it. It was like it twisted around it. Otis's head kept turning, slowly, carefully, following it as it moved along the outside of the bus. And I don't know how to explain this, but in that moment, I suddenly knew a few things. I knew it was old, ancient even. I knew it was huge, about the size of a bear, maybe bigger. I knew it was unbelievably quiet, and I knew it was studying the bus, studying me, looking for the fastest way in if it decided it needed one. The way it moved was impossible to picture clearly. The closest I can come is smoke, snake, and big cat all at once. But that still isn't right. It was not any of those things. That's just the only language I have for it. I didn't feel like I was in immediate danger, exactly. But I felt like danger was standing right there with its hand on the door. Like one wrong move from me could change everything. And I had no intention of finding out what that wrong move was. Then, just as quickly as it had come, it started to leave. Otis kept tracking it as it unwound itself from the bus and moved back toward the woods. But before it disappeared, it pressed its body against the front of the bus. The whole thing rocked, hard, back and forth several times. It felt like another vehicle had hit us. Not a crash exactly, but force, power. If I had been standing, I think I would have been thrown into the wall. That was when I understood it had done that on purpose. It was a message. I'm here. I'm watching. Do not test me. And yes, it came back every night I stayed there. The next 2 nights, I waited for it, listened for it. The last night, I was sitting in one of the booth seats with my back against a window, trying to read and keep myself calm. Somehow, it got right up to the bus before I realized it was there. No footsteps, no warning. Just that silence again. Then I felt it press its weight against the window behind me. The metal creaked. The window started to bow inward from the pressure. I swear, I nearly dropped dead right there. I moved to the middle of the bus and stayed there until morning, away from every wall, every window, every edge of that place. The next day, I left. I have never gone back.